unless you just start using
No, I mean,
small
I'll do great.
portions
I'll
of
do
your.
great for like 2 days, and then I'll lose it all.
That's the problem. See, in
Like
them 2 days, you should have took all them profits, rolled them into your spot, into your coin that you have a belief in, and let that shit park there, and then go back to the futures trading with the whatever you started with. Try to make it again.
right.
Yo, Emad, I'm
Yeah.
got an idea. Like I've heard you say it before, but it just clicked for me because like even if you have a problem taking profits because you're like, oh, I need to ride this swing. It's like, nah, don't ride the swing in the future. Take that and put it into your spot bag to ride the swing.
Yeah.
I see you.
That's what I'm doing. Yeah. I mean, I'm also doing my DCA out of cash that I'm pulling from my personal money every day.
All unemployment money's going straight into spot for now.
Which I haven't even been able to do for 2 days now. Like I could have took that DCA today at that 60. I looked at it. I was like, nah, there's more to go. I didn't take it, so I took the DCA money and I just put it in the stable coin and keep building that up until I'm ready to add it to Beam. And I get my 5K in Beam, then I'm going to start into a new coin, which could be. I'm debating on which one that's going to be right now. I'm thinking that's going to be an AI coin.
That an auction short should be paying too. It just lost the 50 on the 5. Well, wait, no, it did. Yeah, that was on the 3. Sorry, it's at the 50 on the 5.
Where am I at? I'll tell you what I'm doing. I'm up 75%. I'm up almost $5. My $34.58. $5.53 has now made $4.20. $4 now. Went down a little bit. So,
Yeah,
it's let that ride.
A greed problem.
What I'm going to do on that is, those are like my insurance plays, all of those. So if things get bad, see, I'm not going to close them. I got that peanut I did like 4 or 5 days ago now. That's still riding on short. And still, let me see what that's doing. Yeah, that's up pretty damn good. That's rolling. And it's still going up. But I'm not going to close them. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put stop losses at the entries, which are getting farther and farther away. And I'm not going to close them until I know. I hear Dbloc come on here and he starts talking about, okay, now I'm going to start DCAing into alts because the reason was, I forgot. When the government
he's waiting for ETH to bottom out.
Yeah, see, whenever he starts talking about that, then I'll close all my shorts out. I'll close them all out at that point. So the more I can let them pile up and I can get safe into those. And then I'm just going to continue my other strategy and then I'll take all that money and feed it in the spot at that time into the coins I want. And hopefully they get big off those little bit of money, but I'm still going to keep doing my $100 every day DCA into Beam for now, no matter what, because who knows what the hell's going to happen. And they start ripping this to the upside and then try to leave me in the dust. That ain't happening. But I didn't do my DCA for 2 days now. But I did save the funds and the stables. So that's where I'm at. A little complicated, but.
No, it makes perfect sense. Like I feel like a lot of people people have a similar, it's really the emotion part that you'll be like, oh, okay, it's going well, and then you'll have the one play that's up. Say what?
You're going long on the futures, right?
Yeah. For the most part, I should have went short. I've had some shorts, but like I'll close them in profit, and then a few days later, it's like shit. I should have left that open.
Everything. But that doesn't matter. If there's a chance that kind of pay attention to what he's doing. I ain't gonna I ain't gonna front. I'm not no badass. I'm
Yeah.
basically following off of what he's doing and kind of throwing what I want to do into it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, I literally just have
without
this
him.
chart
I'm
on.
nothing. I'm nothing, bro. I'm nothing without him.
I
Like I
feel the
couldn't
same way.
do what he's doing.
I make my chart look like his chart, and then I follow Bitcoin when it's doing its thing. If we have a big sell off, I'll look for whatever's on my list that's following suit. Sometimes you'll have your relative strength, but in this market, it doesn't really matter. It's Bitcoin's king, it always has been.
I mean, I saw his fractal on the bigger picture frame, saying that we could come up some more, but then we're going to kind of top out, and then there's going to be another bottom and phase that's going to come in eventually here before we
I was
ultimately
hoping
take
we
off.
were
Which
after that after the false move, I was thinking we had a like a kind of 3-day up thing, and I was positioned pretty good. But they get you, it's like anybody who went long yesterday, or like any of the things I added to.
The whole thing is you might be right. You might be right, but you're in leverage, so you don't have the you don't have the cushion to take certain downside moves enough, unless you're like really far away. If you're liquidation, then you do.
No,
maybe your liquidations need to be way farther away if you're so worried about that.
Oh, they're gone. They're all licked, dude.
Because you got too greedy. You wanted to make that big amount of money, but you didn't want to put your liquidation far enough away. But ultimately,
I fell asleep. But no, my I have that auto add margin button on like an idiot, and usually just when I enter it, I'll click that so it doesn't get licked, and then I'll set the stop above it, and then inevitably as it has failed me.
I don't do that. I learned that lesson already. Either if what I do is I just lower the leverage down. Like right now, I'm using like some 30x leverages, which are a lot still, but I wouldn't go over that if you were gonna. You'll just get liquidated. It's gonna come for you. Your entry would have to have perfection entries where you just enter at those high or low points.
It's like you could have those too, and then the next day it's a new day. They'll get it. They just.
Well, if it happened the next day, you didn't have it then.
Did he get an entry target? Sorry, I thought y'all were done.
We're good.
Exactly.
Did y'all get it? Did he give an entry target? Is it the trend line?
No, look at the chart.
No,
I'm looking at the chart. Is it trend line going down or the box?
What box?
Going down to the left.
Well, it's looking like he's got it coming up. So yeah, if you retest the trend line, that might be a good scalp. It should be, I would think.
Yeah.
That also means we're losing the 50 on the. Is he got the 5 up? Or yeah.
What's the blue line? Oh, that's the 50 in the middle of this.
Yeah, I mean, we're at the 50 right now. So, yeah, we could go down to test that trend line, but that wouldn't be still kind of. I mean, this is not a terrible thing, but we're under the 200 or way under the 800 now. So,
just wonder if them liquidations are enough down there, enticing enough.
I mean, dude, I don't understand them in this market, dude, because they've think about all the liquidations to the top.
Well, he knows he's going to get that.
They're just letting them build up, I guess. But
so if you're doing your liquidation on Bitcoin should be below 69K.
Yeah, no, I don't even
For
have a
long.
play on Beam is the only thing that survived the night.
Your
So
liquidation on Beam, just take being risky still should be below.
It is
Let me look.
62 or 61.74.
That's too damn high. Your liquidation on Beam should be below 48. It should be at like 48, 45.
I don't even know how to, like, there's no way to get it that low.
Yes, there is. You got to lower your leverage down.
If I lower the leverage after already having a position, though, what happens?
You can't do that. You can't.
Yeah,
When you lower the leverage while you're in position, it starts messing with your margin.
yeah, exactly. I don't want to do.
It's stupid. I learned that. Don't do that. What you want to do
Yeah, no.
is enter on isolated with lower leverage to get that under to where they can't liquidate you. I mean, they still can, but at least under the 48, at 48 at least, get it down there and lower your leverage to where it's at that point, which you could still get decent leverage at that and add more cash.
A lot.
And if you don't want to do that, then you need to go to cross and get your leverage down there and then go higher leverage, but with cross have more money to back it up.
Oh yeah.
You just can't. You can't let them liquidate you. It's adding up.
Yeah.
All that money you could have put in the spot already and just been saving it.
Oh yeah.
Into a coin.
Yeah, I mean my long term is sitting there from 2021, but it's not. It's not great. It's not great either. So been cycling
I've
back
never
and
held on to anything that long.
it's just mining shit. So just a bunch of ETH from the miner days.
Like
But
I
no,
think they're gonna push it.
You said what?
Beam. Like if they give me some Beam for like, I don't know. Really, I don't need to go a lot lower. Like 60, 61.
Yeah, that's basically. I mean, I didn't get liquidated last night. It went down to 60. So
yeah, I should have bought there. What time did that happen?
Saying, I don't know. I was asleep.
I see it. I see it now. I was asleep. I missed that. Yeah, that's where I should have bought right there at 60. I missed that. So yeah, I'm probably going to DCA here if I can get a pullback anywhere over 60. I'll ahead and add.
This is the pull. I mean, Bitcoin's looks like we're getting a bounce on the 50 right now. So it had the W, and then we had a nice pullback to the 50, and
I see.
So far, so good.
Huh. Okay, but as far as alts are concerned, the dominance is all the way at the bottom now.
Dominance is going down, so we're good there. But I mean, of course, we're still at 61.48.
Oh, it is bear flagging the dominance down there. Might go through his magnet, or it might come back up. If Bitcoin rips up, the dominance might go up. And then that's where I'll DCA after it goes up, because then it'll have to come down, and then it'll start going up in the alt. That's how I'm gonna play it.
Yeah, it's good right now. Beam's been relatively strong. It didn't really have that much of a pullback just now.
Yeah, I guess it did give me one. Could have been paying like 65. Now I can pay 60. I just could have paid 60. So let's see. I think if you're right and Bitcoin goes up from this off that 50, we come up to that yellow. What is that he has written there?
Yellow or yeah,
and
yellow's at
retest.
50.
Well, it didn't hold. Retest 84.6. Did we test
That's
that?
No, that was with the whale assassination thing. I should have known last night when
retest 84.6.
When they lost that
didn't hold.
that half Asia line. I should have closed everything. Well, I mean, not. I should have just went. But
yeah,
we survived.
I'm gonna go for a lower high before we go up there. That's what I'm shooting for. 1, 2, 81, 500, somewhere there. I'll come in. If not, let it go up, and then dominance will shoot up on Bitcoin dominance. I hope. And then I'll come in. But I'm not coming in right here.
Yeah, Beam. We just we broke over the 200 and the 800 on the 5-minute, and we just can't, like, when Bitcoin did that pullback, Beam just had, it's like flagging up here. It just came back and tested the 800, and it's been holding above it. There's only been one candle close under it, which was a vector, and they already reclaimed it. It was a red vector in the middle of the flag. But it's like 60? Holding. It was, well, no, it's at where it's at now. It's about 60. The 800 EMA is right at 62. 62.37. And all the other EMAs, like we already got through the 200. The 13 is right under the 800. It's about to cross. The 50, everything else is pointed up. The 50 is coming up to catch us. Well, and I'm just saying on Beam. But I've got those laser things that Dbloc has. The lasers, and all of them are green except the top, like, 2 lasers are red, but they're turning up now too. I'm on the 5. No, there's only one red laser. All the greens are up. But we went up. We held that 800. We have this flag. I think it's about to break this flag. Nice little. I'm gonna wait and see. Little bull flag here. Okay, all the lasers are green now. Do we have okay, no, we got 2 red lasers. Lasers.
I hear the laser.
Me the laser. You fucking laser. On Bitcoin.
What do we got? We got some retail buys here.
Retailer Roonies coming through.
I don't like retail buys there. What retail sells here to go up?
Yeah, some decent buys coming in, actually.
think those dots on Dbloc's chart mean retail buys.
The dots.
You see?
Oh no, that's
Yeah.
the lasers. The little you're talking about to the right of the price.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
two
that's the
green
arc.
dots.
Yeah, that's the RK ribbon laser thing I was talking about. So it goes on. It's basically it's like EMAs. It's fractal EMAs, and it shows EMAs from all the time frames. Even like say you're on the 5, but it shows all of them. And so that's what I was saying with the lasers. So it's like I was watching Beam, but it's on all of them. But it's like when they're all green, it's kind of like I said. I think you said it's good for small time frames and scalping because you'll be able to see where all the EMAs are. And so I mean, if we're down, they'll all be red lasers going down, and then like after a pullback, you'll just start to see them. Sometimes they'll flip, just be like boom, 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 boom. They'll all flip like pretty quick. So like right now, they all flipped up. So far good. And then the top two, I think, are your highest frames. So those, I mean, since we're so far below the 200 and stuff, like those will get green eventually when that curls up. So when the MA rises, they'll change color. So
Wait, did you guys hear about the Microsoft has identified a remote access Trojan rat named Stilchy Rat, which is capable of stealing crypto wallet data on Google Chrome?
Trojan rat. No, I did not. I don't watch the news. Trojan rat, dude. Well, you know what happens to rats in my business. I don't know about in Microsoft business. Christ and a half, boys. Nice jump. Okay. Oh, your auction short.
Oh yeah, I'm not even looking at it.
Well, I just I had auction on my list from a few weeks ago, but you lost you're back. It's like at the 50 on the 5 minute, and you're back. It's trying to go over it, which Bitcoin's kind of
I'm
made a
still up.
turn. Yeah, you should still
I'm
be up.
80%.
3 minute, you still have your like a cross in your favor. But 5 minute, they didn't really cross, but it's back above the 50 and headed towards the 13.
It's gonna ride. It's joining the club with Peanut and Rare.
What is the auction? That's
I don't even know. I'm just going up price action. I've seen where it's at on the chart, and it looks like it needs to retrace. Is it gonna crash? No, I don't think. But I'm using it as an insurance policy. Let me see. Yeah, let me I mean, it's only $5. So I kind of want to risk it. Now it's down to $3, $4 profit. It's worth it for me to let it ride at this point.
Yeah, I mean, if Bitcoin can't get up to the top of the W, I don't see auction like doing anything.
It might come back to my entry, but
it's getting on the 1 minute. It's getting rejected at the 50 and going back down.
Thing is, it's already ripped already. It's already made its move.
Right.
For now,
yeah.
For now, at least. Like, look,
Yeah.
4 hour. Let me look at that. Yeah, look at the 4 hour chart. Look at
Yeah.
that.
Everything above 30 minutes, it's so extended. It like has to come back.
At the 4 hour chart, I'm at the top of my short of it.
Right.
Like, yeah, it's perfect short. I'm not closing that. Hell
yeah.
Nah. Even on the daily, look at where my short is. I'm all the way up at the top. It needs to retrace. This needs to come all the way down to 20. At least 26, 27. And even if it's not that, I know I'm going to get 30.
Yeah, 4 hour. It's going to hit the 13. That's it.
But my
30.
greedy ass is coming. I'm coming for 20.
Yeah, I mean that's not your daily. Yeah, your daily's down there at 20. What 13 to 25, 50 to 17.
That's how I'm looking at it. See, when I take these shorts like this, I'm not looking at small time frames. I'm looking at the move it's made on the high time frame. It's already made that crazy move. I know they're going to want their profits.
Oh yeah, no, I mean look at it. Like,
if I'm wrong, I'll lose the 5. It's all right. But if I'm right, I'll gain the hundreds. Cool on that, maybe more.
Right.
So I'm good.
No, that's a good play. I shorted jelly yesterday. Well, it was short term, but did pretty good.
Yeah, let me look at that. I'll tell you what I think. Let me see that.
I mean, I closed it. It was like a 10-minute scalp, but
oh wow, daily. I mean,
had I kept it open, it would still be paying. You know.
I mean, if that's a harder play because of like how volatile it is.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It would have been damn near impossible for you to short that at the top at that 0.32. Whereas if something like you did.
No, I'm trying to say. I was going to tell you where I did. I mean to interrupt. Let me see.
But where I'm just saying it's harder to catch that coin up there because it's such a small wick. Whereas look at auction.
It definitely wasn't
at
this. It was
same thing on rare and even peanut. You couldn't catch that easier up there.
It was around that 2. It was right. It was somewhere in the 2-cent range. Like it had come down. And then I think it lost. I was looking at small frames for the scalp.
Wow.
But it had lost.
I killed peanut.
Yeah, peanuts. That was
jocking myself on the short on peanut. Like my short on peanut is at the top of the wick of that move that it did, which was at 2-1. Oh my god. Yeah, 214. That's the top of that wick. If only I had the balls to put more money, but that would be breaking my rules at this point. I learned my lesson. I'll just end up making a bunch of money and giving it back. Rather be safe and then put it to spot. Oh well. take my free money. Yeah, I'm good. I like what I did. The only thing I might not like, that I might regret, is not buying Beam at 60 in my DCA, which I was asleep.
Yeah, but you know it's going to come back. We got 2 weeks that M2 shit plays out, and you're going to get
probably going to get 60.
Yeah.
I might get 50.
I think you'll get 55 at least.
I mean, even if the man I got, if they want to just totally duke the toilet out and come to 30s and 40s, I'm cool. I'm very happy with that, actually. Then I'll be getting even more. The only thing that can screw me, if everything goes to hell and it never goes up, then I'm screwed.
Yeah.
We'll be in it together.
Well, what am I gonna get? And then
Beam. Beam looks like it's going to break this flag. It's trying.
Need a meme coin too. I think the meme coin I'm gonna buy is Mog.
Yeah, I do like Mog.
I'm not ready. I haven't started yet. I have to finish Beam. I need 5K in Beam at least. I'm getting close though. What am I at? I'll be at like 35 here if I put the next DCA in.
Real trap shit.
My goal is to have 1 million beams. I want to have 1 million beams.
Yo, have you guys heard about the coin called Fat coin?
Fat coin?
Yeah, FAT.
Yep.
No.
It's a new coin. It's a new meme. It's on Deck Screener, and they talked about it on the Joe Rogan podcast for like a minute today, and it almost touched all-time high. Yeah, it's so funny, bro. The content they make, I can't even say it on the YouTube chat, but you gotta check it out. It's called Fat, F-A-T. Hilarious.
Getting fat, dude. Getting fat.
It's only on Deck Screener.
Yeah, it's only on Dexes. It's on no centralized exchange right now. Some more degen play. It just came out 2 weeks ago, but it's at all-time high pretty much.
So wait for it to hit exchanges and then go short.
Yeah, pretty much. Check them out on IG though. The video they put out is so funny.
There's probably still money to make.
Oh yeah, it's only
on
7 mil market cap.
On Dex at least.
Yeah. I'm balls deep in this play. Yeah.
Oh good. I hope you got a good entry.
Anybody play that Yeezy? Yeah. That Yeezy coin?
Yeah, I bought it a little bit yesterday, and then now it's dumping like crazy.
Yeah, I was scalping it. I guess it's the Kanye coin. I have no idea. I have not done any research.
No, I don't think it is. It's rumors, but yeah, I don't think it is.
I was just
YZY Soul. Right?
Yeah, I was getting in and out. It was so quick. It would be like you get in, and it would just like flip around, and it would just be immediate, either up or down. So I was just the weird thing. Okay, on if you have TradingView, the one that coincides sort of with the price on weeks, I noticed it like the chart. I guess they're charting it on. Let me see. I don't know. It's got American flag as the symbol on TradingView. It's like YZY something 6. It's got a 6. I can't. It's like cutting off half the name, but it was running like almost like a candle before the weeks thing. So I'm like, I thought I was like hallucinating, but I just kept going back, and I went back and forth a few times, and I'm like, okay, breaking back over 23 cents, and it just got over all the EMAs. And then, so I'm watching the coin on TradingView, and it goes up to like, wicks up to 27 real quick. And then it's like, I'm like, dude, there's like a 2, fraction cent difference. So like, I was like pre-playing it in a way. Like I went long at like 23, set close stop loss, and then just set targets at 24, 24, 6, 25, like all the way up to 27, and just was like moving up my stop and then it would go on weeks, like seconds, like 30 seconds later, it would go up.
I think if he doesn't mention it, it's just gonna rug, to be honest.
Yeah. No, I was going like I would wait till it made a run, and then I just go short and do the same thing on the way down. Like it was it was working, but it moves so quick. So I mean, like I have to use that auto add margin button just so you don't get wicked out. And then
are you on deck screen right now?
No, I'm on. I got weeks. And I was just saying between it and TradingView, for some reason they're like, whatever. I don't know what the TradingView is like. There's 4 different ones, and they're all different prices. But the one that's like 0.017 right now is the one I was using, and it's like, I don't know why. It's like a candle ahead. I can check right now, see what it's 1719 on TradingView, and then on weeks it's still down at 1714. So, and now it's going 1723 on TradingView. On weeks it's still at 171 going down. And then in a second, I bet you it pops up to 172 on TradingView. It's 171, 170, 171. It's probably going to have a pop 16.9. And back up 170. Yeah, it's like two, almost a candle or 2 candles behind it. It's crazy. Let's see if it goes up to 172 on weeks. Still got to pull back. Let's see. On the other one, it had pulled down to 7. It's now 179. Now it's losing. Yeah. Now the other one's going down. It's going down. It's so crazy, dude. I don't know. It's like slightly different. I think Qui-Gon Jinn was saying something yesterday about the Femex chart on TradingView being at sometimes slightly ahead. I don't know for what coin, but yeah, no, it moves very weird. So I didn't I didn't trust it. So I just want to stay in that for too long. So I was just going 5 minutes in, 5 minutes out. 5 minutes is probably like an overstatement. I have like the finger on the close button, just in case it went haywire. All right, so back to 1.7 on trading view, still at 1.6768 on weeks. And now it's breaking up to 1.7 on weeks.
On what? Doge?
Say what?
What coin?
I was saying that YZY Soul thing.
Oh.
Yeah, it's the weirdest thing I've ever seen, but it's not too crazy. But like I said, if you see how it moves, it's scammy. I don't know how else to put it.
What's the volume on it? Like, how many is it even a million?
I don't know what the market cap. Hold on.
Not the market cap, the volume. Like, how much money?
Volume for 1 minute candles, you've got like anywhere from. It's usually about 30 to 50K.
Let me go look.
Okay, so it's like, I want to say it's like 5 candles behind on trading. Or wait, okay, so here we go. Just launched up to 174 on trading view. It's only at 170 on weeks.
$24-hour volume, 35.78 thousand, 35.80 thousand. Very small. But at least there's some in there.
So it just wicked up to 18. Like crazy. Okay, so park it. So
I'm showing it on spot at 0095 YZY. Is that it? YZY.
at 00 what? 95. Yeah, see on trading view there's like 4 different prices, but on weeks, weeks and spot and futures are way different.
Why is it showing YZY and YZY Soul as 2 different prices?
I don't know. I'm got on the YZY Soul on USDT.
YZY Soul is on futures.
Yeah.
Only.
Right.
I don't like that.
I just turned my $4 into $18. Woohoo!
On that YZY?
No, I'm staying away from that thing. Well, I just don't want to support his shit.
I would too, man.
Take that 18 off 4, take that 14, go buy something on spot, come back with the 4, and go at it again.
Yeah, if I can do that 8 more times, I can be a millionaire.
Wow.
If you 4x your trade from $4 8 times, you'll have $1 million. But yeah,
you'll
that's
be able to
too
do
risky.
that.
I don't want to just keep risking.
Start going into, you'll have to, when you get a bigger amount, you'll have to go into a higher liquidity.
Yeah, it's too risky.
Leverage play. You have to go like do Trump or something. It's easy to do it with a tiny bit because there's not much have to sell.
Let's see. I think it's 5 candles. So 3 candles in. I'm doing this a test. Super small position. It worked yesterday, but we all know that just what worked yesterday doesn't necessarily play today. Wow.
So tomorrow's the FOMC meeting. They won't have another one until May. Is that correct?
I think so.
So if they don't end QT now, we got to wait till May.
Yeah, I have to go back to real crime. It's a drought out here. We'd be starving. And I'm hungry as hell out here, dude.
So let's say hypothetically they would end QT. Maybe they don't mention anything about QE just yet, but do you think people would shove the price down? You think they'd want to shove it down ahead of the meeting? Or do you think they would want to front run it?
Man, I'm like, my faith is so stricken that I feel like no matter what, it's good or bad news, everything just goes against. Everything shits the bed. But that's I don't know. That's a Dbloc. That's a Dbloc question, I think. But I mean, my opinion is it's going to shit the bed. Whether pre-shit or post-shit, there's going to be dookie. Gonna be dookie.
Yeah, I've heard it's gonna be one of the buy the rumor and sell the news, possibly. And it seems like that's what it's kind of been like the last couple news events that we've had.
But ending QT, I mean, you don't really want to sell that news, do you? Kind of want to buy that news.
Well, that's the thing. You buy the rumor, so you're expecting. Hopefully, they are gonna say that. So you buy the rumor, and if it doesn't happen, then you just sell it in the news. And if it does happen, you just let it ride. I guess I don't know. That's just my thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people would want to buy the rumor, so maybe they dump it on those people that are buying the rumor, and then they actually buy the news when it's low. It's all hypothetical, of course.
Yeah, no, 100%, and that's the game we gotta figure out. But to be honest, I mean, all we really need is the charts. The charts tell us everything. It's not really. We need to pay attention to the news.
Yeah, this is true.
I've got an acquaintance that doesn't follow any news, and he does pretty well with volume profiles and stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't follow any news either. Not that I'm doing well, but I'm mentally sound because I don't really adhere to all the programming. Try to avoid it.
Yeah, it's risky because the news can make you FOMO or FUD very quickly.
Right. I mean, honestly, I feel like the only news I need pretty much someone's gonna say something on this channel. So I don't care about any of the other stuff. Like, if it's gonna affect the markets, that's it's the FOMC, Powell's on the printer. Like, someone on here is gonna say something, so I can let others watch it. You know what I mean? They're gonna we'll get the cliff notes. We'll get the cliff notes, and we'll get the kind of how it's relevant and how it's gonna, the possibilities of it affecting what we're doing. So, like, I've got too much going on, and I just don't have time to. I don't have cable. I mean, I'm not trying to watch any. Try to get my mother to quit watching it for 10 years. That has failed. But yeah, it's all a TV show, dude. You know what I mean? They have. Y'all saw the movie WALL-E? Remember the movie WALL-E? About the little robot?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I love that movie.
Yeah. So I even said it when it came out. I was young then, but gotta think we're already in WALL-E world. Like, we do not. Sure, we still have our bones, and we still it's not post-apocalyptic, but we are in the world of instant gratification. Like, everybody's addicted to screens. They haven't come out with it yet, but SDD is going to be the new ADD. They just haven't coined the term yet. But you've got SDD, screen dependency disorder. I made that up, but I bet you some doctor will patent the name before I do because he's got money. But we were already in that zone, you know what I mean? They've got everybody where they want them to be. There's, it's very much I wouldn't say everybody's fat and doesn't have bones, but if you're in America, we definitely have some close to that. So that's just autonomous, you know what I mean? The world is set up. The wolf will win. We're the sheep, so the sheep don't get to pick. Everything everything's made to take up your time and keep you in a box. And I spent my entire life trying to stay out of boxes just to become. I spontaneously make boxes. As weird as that sounds, it's the truth. I'm a box maker now, guys. Making boxes.
I think bots. I think prison.
But I mean, you've seen it. I don't know how many of you have parents or boomers or most. And I don't mean that in a derogatory way. I just mean that generation in a whole. They've just been the programming that's been going through the TV and internet the last almost 10, 15 years has been more successful at like chaining everyone to their screens with invisible chains. You know, it's everyone's stuck on red versus blue, white versus black, you know, right versus left. It's a constant, like, they want everybody to hate one thing, to hate each other, and they're good at doing it. I mean, there's like that's
making frogs gay, bro.
Works. Not all just subliminal messaging. Some of it's right in front of you, but a lot of it's just straight brainwash. It's kind of like the Batman Forever movie when the Jim Carrey puts those things on the TVs. Like, everybody, we've already got those, and like the crazy thing is, it's like even we think we're smart and we have this technology and all this stuff. Like, we're only years away from being the old people getting fooled by the computers, if we're not already there. And we're probably already there, you know, we're just in denial. But the ego will tell you, oh, I'm smarter than the computer. It won't fool me, you know? Just like it's telling all of our parents they're so smart, but they're so obsessed with whatever political game that they don't have a say in, you know? And it's like, they need just like Dbloc says that, you know, traders they all need a target they can agree on. That's how the system works. Like, they want, like, how does the cabal choose who sits in the president's chair? Like, they want a target, not that everybody agrees, that maybe everybody at the cabal's table agrees on, but they want a target everybody can fight over. You know, they want someone that 50% of the country will hate and 50% of the country will love, because that'll keep everyone at each other's throats so they don't go looking up the government's ass. Anyway, I don't need to fucking go down this. Sorry for the French. They said I was insane for 20 years, and in 10 years they'll know I was right.
Oh yeah, man.
Be careful, because after a couple of times, you know, we have to time you out.
Yeah, they know what they're doing though. They absolutely know what they're doing.
It's all skated. It's all a scam, dude.
Making frogs gay.
Bunch of Ponzi bureaucrats, dude. We're just down here trying to get our piece before the EMPs drop, you know?
Yeah, bro. Like, and that's the thing, man.
My cake, dude. Can I eat my fucking cake? Sorry again, French.
All right, you're pushing it now. You really have to be careful, because, you know, for the sanctity of the place, we have to time you out if you keep going.
Lose all my marbles and turn into a real spaghetti box.
But yeah, that's the word of the year for me, man. Scam. Everything is a scam.
It's like my life motto. Yeah, I found that most rules are not real. You know, they're just put there to hinder the possibilities.
You know that term shadow.
But you know, so it's just the world we live in, dude. Bunch of rich money losing. You know, people just moving rich money around. It's
Yeah, once people realize that we're really property, you know, like assets, as far as like American people, I can't speak for other countries, but as far as Americans go, we're assets to a corporation, straight up.
oh yeah, no, we're indentured servitude, land of the free.
Yeah.
I think the rest of the world knows we're the empire. We're just, you know, it's like everything's backwards, you know.
The thing is,
Like
like,
we're
this is the thing about. Oh, go ahead, brother.
no, you go. I've been rambling. Mine will
I just
tie
want
into
to
your
co-sign.
point.
I just want to co-sign what you're saying. You know, like the whole world knows that we're like the empire. The thing is like, why did it take so long for us to realize we're the empire? Because like, I don't know, it feels like the world the world knows, but like almost like Americans weren't really in on it. We just thought we were the best nation in the world and all this, you know, yada yada yada. But you know, we're the empire, like you said, man.
Well, it's like the propaganda, you know what I mean? So think like you can use China or you can use Russia as example, but it's kind of like that they like make those comics where it's like a different universe and Superman is in Russia instead. So it's like you got to think in all the books over there, like Russia, like in their in their books and their war history and all the stuff, like when they're taught stuff, like they're the heroes. Just like when we grow up and everything, we're the American hero and we're like heroes. But in most of the other countries, like we're the villain. You know what I mean? It's all backwards. That's why I always like it's like you have everything that think of all the stuff you go to the store and everyone has a kind of you have like a built-in maybe instinctual thought that when you have like any kind of product, it could be a toy or a Walkman or like an air fryer. If it says made in China, we have this kind of most people have this kind of like, oh, it's cheap. It's cheap. Like made in China is cheap, and made in America is oh, it's good, it's authentic, and it's classy. But over there, like think about it, I think everything is backwards. So like I bet you in China, like China has a bunch of nice shit, you know, and it's all like it's basically the opposite. It's like we everything we think is cheap, you know, we're just it's all a point of reference. Like we've all got our goggles on, you know, and like we were raised with the goggles, just like we were raised to think like the people who started this war in Ukraine. It's like a casino, you know, and there's not. I don't think the people that everyone is always mad at, you know, whether it's Americans being mad at the guy in the chair because he's on the other side and mad at their friends because of some voting democracy thing, and then think people like we're just told, okay, blame Putin or blame that guy in that chair for the war. But you got to think the people running the casino, they're controlling the poker table and they know the players and they're control the cards. So if they deal the cards a certain way, which they know how Putin plays poker. They know how they put Zelensky in that chair. They have a plant over here that's Poland. They have, they set everybody in these chairs and they rig the game because that's the narrative, and they, their ultimate goal, which I don't know what it is. I'm just saying, let's say their ultimate goal is we need to corner the oil market or get all the uranium out of this mountain, or like, it doesn't matter what it is. They needed everybody to demonize Russia and make Putin, like, I don't know if he's a good or a bad guy. I don't care. I'm saying, but they needed him to be the new villain, and they needed, a test ground for a bunch of new drone warfare or whatever. And it's like, if they can set all these events into place, it allows them, okay, hey, we're just happening to we've been building this tunnel in Alaska to the thing. It's like, it's all power. They're gonna get what they want. And it's, at the end, they're just expanding the empire. And I don't think it's America or, NATO, or like, I think the table where the cabal sits, I doubt that any of us will ever see the faces or know the names of the people at the table. I think the people on the screen that everyone wants to point a finger at are always just scapegoats, But anyway, I sound like a crazy person. But...
Well, they got books. They're not as smart as you think. They have books where they literally tell you what they're going to do.
Oh yeah.
Like have you read their Agenda 2030?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, you need to go read that. Just Google it. You can pull it up.
It's tight.
And once you read that, they're going to tell you exactly what they want to do.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like Art of War, the whole pandemic and all that stuff, man. I mean, that was Sun Tzu, like, to the T, if you think about it. Just
yeah, they run simulations to see on computers what would happen before they do the real things. You can go to the World Economic Forum and you can read what their plans are and what they want to do.
Oh yeah, that's why I think it's like it sounds crazy, but it's like, that's why I don't know this shit, but it's like the people that are in charge.
You can know. All you have to do is go read it and you'll know.
Well, they're like 50 months ahead at this point, Like,
the crazy thing is, whenever I tell a lot of people about these things, I get called tinfoil, this and that, and it's not even a conspiracy, because you could just go read it and it's put out. They're telling you literally. It's crazy. So,
well, it's
anyway.
they put it in the it's in the programming as well, like, kind of for the desensitization thing. So it's like, I mean, I'm not saying I haven't read that thing. I am going to. Can you send that to me in Discord? Was that blank? Article 3. Damn it, what did you say?
Just message me.
Yeah. And then
email my name, and it says my website.
Yeah, you sent me the music you sent me the, what's it called? The European distributor.
Oh, okay. I can't look right now. Just send me a message. I'll read it. All
right, doggy. But yeah, dude, it's like the people running the show. So I try to explain to my mom. We've argued about this for 10 years. And it's just like, and this is before I was in the film industry. I used to say the same thing. I was like, look, this whole thing is, the game is pay to win. The game is rigged against. It's not like, at the end of the day, the sheep don't get to pick. Like, the vote is more of a survey / census than it is like an actual choice. I firmly believe that. Like,
Emad, I finally read that swap stuff, man. That dude is bad.
Oh,
Wait,
I'm
which
glad
one?
you read it.
Oh
Klaus
yes,
Schwab.
it's not just the guy printed his own book, man, and the
Yeah.
I didn't even like the WEF because this is before I spoke to EMAD. There's a guy that I really trust, and he warned people about this guy, and like I already knew it, but I actually went and read what this guy printed in his own book. Man, he is bad, 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 bad.
Wait, which guy printed?
Schwab.
He's
the head of the WEF. Just read his own book, man, and you will just be
Klaus
shocked.
Schwab.
Bad man.
KLOUS, I believe.
No, he's head of the WEF. You can look him up.
WAB.
Yep, he's head of the WEF.
You can read they're putting out books. You just can read what they're going to do.
Well,
nothing. They're not even hiding it.
No, you don't need. He's bad. Just read it for yourself, because then we don't have to tell you the kind of horrible things that man.
You want to know who the bad guys are? Just look at who
is
attending the meetings.
I got you.
They're
the ones
right there.
Yes, that's Alex Jones.
Dude, don't even need to talk about Alex Jones. Just read the head of the WEF's own book.
It's not even a conspiracy, though.
I know. I found him. No, it's not. I don't
think it's a conspiracy all the time. It's not even a conspiracy.
I don't think I don't think
all he's doing is just reading. He's just reading the same damn information.
I just read the guy's book. The guy that's head of the WEF. Read his own book.
You're talking about the fourth industrial, that one? Which book did you read?
You'll
I'm just
find
looking
it.
at the list of them.
The Great Reset.
Yep, that's the one.
Oh, the Great Reset. Okay, I see it.
Like a blue cover.
Yeah, okay.
Another guy you want to read the book of is Noah Yuval Harari. This guy's a real scumbag. He has no respect for natural order, human life. He's a real
people they go on about trying to reduce population. Well, just have a look how this guy wants to do it. Swab, what a dirtbag.
Yeah, you're like a insect to them. You're like a pest.
Yeah. Yeah, sheep. You know, bugs.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, it's good these days if people want to.
I don't find it conspiracy at all. I feel like I'm glad you showed me that, because I'm like, anytime she's like, what is your proof that blah 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 and this and that, I'm just like, I don't even need to do any proof. I just know that it's never what you think it is, you know. So but this would be great because I could actually have some reference.
You only have to read about one paragraph in that guy's book, and you'll just be like, oh. And I already didn't like the guy, and I already knew all this, but then I actually read what he wrote, and your guts will drop.
I just go look at their meetings, and I see who's from my country that's attending, and I see them right there.
You'll see them everywhere. You'll start seeing them everywhere.
John Kerry, he's a real scumbag.
Like, it's not third person's account. I wrote it and published it, man. And that book.
What about? You remember McAfee with the poop hammocks?
This guy makes McAfee look like Father Chris.
God damn it. Got on my tirade. Lost my ass. And it's gone. Oh, nice.
What a nice man.
Yeah, real Gandhi over there, bud.
Just a regular Mother Teresa.
The mother of Mother Teresa. Tell your fool lie. Oh.
Anyone want to vote back censorship? Let's bring that back again.
Get some censorship going.
Oh yeah,
For
we
the
don't have enough,
kids.
we don't have enough censorship. Yeah, save the children.
And I hate children, dude. That's just kidding. Nah, they're good. They're just, pieces of shit.
Children are innocent.
They're great. They're great, except sometimes they're total pieces of garbage.
Bro, they're so judgmental.
What's up?
They don't want us to use the F word because this is live on YouTube,
We're not.
and
Yeah,
it can
we're
run
not. We wouldn't use it.
his algorithm. His algorithm could get shadow banned.
Yeah, we're trying not to.
We don't want to. We don't want to
Try
screw
not
the
to-
brother over. That's it.
Plus,
We
there
don't
can
wanna
be kids
screenshot.
listening, and we want
Gotta
to keep
act
it
like you in
classy to
church.
attract new people.
Just keep it PG, guys. Myself, more educated.
Keep it well read and educated and use.
Actually, that's why I really didn't want to enter that conversation either. But
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Back to the charts, boys.
oh, trust me, I know. I'm a shadow ban MFer on
Same.
social media.
I
But
don't.
lately, I'm actually starting to get seen now a little bit. They're starting to recommend me after I shut up.
You were telling me about that the other night. So they're
I had to
easing.
conform.
The pen's mightier than the sword.
That's true. Yeah, I did the same thing. It's like make a band that your grandma can listen to. Some PG rap, dude. Oh, I need to listen to your stuff. I have it on my list. It's on Spotify too.
What?
Your stuff, your stiff,
Oh,
your
me?
stuff, your tape.
Well, my
Tape-a-rooney.
old stuff is on there. I'm very close to deleting everything off of digital platforms.
Yeah,
nothing new. I'm not putting nothing new there. I'm like kind of rebelling against them because when you do the math, I could sit there and let somebody pay me 0.003 or 0.000 whatever 3.
Yeah.
Or I could sell them, or I could sell you my album for $20, and you do the math and tell me how long it's going to take me to make that $20 off of that.
Oh no, you're 1,000% right on that one.
It's sick. Good luck. If to anybody who thinks they're going to be a musician and stream and make a living.
Yeah, I just actually scrubbed everything I had from the internet.
I'm getting ready. I'm really close to doing that. I'm just leaving the old stuff up. Nothing new's going. Anybody who wants album, buy a CD. That's where it's going. You don't listen? You don't have a CD player? Go buy one.
Wait, what?
Or
Like,
go rip it to USB or your device or whatever you got to do.
they need to bring back mini disc.
I'm bringing back.
I'm done with streaming. I hate streaming now. They screwed me.
You're better off selling a DAT tape.
Better off selling a CD or a vinyl or a cassette.
I'm doing all three. We're trying to get them ordered right now. I've already got the tapes. I just have to finish
And
the
that's
cover.
what I don't got. I need the tape place if it's a deal. I got the.
Oh yeah.
CD.
Hold on, I got you, dog.
Just message me.
It's sick too. I use them for the last record and this one. It's crazy. I bought the tape for this one.
Well, you got to buy a bulk of them up front. They don't drop ship.
Years ago, like 7 years to do this record.
Oh my God, that's long. I'm working on an AI video right now. I figured off
the best one. Have that drop for the.
I really like your x.com, your Twitter page, email. It's looking really good, man.
Oh, I wanted to give you, that AI program that makes oh yeah, I'm gonna check you out too, man. But I was in here talking about that AI program that makes songs for you or whatever, and I was like putting all my trading rules into a song so I remember them better. Bro, I went down the rabbit hole and made myself a couple albums, bro. Just like super personalized. Like I ain't gonna lie, one of them got me all emotional, man. The AI know what they doing. You can put your own lyrics and everything, tweak it. Like, oh man, I go down the rabbit hole every night now.
Let's hear one.
Peace.
Say what?
Let's hear one.
I know, right? I'm gonna
Come on, man. No, you had an excuse the other night.
like,
you can't come bragging you made a bunch of
I got one for you.
Come on, man.
I got one for you. As soon as I get off this truck, I'm gonna go ahead and upload it for you. I'm a little insecure about it, but I didn't write it or I didn't make it, so I'll play it. It's nice though. You gotta tweak the prompts and whatnot, but when you find a good one, oh man, that some of those things be slapping.
Dude, being insecure, this is the best place to play it because you don't know none of them.
True. No, I got you. I'll upload it when I get off of work. I'll upload my favorite one. Y'all tell me what you think. I'm gonna need some of y'all to put something out there though. I need to hear something either for EMAD or I might make a little track, put it up there too. I want to hear y'all.
check out my AI video I got posted. The music's original, and I put my face and the artist on the song with me into the AI, and it prompted to what I wanted it to do, and it made the video. It did it pretty. I'd say 95% happy with it. We got a couple. There was one scene where it had one of the other guy in the song was kind of walking in the air a little bit, but other than that, how do you find me? At drastic measures, but the is a L instead of an I in drastic. Let me know what you think.
Real deal.
For sure. I got maybe like an hour and a half of work. So, yeah.
I just shot you that link for the cassettes.
What instrument do you play?
Do I play?
Yeah.
I play a little bit of everything, but I for the band I play the piano and do all the vocals.
Oh, you do vocals
stuff.
too.
I write.
So
I do the arrangements and stuff too. There's
what instruments do you have in house?
in house. Oh man, I got a bunch. I got a trumpet, got a cornet, I got a clarinet, I got a little organ, got some synthesizers, I got a banjo, guitar, rear organ. I got a euphonium. About to have a trombone. I can't play.
Do you do violin? You use strings?
My wife's the violin player, but she doesn't play that much.
But piano can work
well,
too.
I know. I have some. Yeah, I have some too. And I mean, piano, I can do. Any kind of. Of course, like.
But if you
would you play over a beat, over a drum beat?
Yeah, dude, I used to make hip hop beats like way back in the day too. I could. That's what you're talking about for the intro thing, or just for any.
Make
Dude,
a beat.
Beat machines.
Oh, yeah.
Have you ever used Reason Studios? Have you ever used Reason Studios, Emad?
I used to use Reason 3 back in the day.
Reason Studios, the latest strings on there. Oh my gosh, the violin! It's got.
Yeah, I don't have it anymore, but that was
the latest one. The latest one strings all the articulations. You can just modulate. It sounds just like a real violin. Everything. It's pretty wild. Not a real violin. Oh, yeah, it's pretty close.
Yeah. My buddy works for like Fender and PreSonus, so I can get almost any program they have for free.
Oh yeah, I've got the full license. You can get the subscription these days as well, and actually we distribute it through no Reason Studios. We distribute it, but I've got the full license for it. PreSonus make the best speakers now, man, for the price. Unbelievable speakers.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He does like. I mean, I guess he works in like some kind of district, like you like doing giant orders for companies. I think it's all like kind of B2B stuff, but he's also just the engineer in the band. Like he's got a studio that we've recorded both records at. He's just my best friend, It's like 2 miles away, so we're mixing all the stuff right now. He makes some sick, like he's probably the best musician I know, but he has a bunch of different projects. One is like this. It's instrumental, and he samples a bunch of horror movies and stuff, and he plays all the parts for it. He actually did arrangement for the Night of the Living Dead, he did a full soundtrack, like an original soundtrack to it. We had a show here where they played it at the Manship Theater, and they played live with the movie. But
do you know who Hans Zimmerman is?
Oh yeah. Oh Zimmer.
Yeah.
Dude, I have all his VSTs
Please, all of them. They're so good.
I love Zimmer.
Yeah, he's the man.
Do you play? You said you play violin. No, you got a reason.
Yeah, the latest one, I bought it for my kid because she plays violin, and then I bought her the new keyboard for it and everything, and you can just dial in all of the articulations from a violin. It sounds so creepy, but it's so cool. You can make it sound like you can't play a violin. You can make it sound like a proper violin. You can. It's really cool. The subscription, you don't even need to buy the software anymore. You can pay like $20 a month or whatever it is, and load up the violin simulator thing.
We've been using. You use Reaper at all?
I know what Reaper is. The best video I've ever seen on that stuff's by Dom and Roland. He's amazing. He does a lot of stuff with Reaper.
I'm also do music, and Reaper is the #1 for me, guys.
I love Reaper. Like that's
there's a masterclass by Dom and Roland. He shows a bit about it. He's really good.
We've done like we've done the last 2 records with Reaper. It's he's got, I mean, everything you can think of for the plug-in, for the mixing.
I like all the doors. I like Logic, and I like Ableton. I like Cubase. I like Pro Tools. I like all of them. I love all the doors.
Yeah, it used to be Ableton, Audacity. That was way back in the day.
Well,
I used Logic for the longest time.
Yeah, I use Logic.
And the Acid 4, Acid 5.
Oh yeah, Acid's tight. It's funny. It used to be like 20 years ago. It was like everybody's like, "Oh, you better have Pro Tools." Like you go to the studio and they had Pro Tools. It was like you were like, "Oh my god, this place is so nice."
Pro Tools is still pretty good for session recording, but yeah, Logic's pretty much.
Awesome. I feel like all of them kind of like up their game to be,
they're all the same.
Exactly. They're all like, they've all came up to the same, like, the bar was set, and now they're all just at the bar trying to raise it on each other, but it's pretty even across the board.
I still like Pro Tools for some of the display and the session recording, but I like them all.
Yeah, I just like the stuff I had for home recording, like I lost most of that in that hurricane. So I mean, I do most of my recording just at the studio.
You guys ever heard of VSX headphones?
No. I do.
So they their headphones are like top of the line, but what they do is they complement it with their software, and it allows you to change your output. So if they ever made a song and then that song sounds like crap in your car, or it sounds like crap on your phone, but it sounds really good on your studio speakers. Well, it allows you to switch the environment for mastering, so that makes sure that it sounds good on all outputs. I've had them for a couple months, man, and it has changed everything. I would get no complaints about, oh, this doesn't sound good on my theater, or this doesn't sound good on the phone, or it sounds good on the phone, but it doesn't sound good on my headphones, or whatever. It allows you to to target specific devices.
Oh yeah, some people just have a little boom box next to them and stuff like that to do a mix down. You can, that's cool. It does that for you. You can switch on the headphones to mix it.
That's cool. So I don't know what's so special about the physical headphones, but they sell it as like as a married ecosystem.
Well,
you buy their headphones.
They might have good staging. There's these Audis that were awesome, and man, they've got like magnetic plate ones. They're so heavy, but the staging on them's amazing. Just the stereo imaging is quite crazy.
Yeah, I mean, if you got a really good ear and you are a mastering master, then you probably don't need something like this. But for a hobbyist, for me, man, it's totally changed. I feel bad because I listen to my old songs and I'm like, oh my god, I can't believe I let that go through.
Yeah, right. The world wasn't ready for that.
I don't like mastering on headphones anymore. I spend too much time in headphones.
I'm so bad at the mastering process that it's like I just let Benny do. He's got the ear and the stuff. Because The one time he let me do he gave me all the files for the record. I went on like a week-long bender and ended up like, it's like there's an army of saxophones, and for some reason, like it would get to this part in the song and it almost like scare you how loud it is. And when I gave it back to him, I was like, dude, I can't find this saxophone. It's so loud. I like clicked something and I'm like that. And he found it. It was like one sax track was plus 14 decibels. So it was,
Yeah. You need to.
I just refer to it as, it's
You
like,
have to work in LUFs, not DBs, and then you'll start
yeah.
figuring it out.
Oh, I mean, I'm like, dude, my ears are, I don't know. I've got a good ear, a relative pitch, but like for mastering, I just say, you know, I'm like the monster. He's the Dr. Frankenstein, and that's what happens when you let when the monster gets into the doctor's ketamine stash and goes amp it, you know. So
Yeah, mastering is a real specialty. It's not
It's the
something.
hardest part, man.
I'm not allowed to have the files anymore. In other words, we
You
leave
can
that
learn
up.
it, but you'll spend
I
a.
can. I
You know,
like watch. I'm a watch and do kind of guy, but I trust his judgment because it's like, man, I'm a freak. I gotta get it together, guys. But I can I'm more the writer, you know. I wrangle the cats and I write all this stuff and just try to get everybody to show up in the same room, same time, which is hard. That's the hardest part sometimes. It's a big band. What do you use mainly? Jacket? Like, what do you play?
So I use Ableton Live because I record my own instruments, but I'll use virtual instruments too.
Yeah.
Like, but
What
mostly
instrument?
the toggle harpa. I don't know if you know, or they call it a tala harpa. It's a Nordic, ancient Nordic instrument.
Oh yeah.
And then I play the
I-
hurdy-gurdy.
there's one thing.
Dude.
There's one
Yeah.
thing in Ableton that there's one thing in Ableton that's just in nothing else. It's operator, the FM synth with the filters.
Oh yes.
Nothing that you cannot possibly. FM8, nothing like the Native Instruments FM8 will not replace the filters on operator. It's like literally completely unique. I can deal with getting rid of Ableton if I had to, but not operator. It's amazing.
I mean, the problem with organic instruments is that it's really hard to produce the dynamics in a digital environment. And I tried forever using all of the Toggle Harpa sound libraries, and I just could not get it to be authentic, even with all of the modifications of you know, ramping and rising, et cetera, and then all your dynamics. And I just said, screw it, I'm learning this damn thing. And I went and built my own, and nothing replaces the deep drone sound you get from my instrument, man. It's not reproducible.
But for the bass end, like normally for like music producers like Noisier, they did all the Transformers soundtracks and stuff. You'll still take a analog and layer it. It's all about layers if you're producing digital music. It's not, so you just can't reproduce that low end. So you take some Roland analog synth and then layer it over. But all music's about layering, like really like Foley kind of style thing. Organic, you never get the type of reverbs and natural sounds that you will from actual glass and plastic.
Well, I mean,
just can't.
but like by capturing the horsehair of a Toggle Harpa, man, like it makes a different raw sound that no other instrument makes. And when you record it and you sample it and sell that library, you lose some of that detail, right? You can kind of hear it, but it's just not. I don't know how to. I'm not explaining it very well, but it's just you can feel it in your bones, I guess.
No, it makes sense.
No, well,
I mean,
live music can't be replaced, really. I mean, that's not possible. But you can get pretty close with good studios and good miking and good mastering. It's probably a lot to do with the mastering. but there's nothing that will replace natural sound. But I'm a digital musician, so I've learnt a bit though about getting organic sounds, and that's what you really.
Dude, that's awesome. I had no idea. You and I have talked a lot, and I had no idea you were into that, man. I'll hit you up on this like a direct chat. I would love to hear some of your stuff, or just poke you for advice.
You can ask me advice. Like, I was always just an experimental. I'm the nerd in the background, but I was very, very lucky to work with a guy. He's not even producing anymore. He works for Mercedes now, but he was worldwide. So, but he showed me a lot. He used to run master classes. Me, I'm just a person that spent way too many time doing master classes. But I've never really made anything. I played at one concert when I was 18. And I'm just a nerd. Like I know a stupid, ridiculous amount about setting up things. So people used to like get me to help them set stuff up. But in terms of, I'm not a musician really, but I know a little bit too much about audio and tech.
No, yeah, I mean, I'm fairly new, and then it's hard because I suffer from imposter syndrome where like I'm afraid to share my music because everybody and their mom wants to have everybody listen to their music, and you're trying to be nice and you don't know what to say because it's like you can tell it's amateurish. So I just try to keep into my people's and but when I hear other people that like making, I don't care what kind of music it is, just the process of making music, it's so I don't know. It's like something I missed out my whole life, and I don't know why I'm trying to catch up right now. But it's amazing new world that I want to dive into.
Very therapeutic, just like bobbing your head, putting it together.
Because I can lose on here all day, but if I could do that, that's all that counts. Won't cut the arm off yet, boys.
When you sit down at 8 p.m. and you realize it's 4 a.m.
When you're making music or trading crypto?
Yeah, no, both. But I'm making music too.
This is where I learned my bad habits.
Guys, when you go to the off-topic chat and look at the pictures on March 3rd, that's my setup. So you see both. That's what I do. I'm also have like a couple sample machines and keyboards and guitar and piano and this and that, and I do cover songs. And you see my screen on March 3rd. That's what I do. I'm making music, and the same one time actually I left the mic open, and you guys said, "Oh, mic open," and I was playing some techno, like a slow techno. It was perfect for this chat. I was enjoying it.
I gotta say, there's definitely got to be a core. I mean, the big one there is a musician, DJ, or everybody. There's some correlation between some.
Man, the number of plugins I used to use is probably more than the number of indicators that Dbloc knows how to use. It's crazy.
Yep, I've been there.
I got a couple terabytes in loops too, loops and samplers. I'm collecting them like 20 years.
Hey, Andrew, do you give lessons, man?
No, man, no. It's I never thought about it. I'm just.
Would you be up for like a commission or like doing some sort of like paid commission type lessons?
For what? Basically, what I do is I do cover songs, and and then other than that, I have beat machines I'm using, and actually I'm using Reaper for editing and mastering or whatever, But what do you want to learn,
Well, I mean, like, a lot of digital musicians are self-taught. And I mean, like a lot of people follow YouTube videos, they get some equipment or they get some software and they learn on their own, and they're always stuck in their own vacuum. They rarely share. There's ever really an avenue where you can share your screen with someone else and say, look at my composition. What would you do different? What am I doing wrong? Am I working harder and not smarter? Like, it's always nice to have somebody externally look at your workflow to see what you what you can improve on. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Actually, I'm using the Reaper. If you interested in using the Reaper, I can show you a couple stuff on that. But I love Reaper. That has many. Even Foco.
What do you
when
do
you
your
sing.
compositions on? What do you use for the compositions?
Well, I mean, you're asking Andrew or me?
Is it sheet music or is it?
Oh no, definitely not. When I say composition, I use that word very loosely. I'm talking about your workflow in your DAW.
Yeah, in the DAW. Okay. Yeah, I was just clarifying. Yeah, I mean, go ahead, Doggy.
No, I have like 3 keyboards, and I was planning to learn playing piano all my life, and all I can do is just making loops and samples and put it in the software or using it in the beat machines you see on the left and right side when you look at the pictures on the after pic chat. And
yeah, I saw that post, man. I thought, I was like, yes, there's other audio people in here.
Yeah.
Audio files.
Actually,
the best file.
Actually, that's just a middle part. I have this stuff surrounding me on the left side and right side too.
That's why I was asking Three Guns if I could use his voice when he said, buy the tops and sell the bottoms in his English, I don't know, Renaissance voice.
Yeah.
No matter what my accent, if I do an accent, it comes out as either Irish grandma or like demented redneck, But
you do a pretty good Renaissance voice, man.
That was my aristocrat.
There you go.
Aristocrat voice. Like long the top and short the bottom.
It's perfect, man. I don't know. I don't know if anybody's ever gave you feedback on that, but it's pretty damn good. It's almost like you could be a voiceover for some of the games.
Oh, it's funny, during pandemic, I had a Let's Play channel, kind of like Beard Bros with a friend of mine, and we were just I say I was badly voice acting. He's got a good voice, but we would do like Fire Emblem or Final Fantasy X, but we would voice all the people, It's instantly canceled. I'll never run for politics now. So it's just us talking the whole time and saying things.
That was probably a good. That was probably a good thing, though.
It was good. I just ended up wearing all the hats, and I couldn't get him to adhere to a schedule. Really, it was like I was like, all right, man, we got to do this 40 hours a week.
If you want to see some mad workflow, look up The Raven by Slate Digital. Oh man, Slate, that guy's. Oh, I can share stuff with you. I can share stuff with you off topic at some point, man. I'll try. I actually basically quit touching anything to do with audio when I lost my eyesight completely a couple of years ago. But I got a few people that are getting me back into it. So,
what is there's one plugin, I think 8-bit Magic World. Have you heard of that one? But it lets you do the like kind of video game sounds, like the sine waves and stuff from the 16-bit era and 8 bits. But I did all the music for that channel too, just the intros, the outros.
That's cool.
Ooh, man, there was like a punk band over here in in Florida, Tampa Bay area that did nothing but like video game 16-bit sounds, like like remixes to Zelda and Mario. It's a punk band.
Horse the band.
Oh man, I was hoping one of y'all knew what it was, but that's all they did was like video game remixes, man. It was so good.
Ooh, damn! I can't think. I know Horse the Band did use some kind of synth waves stuff, but I don't know if they did full video game covers. I think
from my punk band era, so like it might have been
Oh yeah, I mean I'm from Carolina. I grew up basically doing punk rock, hardcore, early solid state days. Then went down to Louisiana and started doing gypsy jazz. It's been through a lot of different musical phases. Had the whole hip hop phase in the early 20s.
Check out that instrument I put in off-topic chat. You guys will get a kick out of it. I'll post the YouTube video to it too. It's funny.
All right. Did I get liquidated?
Cool looking thing, man.
Nice.
And there's the video.
It's a sampler machine?
Yeah, but it's so amazing, man, because it has like everything. It's almost embarrassing because it's like it's everything combined into one device that you would pay thousands of dollars for different sound libraries in VST and your DAW. So it's very creative how they put it all together in this one device. And then if you're a DJ, it's perfect. I mean, I don't know anything about DJing, but obviously it has like, you know, all the digital outs and stuff to plug into your equipment. So you could literally do like, you know, whatever type of medieval dance music or whatever you want when you're out on the road or whatever.
Have you seen Eurorack? Is the Eurorack standard?
No.
Oh, it's a standard, modular standard, so you can buy all components and just build your own stuff. Like it's like the old Moog sort of gear, but you can get anything in Eurorack standard. You look up Eurorack and you'll get dials, knobs, synths, filters. Oh man, it's just I haven't delved into it too much, but I love the Morpheus rack on there. Oh man, the filters. But yeah, Eurorack, if you like building instruments, that's how you can build them these days in hardware yourself. It's a standard Eurorack. As soon as you see it, you'll be freaking out.
Yeah, this is a good. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I jotted that down.
That's a standard. It's just huge now. There's just unlimited stuff you'll find on the Eurorack.
So Andrew, yeah, I mean I think 300 sounds like steep for one small device like that, but if you watch the video and you can see what it's capable of doing, it is so amazing, man.
Yeah, I was looking at it by you guys talking, and like I said, I have this Korg, the Electripes, and I have the blue one, you know, the MX and the SX, and this stuff basically the similar thing. You know, it has all the moderator and FX and all kind of stuff on it. You know, and you can load you can load your stuff. You know, this is also $500. Think was when I bought it. You know, right now it's still surprised, you know, when you look at it, Core Tribe, you look at an eBay or all over the place, they're still asking 300, 400, 500 easy.
I've still got my Virus. It's one of the last things. I've got my Mini Nova and I've got a couple of my decks and my RME interface. I've still got that left now. So I've got to plug it all back in again.
Fly, are you going to continue to lose your eyesight, or is it stopped? Like,
yeah, it just keeps getting worse. It's like every week. Like
dude, there's a lot of hope though, man. I think in a couple of years, voice to action is going to be a thing. It's just built into everything.
Yeah, technology's kind of always enhanced as it got worse. Like every time I couldn't do something new comes out and just keeps me going. Unfortunately, I want to quit. Leave me alone, technology. Yeah, it's
dude. They even there's this company that's working on bat sensing. So it basically reprograms the brain through vibration to let you know where objects are at for people who are blind. And the people that have been using it for like months in on time are walking around like normal because they've gotten used to the vibrations from different objects up against their temple, and they can literally just walk around normal because they have like almost, what is it, radar type sensing. So it's just interesting how things are like accelerating.
Wow. Yeah, I started building my own haptic feedback suit. I'm a little bit sick when it comes to trying to investigate things. I spent a little bit of time on Arduino boards and some microcomputers and lidars, and I got right into it. But I proved it works, and then I put it down because it was too much of a big project for me. But
yeah, let somebody else do the work, man. Let somebody else do the work, and you be like a test guinea pig.
I'm happy. Anyone wants me to be a guinea pig, I'm a good guinea pig. But I like, the thing is, the best thing I've actually come to realize is I don't even need hope, because I'm just happy. Like, I'm not even looking forward to anything. I'm just being in the moment, man. Like, I got nothing to worry about. I actually don't have any problem with it.
You know, guys, what I realized on the voice setting, you know, when you're on the Discord, you go to voice setting, you can choose, you know, the output from the sound card, and I could just easy, you know, pick the one that has my mixer to it and all this stuff. You know, I don't even realize this setting until now, but just look at it now. That's crazy, man. Also, what I realized, do you guys realize, you know, when you're streaming on the desktop, and then let's say you're streaming the chart like Dbloc does, and then you try to go on with the mobile phone, you know, to the app, and when you click on it, you know, disconnect the desktop. That's kind of sad. Would be nice to be able to get in your account without disconnect the desktop. Maybe it's possible to do that.
I don't know. When you get into really crazy streaming, you look at OBS and stuff. Like, you have to wire everything up, I think. But I don't know much about it. Open broadcasting systems, and then there's another version. You kind of, when you start hooking up all streaming and wiring it up, you kind of need it.
Well, no, but I see you can choose your sound card, you know, input. I could play music straight instead of talking, and then I put my mic in the mixer, and then that's what something I could do. But the sad thing is, you know, like, let's say I'm streaming the desktop on the desktop, and I leave it like this all day long, and I wanna listen to my music, you know, let's say I put it on a 10-hour mix, and I could not access with my cell phone, because when I log in, you know, it disconnect the desktop and you log in with the mobile, you know, with the mobile phone.
Oh, yeah, you can't have both. Yeah. I think you can just have a second Discord account, I think, or something. Is that what you mean?
That's the way. That's the only way, I think. Yeah, exactly.
It sounds like Dbloc's got a lot of audio engineer fans on his channel.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. I was really thinking to offer him, you know, like you guys talking, and I would just sometimes when I'm here play some nice mellow, you know, techno, you know, like.
I heard your stuff streaming. I did hear it the other day, and it was like really good ambient sort of stuff. And I was like, "Wow, who's doing this?" But yeah, it was like playing through the microphone, not direct.
Oh, but yeah, I love the open, you know, the mic. You know, I was.
Yeah,
you know, yep.
It sounded like on purpose. It was cool.
They have a, I think, I mean, we used to use it in our Discord. There was like a robot or something you could download that would, it's like it would be its own person in the chat, and you would just, it's like a queue, and you would just give it like YouTube playlist, or like, and it would play, like, if each person could control the volume of their own thing. So I mean, if you didn't want to have it going, it wouldn't go, but it would just play. We just have it there because we'd all be like, I don't know, we'd be like playing something, and then it would just be like kind of the working music, you know.
I
so
remember
you have, like,
I used to work in radio, and then I remember the first thing they taught us on our broadcast license is dead air is like the worst thing. Like dead air is like you don't never have dead air.
Bro, yo, even if you don't feel like listening to music, a little lo-fi instrumental in the back, woo, it's better than an Adderall pill, man.
Oh yeah, it kills. Like it was just we were working on this video. We were like working with these creators and doing this video game thing for a while during the pandemic, and we'd be there for hours trying to test stuff and write stuff, and we just have it going. There's like Bart Simpson, 80s lo-fi, hip hop, whatever, you know. Those things are sick, though.
My favorite genre that I have a hard time finding right now is I'm sorry, I just love trap beats, but with like a oldies, like 70s soul oldies, you know, like some James Brown or Aretha Franklin or something remixed. Oh man.
That's how I got into making music, was back in the mid-90s. People were making music, but with video game software, and no one believed we could do what was going on. Like, you'd get thrown out of music stores if you even mentioned what we were doing. On the old Amigas, on the mod tracking. One of the guys I knew, I think he won some world mod tracking competitions. He was one of the boys. That stuff's wild.
I love me some Nubo Matsu, dude. He's the man. All right, do we have some stuff that's running though? I'm just back to the chart thing. Ahmad, I think maybe your short is dead.
And something with app with the candles. For candles, only like T's, like upside down T's and T's. I don't know what the hell I on it, and things just disappeared. It took me like 30 minutes. When you click on the bar, like a green bar, you click the right click and click hide. Take me 30 minutes to find how to turn back on. I was without any card, you know, like the bars in the middle. I would Google 30 minutes to find the option. Click hide, the task is not there anymore, so you cannot just unclick it. You have to find a way to.
Yeah, my connection's all messed up. I'm gonna reset this computer so it keeps roboting on me.
Nah, that was him roboting, not you. I could hear the roboting too.
Speaking of which, I apologize if I'm roboting.
No, our other man was roboting just a minute ago.
Well, I noticed that I ran out of data, so I'm on like slow mo. And so when you guys talk, like a lot of times it's robots. I assume I am too.
Yeah, I think you were roboting. You're clear as anything now.
Guys, I just left the topic chat of the bars. I see now. I don't know if you guys have any idea how to make it back to normal. instead of showing these T's ups and down, like I don't know what the hell I did. And this is only on the Pepe. All other ones, like on the Bitcoin, everything is show good. But I did something on the chart, and the bars is like a T and upside down bars sometimes. Come on. BTC trying to get through that.
Ooh, are we cracking the 200 on the 5?
Looks like my chart frozen. Moving so slow.
I got 5 on it.
All right, we're moving up. 1 minute looks good. Come on.
Reaping up.
Finally, Pepe flying too. Nice and slow. That's your music, Jack?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm gonna listen tonight.
Be easy on me, brother.
I'm gonna going to listen. I'm just want to mute the mic so I don't get open mic, open mic.
Ooh, making a jump now. So I got some Pepe too. That's not old Peppy, old Peppy Peps.
Got a bit of pep in its step.
Get a pepness shot. Got a bad case of peppies.
I guess it's like 10 in the morning in Sydney now, but I guess Hong Kong will be next.
Yo, I love this music, man. we walk in the same shoes, man. You know what? This is awesome, man.
That's awesome, man. I'm glad I have somebody who understands it because it's not very
Yeah,
understood.
no, actually, you know what? I'm doing cover songs like Depeche Mode cover songs. That's my favorite band from the 80s. And now it feels like I'm gonna sing some Depeche Mode song on this, you know, like Little 15 or something slow, you know?
Dude, I love Depeche Mode, man. Man, it's like very, I wouldn't say it's niche, but like, there is and you probably know what this is called, but it's called future pop, or it's called, it's like a derived version of synth pop, which I think, but EBM, or
Yeah.
dark wave, yeah. EBM was like the V&V Nation was EBM or future pop or whatever, but Depeche Mode started on all of that stuff, man.
Yeah, no.
You like Daft Punk and
I mean,
I
Daft
love
Punk's it's like an acquired taste, but like I like more harmonic. Like it's uplifting harmonic, but the drones are darker, so it's kind of like it puts you in mixed emotion.
what about Rat-a-tat?
I
You
have
heard
some,
Rat-a-tat.
yeah, but I would say like anything like maybe what's another good example? I don't. This is like a bad example, but some of Pet Shop Boy's darker stuff that most people don't know about, all derived. Yeah.
Oh, send me link me on it. Or wait, where'd you put that in the off topic?
Oh, my song.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say when you finish that one with the sample, the other one with the long the bottoms or long.
Oh, I
short
will.
the
I will,
bottom.
man. It's you.
That's
Yeah, trust me. You'll be the first one to know.
What about Aphex? You like Aphex Twin?
Aphex
Yeah.
Twin.
Yes.
Yes. Aphex Twin is the best. Those are the best William Montgomery jokes. I don't know if
No
y'all know who that is.
No one likes my type of things because I'm a bit disturbed sometimes, but I love Aphex.
I love them all, man.
Yeah, that's the thing is like what they did with the darker stuff is they took like the foundation was Depeche Mode, but then they mixed it with Industrial Wave, and then so it creates this abomination that you either understand it or you don't.
Correct.
You guys know Depeche Mode has a new album, right?
Yep.
The first song a little bit dark, but I love them all.
Yeah,
Do you
man.
know? Do you know Noisia? Do you know the group Noisia?
I don't.
They're from Netherlands. They're like my favorite sound designers in the world. But yeah, they did Transformers. They're huge, but no, it's really kind of underground, I guess, if you've never heard of them as well. It's like the word vision spelled backwards, Noisia, like from the old Vision cassette players. Yes, they're so cool. Who's this musician? He just came out. He's a musician that was like one of the first electronic synth guys, and he's just won like the Nobel Prize of Music, basically, just yesterday. I forgot I've got to find him. He did like techno music in the 70s, but he's a instrumentalist as well. I'll find out who he is. Hang on.
Guys, I left a link in the after pic chat also. That's a cover.
Watching now.
Bird in My Eyes. Basically, I had to redo the music, so I don't get flagged on the YouTube. But I'm using a Smooly app.
Such a good song, man. It's a good pick for a cover song.
I got a couple.
Oh, you would. You might like. I don't know if you've heard. You're David Bazan.
Actually, I'm just subscribed. Made for. I'm just subscribed to your channel, so I'm gonna then go through all this stuff you got here.
Also, Afterclang. Have you heard Afterclang? I'm just gonna throw this. I've got a playlist on. God, who put all that Julian Cope on there? I don't remember doing that. Anyway, let me find this. Where's the Jim James?
So I listen to Depeche Mode. I like all these gothic, like The Cure, Depeche Mode, Sisters of Mercy, Jason and Benny Chain, like all these gothic songs. And I'm listening to your musics here, Jake.
Yeah, no, I'm listening to your track right
yeah,
now.
no, I'm really feels like I want to sing on one of these songs, man. I love it, man. I could see myself sing on this.
Yeah, like I do more instrumental, obviously, because I can't
Yeah,
sing
no,
just to save my
I'm more
life.
that.
But
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, this singing things for me is a new thing. Like I cannot even sing, but I love singing. And now I'm listening to this music you got here, like this Midor, and I love because it's slow. I like this slow gothic music. Like dark wave, and I love this, man. I'm telling you.
yeah, that's what I'm trying to get my music to be more hypnotic and more I lack rhythm, so I'm learning rhythm. Like I try to dance with my daughter and I look like a total tard, but like I'm trying to understand rhythm and that's where that's my goal is to get to a point where it's hypnotic and you could just and, like it doesn't get old regardless if it's looping. Like you can loop something and if it's bad you're like, oh man, I can't listen to this. But if it's smooth and rhythmic and hypnotic, you can listen to it for hours.
Polar Music, Herbie Hancock, the Polar Music Awards. He just won it. But I didn't realize all of his music. Yeah, I found some Nordic Icelandic music in the 90s. It was like the first music I ever heard that didn't even have a beat. It was all this weird, like, soundscape experimental stuff that came out of music. And that, like, yeah, I've got a little bit of a broad range of, like, I just like weird stuff sometimes.
So do I, man, and that's the problem. Is it's like you almost have to be friends with someone and then hear it in the background when you're hanging out with them for them to really get it. Because if you just pitch them a link and they're just kind of like they'll give it about 20 seconds and they're like, nah, and it's
you need like 5 hours for it.
Exactly.
But the thing is, like my friend told me, he said, if you want to make popular music, it's almost you can't really make good music. Like people that are really into music, it's never mainstream. Like some songs will make it into mainstream that are good, but generally it's kind of disheartening though, because if you want to make stuff that everyone listens to, you're not really making stuff for yourself. It's just pop music's never fun. And that's all people listen to now. It's really bad. Like it all sounds like elevator music now. Like whatever comes on the charts. It's just I guess it's always been that way.
Yeah, like it's one of those things, man, where you it's like you got to find your music that hits your soul, and if your personality is a certain way and you find that music that like marries that just like bonds to it, it doesn't matter if everybody else doesn't like it. It's all about it does it give you goosebumps.
Yeah, Herbie Hancock, I've got to listen to all of his stuff. This guy's amazing, man. Like you probably know more. I'm not very good at sort of normal music. Like I said, I don't no one likes my music except the people that do. But Herbie Hancock's amazing. He's a legend. He said he cries still when he makes music. Like he'll be trying to make a song and he'll just be crying. With strings and stuff. It's cool. He must be about like 95 years old by now. I think he's 87 actually.
I love Watermelon Man.
The fruit, I love watermelon.
Jake, you gotta make more music, man. It's only 4 videos, man. It's not much, man. Come on, man.
Oh, I know that last video. I've had people message me on Instagram telling me that you need to keep doing both the music and the AI video. Don't stop. And I'm like, I don't have time.
Yeah, I know. I know exactly how much time it takes, man. I know.
24
Trust
hours
me.
a day, 360 days a year, 20 years, 70 years. You just never stop in that. It's like a biggest hole you can ever go.
Stop, dude.
Dude,
I'm never gonna stop.
I have a full-time corporate job. I have a side business. I have a family. I have like 4 different hobbies. It's just dumb. Like I should be dead.
Same here.
Hire me.
Just quit everything, man, and do trading and music and just forget it. Except your family.
No, dude, I love
that. That's basically where I'm at now.
I love getting in the shop and making physical things, man. There's nothing like. I just made a throne chair, just finished up 3 weeks ago, sold it to this couple that wanted one forever. And the look on their face when I delivered it, you can't, man, you cannot get that anywhere else.
Yeah,
Wait, you're the one who's talking to Drew about you do the carpentry?
Well,
Or, like,
I'm an artisan. I'm
Artisan.
not an artisan. I would say that I'm more of an artist. I'm an artist more than I am a carpenter because I think, yeah, my brother used to be a carpenter and like he can go circles around me with you know what he knows about building a house and doing But I'm more like art. You know what I'm saying? Like carved art.
Yeah, I spontaneously create boxes. I don't know what. I have a problem, a box problem.
Nice.
I like making table candles.
Dude. Like authentic, like medieval type?
No, just a Cheech and Chong reference.
Oh, well, I went
Like,
over my head.
You've got a PhD, an MD, a DDD, and a SC, and he's like, "What do you do, man?" He goes, "I make like table candles."
Well, I mean, for me, man, like I tried the candle thing, and I'm not good at it, but that's something I'd like to be a master at.
We need like 30 lives, don't we? When you get into stuff, it's like you just can't. Like,
Yeah, well, that's why like a lot of my friends my age are playing video games, and they have a full-time job, but they get off and all they do is play video games all night and just rinse and repeat. And I'm like, dude, there's so much more out there.
Oh yeah.
Guys, I'm going to leave a link in the chat. I'll show you what I do for a living, man. This is gonna be a surprise, man. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, I put a link to just my weird electric playlist of just the electric shit I've been listening to for the last. I don't know. I've been just dumping stuff on there, but with some of those bands.
He's a market maker. He's gonna give us all our money back.
Is he? He better. Better. I'm down. I'm way down. I'm dead. I'm trying to come back to life.
All right, I left the link there. Check out what I do for a living, guys.
We rise him from the ashes, Ronnie.
Oh, like a table.
My God. He's a base head. He's a base head.
A table candle. Table and you melt wax all over it. That's what a table candle is.
Oh, nice. I like those.
Yeah, dude, I love it, man. Like, where were you when I was doing stereo competitions as a kid?
Yeah, I do SPL, I do sound quality, I have demo card, I have everything, man.
You just love bass?
I like everything, man. I used to be a DJ. I have a studio here. I'm sitting, I'm just, I love bass. I repair woofers 25 years.
I just love bass. That's all. I just.
Subwoofers everywhere. I have subwoofers every room, even in the bathroom.
Do you have any Genlex?
No.
Please tell me your opinion about image dynamic.
Image dynamic I have, and I have fixed them. You know,
I
what I
just
do is
scrubbed all my.
I'm like authorized repair for companies like Sundan Audio and Rockford Fastgate and B2 Audio. They in Danish, and also I have a Facebook page with the same thing, Ari Audio, and I got like 10,000 followers, and people just recommend me in like 1,000 groups, like audio groups, and then people recommend me if someone needs recons. Like let's say you have a subwoofer and you live in Switzerland or Germany or whatever, and I can send you the drop-in recon kit. So you don't need to buy a new woofer, or you don't have to throw in the garbage. I can send you the drop-in recon kit.
Dude, I have a.
Have you
Go
ever
ahead,
worked
go
for?
ahead.
You ever worked for Noisia? Done any work for them? Oh man, geez, just check out their bases, man. Oh,
Dude, I have an ID Max that's blown, and I want to repair it.
Yeah, that's no problem, man. What I do is, that because I can ship kits for many subs. Like they have standard baskets, like those 12-spoke baskets, and any Rockford Fosgate or Memphis and Serbin Vega. I have those baskets on stock to make kits. But your sub, you would need to ship it here, and I'm gonna have to find the coil and I can recon it. Where you live?
Those things are so heavy, man. Let me give you a hernia just picking them up.
could you do me a favor, my friend, and look up me Fly Crypto and send me a friend request? I can't see that well. I've got a audio business, but my brother runs it now. We're authorized dealer. We import stuff, and yeah, we supply a whole bunch of German cables and Japanese cabling. Just
Like
if
RCA cables?
Megami, Canair, and some new ones from Germany. I forget what the name of it is. My brother just got a whole big shipment in. Yeah, for studios, we supply a lot of studios. I've supplied Sony before and stuff. But if you see me on Fly Crypto when you got a chance, I don't see well. Yeah. We have a business called Tough Audio, but
It's on the Facebook?
toughaudio.com or toughaudio.com.au. I don't know if the .com still routes, but .com.au. TOUGH audio.com.au. That's us.
Spell again?
I'm the founder, but my brother runs it now.
Spell again the name.
TOUGH audio.com.au.
I was over here. I was toughing TUFF.
I have that. My brother, I had TUFF audio.net.com.au.org. I had them all, but I don't know. My brother runs it now. I started it in 2017.
All right,
It's
new business.
TRUG.
T for Tango, O for Oscar, U for under, G for goat, H for hotel.
Oh,
Tough.
shit. Oh, okay.
Yeah, audio.com.
Say cassette again. I'm gonna have to steal that.
Tough audio.
It's my, I don't know.
It says get this domain.
.com.com.au. A for Apple, U for Australia.
Oh.
I let the .com. My brother let the .com go. Oh my gosh. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We're Australian, so it doesn't matter. .com.a for Apple, U for under. But yeah, we've been blocked by a few distributors lately and stuff. So, but we're still expanding.
You know what? Leave a link in the on the Discord. Leave a link in the chat.
Okay.
My internet cut out, so I missed the entire first 80% of that.
We gave the secret to making crypto hack that 100% returns.
To stop me from getting liquidated, you bastards. The auto liquidate? I just keep hitting the auto liquidate button, and I don't know why. I can't stop hitting it. How do you spell liquidate? Is it OPENLONG? And it's gone. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. We're up right now, boys. We're up right now.
Oh.
And it's
damn, I missed out.
oh yeah, I was trying to tell you to. I was like, oh no, his auction short is dead.
They liquidated my $5, bro.
You got liquidated. I passed it on to you.
$5. It's all right. I knew that coming in. That was the gamble. Oh well, I'll try it again. Not on that coin though.
Nah.
I guess I better find something else.
Our boy Jin the other day had a good one on Pell. I don't know how he looks. Like, I mean, I'm the same. Like, I look for something that made a big run, but I don't know how to look at the short float or like any of that other stuff.
Something must be going on with. I don't remember what was it called. What was I in?
You were in the auction, I think.
Oh, auction. That's right. Well,
The Jelly was a good one for yesterday, but it's down 30%. But I didn't hold it. Hold it. I scout, sold it too quick. Oh yeah, it's gone. But I'm saying he's got a. I don't know what he was explaining how he looks for, like what other factors besides just like looking at a chart that's already ran a bunch. But
yeah, it didn't even faze me. What?
I'm up on the $20.
I'm sorry.
I'm just saying I'm $120 up with Pepe. Doing good now, finally.
Long?
Yeah, Pepe's been a winner for me all week. I don't round trip it.
Oh yeah.
It's been running strong like all week almost. Like
You'll see it in the chat now. I posted it in the chat. I should have put it off topic, but I couldn't find it.
Sorry. Yeah, Pepe's up good. I'm up 600%.
Yesterday it's been up to like 13%.
What was your entry? On Pepe.
Let me check. Hold on. I don't know exactly, but I went to sleep 12 o'clock. So 12 o'clock US time when I got in.
Yeah. They earlier this week I got an awesome entry down like 66. And then that my stop got hit on that last night. But today I got in under 69. I think it was like 68 something. Small play, $4, 200x, up $26.
Oh yeah, I'm doing great. Spot is ripping. I don't want it to rip too much. I need more.
Yeah, I did not FOMO in on that bottom there. Oh, how long will this hold? It's just like until power comes in. But take your profits.
That's tomorrow.
Yeah, I know. Take profits before then, I guess.
We did. I mean, we just made 3 vectors, but that's on the 5 on Dblocks. We're still not up to that. So we got the 800 up at 82.9, about 83. But Dom is going down. I like that. Get Dom out of here. Beam is up to 60, 63.
Yeah, I guess I have to DCA if it gives me 60 again.
Yeah, you'll get it, man. You know, it's like, I mean, if we come back to test the 200 or worst case 50 or the downtrend, like you'll get 61 at least, or 60. We were standing there yesterday. I felt like Oliver Twist waiting for our 82.7, and then you wake up, it's like 81. Like, ooh. Nope. UK let us down. Really let us down this time, dude. Oh, but yeah, dude, Pepe is going off, dude. What is going on? And it's 72. Ron, what did you get? What did you get, buddy?
What you mean?
Ronnie, I mean, did you get in anything at the white line or whatever you were talking?
I was looking at Pepe. No, I went I went to do some hamburgers, man, and come back, freaking vector candles all over the place.
Oh,
yeah, no problem.
The ham boy.
Damn vector candles everywhere.
Trying to ruin my lunch. Damn,
How I feel right now.
800%. That ain't enough. The hell. I need 10,000%, please.
I only think about cashing out at 3,000%. That's when I start thinking about it. I've done a 10,000%. Oh, that's great.
Yeah, I had a 3 yesterday. Well, that was actually Pepe. I sent you that screen cap. I was on the golf course, Ron. Like I just had the ETH and the Pepe play. 72. Okay. Yeah, I mean, like we had a pretty decent retracement and a big giant W. The measured move, I mean, dude, this is at least gonna we've already retested the breakout. Yeah, there's a bunch of vectors, but I mean that's well, let me see what the 15 looks like. Might get a little. I mean, we'll probably get rejected at the 800 a little bit unless we break it the first time. Which
Let me know if it comes back if I'm watching Pepe.
yeah. Well, I mean, I just watch Bitcoin because they're both doing the same thing.
That's true.
I had to actually did a XLM play and I had to put it in cross because I needed to get my margin up from the $20 I had left. Let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and move those stops way up. Don't let him take the food back off your plate, bro. I'm never gonna gain weight like that.
So your wife will give you some money, huh?
Yeah, right, dude. We just bought the house, dude. She wants me to sell the other car. Like, I ain't selling our backup car. I'm not selling my backup Ascender. I put too much blood into that thing. The green one.
Go buy a house and make you sell your car to pay for
Yeah, right. Like, Jesus.
What that comedian say? You wreck your truck, so you can get the insurance money to pay the truck payment.
I'm over here flipping Hyundai Elantras in the Kmart parking lot, dude. Like, get off my case, woman. She doesn't think my other job's a career. We won't say it on this channel, but I'm like, okay, it's the longest standing career I've ever had. So,
No belly dancer?
Librarian, unruly librarian. No, but she's a hard-headed woman. She's a good woman, dude. She's definitely wears the pants in this marriage. I'm over here belly dancing.
That's even more funny now.
I gotta work the pool. I gotta work the poles, dude. It's. I live in a constant Cold War. She's half Russian, half Ukrainian, dude. Do the math.
Wild.
Yeah, I'm like, sorry, I don't speak haircut. Damn, I do want. But say cassette again, dude. It was my favorite.
Cassette?
Oh no, you said it. You said it crazy last time. You put that cast in it, brush.
I get excited sometimes when you talk about audio. It's my weakness.
He's like, I love those cassettes, mate. Give me a few cassettes, Gary.
I do not like analog anymore tapes. They're like very bad, but okay.
You don't like the analog tapes? I don't know. Like I kind of like for some reason the raw whatever. It's acquired, I guess, but I mean, it is.
How about the vinyls? You guys, anyone has vinyls collecting?
We're making them right now. Hopefully, we will have them all in a month. I need to come back from the dead because I'm going to use all this money to buy the vinyls. Woo! All this money I keep losing is going to go to the vinyls, guys. Explain to the exchange.
I got a couple hundred.
But we'll do all of them. We're doing CDs, cassettes, and vinyl.
I collecting all, man. I got vinyls, I got CDs, I got cassettes, I got everything, man.
Y'all should look up Ben. Yeah, y'all like the electric kind of instrumental stuff. Check out Ben Living. That's what Brenda was telling y'all about. Like, he's in the band, but he has his own stuff, and he samples all the bunch of horror movie, and he plays all the stuff for it. It's pretty good. Damn, got Pepe going to the place. and we're just long the tops and short the bottoms, and we're gonna make it, buddy.
Short the bottom.
Long the top.
Do you like practice that in the mirror? Is it like are you just natural, or did you practice that shit?
It is
Yeah,
fully 100% natural delirium. I'd make up weird sayings and talking crazy voices at all times. Ron knows. I've known him for what, almost 10 years now, bud?
Yep.
It has been 10 years. Have I? How many? It's funny. I did an acting thing, and I created this character. I don't play D&D. I've only done it once, but I was like subbing in my cousin's game, and my character was just some lizard man thing, but his name was Clive Mulgar. But I created that character, and he ended up, when I was doing this acting job, I put him as the agent, and he's just he's actually Australian. He's like Clive Mulgar, he does. But that way I got the agent kick on top of the pay for the acting thing. But Clive Mulgar, he'll tear out your teeth. He loves to play that golf. He'll hit a whole niner. And just bring me a ladder, won't you, Gary?
Was that Ben Livin?
Ben Living, yeah.
He just came straight up on Apple Music. Yeah, I found him.
Yeah, I mean, that's like, I started my band with him like 15 years ago, but he's, like I said, he's a savant. You'll hear, that's why I let him do all the mixing. Like,
oh yeah, I'll dig in. I've got him now.
It's some stuff. We just scrubbed. Once we get some of our stuff back up, I'll put a link or something. But we just scrubbed the internet for all our stuff.
Oh, I know how it is digging stuff up. I know what it's like.
Yeah, I don't know. I read all this. Ahmad was saying that earlier about how he's like, I'm about to just cut all my stuff, and it's like you got to find the line between scarcity and it's like giving something to chew on, but not giving everything away for free. So it's
I
hard.
think Emad just shares the same opinion as most people, musicians that are getting ripped on streaming. But
oh yeah,
at the end of the day, the music companies have been doing it to us forever. Even the CDs. But it's when you get out there live and stuff, it's kind of a different story. But yeah, getting someone's CD than getting nothing off a streaming service. I understand why people are upset.
Yeah, he said, we were talking about because we use the same company or whatever that you put all your stuff for the audio library, and there's he's like, oh, I made whatever, and I was like, yeah, I think the most I made from that was 13 cents, like it's ridiculous, but I've never really done it for the the money. But I'll say, in Louisiana, I'll say I've made more money playing music than I ever did in North Carolina. But okay, we're almost 1,000 on that thing.
Are you in North Carolina?
No, I'm from there, but I live in New Orleans. But I lived everywhere in North Carolina. Is that where you're at?
No, I'm in New York, but the company I'm working for is called Sundown Audio. They in North Carolina. I work for them.
Sundown.
Yeah.
Who
Sundown
runs
Audio.
that? Is that what do they do? It's,
This is car audio.
okay.
Amplifiers and subwoofers, yeah. And
Oh yeah.
speakers. That's a car speakers. Everything about cars.
They go
Set up.
through. Do they get their distribution from Fender or PreSonus, or what do they?
They have dealers everywhere. You know, when you go on the website, they have dealers everywhere.
Uh-huh.
You know, I'm also
Yeah.
an authorized dealer.
Did you find my link, man? I put it in the general.
You're talking to him.
Yeah, our friend. I don't know his name. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
My name Andrew.
Andrew, did you find my link there, brother?
I'm looking right now. No, I'm just
Thank you.
actually while we're
I know-
talking, I was putting a clear coat on my master bedroom. I was doing the
Yeah, yeah,
polyethylene
yeah.
on the floor.
No rush at all, my friend. I'll chat to you about it later anyway, Andrew.
Yeah, I'm checking now. Oh, which chat did you put in? I'm waiting on the afterpick chat. Where did you put it?
I just put it in the chat here, the one that's next to my speak button, the this channel TA chat.
Oh, okay, I just find it.
Thank you very much.
Like no one saw it coming.
Oh, yeah, I just heard NVIDIA partnered with General Motors to build self-driving cars.
That breaking news, that sounds pretty awesome.
Puts on the video. I'm sorry.
Isn't every car company partnered with NVIDIA now? What other chip are you going to use for your car? Not an NVIDIA chip?
AMD.
The JFK files. Or is that old news?
What? The NVIDIA thing?
No. The JFK files that Trump was supposed to release.
Oh, I don't know.
It's supposed to have just come out on the 18th in the US, but is there anything?
Yeah, CBS News.
Okay,
JFK
yeah.
files released by Trump related to the assassination.
Yeah. I was wondering because I heard that about 12 hours ago. Someone said it was just released.
He couldn't even bounce it, bro.
I wonder if anti-Elon people are going to be upset that the astronauts returned safely.
Aussie. She was Aussie. She was wearing a grey alien mask when they picked her up.
They said, "Let there be light," and FEMA appeared.
Yeah, man, it's a cool website, man. It's beautiful, man. I look at it.
Thank you. I started it in 2017 because I knew if I didn't, I'd regret it. But then my brother took it over. We're still struggling with some distributors. You know, they don't like us because we're only online. But yeah, I used to be known as the cable guy. Bit weird.
I heard most of you guys are audio engineers here. What does everyone do?
I'm a bad drunk piano player.
Yeah, I wouldn't give myself that title. I would say audio music hobbyist, constantly failing.
Yeah,
Generate leverage trader.
I just lead the
Nice.
game.
I'm retired.
The shot caller.
No, you're the cable guy, right? Yeah. You were the cable guy.
I was for a little bit there. Yeah, everyone was. I learned way more about cables than I ever needed to know.
I also do some cable stuff. More juice than cable. Well, that juice
I
game.
started that at lunchtime while I was a software engineer. But yeah, it's just something I had to do. Otherwise, I would have regretted it.
Oh, you're a software engineer. You were a software engineer.
Yeah, 20 years. I did my time.
Yeah, software engineering has come a long way since then.
I stopped working the day that ChatGPT came out. I'm like, oh, my whole career could have just been done in 5 minutes.
Good night. Say good night to the bad guys. Okay, so
How many software engineers does it take to change a light bulb? That's a hardware problem.
Metroids.
That was pretty good.
You ever go to the doctor to get your Metroids checked?
Do I have Metroids?
Yeah, you know, when you go to the doctor and get the Metroids. It's just what you call when you have like a hot nurse. You're like, you know, Metroids.
They told me to see a doctor and I married one. Biggest mistake ever.
Oh, dude, you can't marry a white coat. You'll
No, didn't work out
sorry.
well.
There's either a lot of inside jokes going on in this conversation, or I'm completely dumb.
White
I
coats
haven't
are
joked. I have not joked. Yeah, white coats. I've never joked. I'm always serious.
Yeah, I usually tell the truth, and you'll think I'm joking, but it's just it's so truthful that it sounds like a joke.
It's so painful I have to laugh.
Yeah.
Crap.
There's
If
so much
you
blood.
if you had like if you were a first grade teacher and you had to explain the last 6 years, they would most kids would probably think that you're totally making it up.
Yes. And adults.
That too, but I'm talking like someone who's fresh, who's like now asking about the world and is curious about, that age where they're like trying to figure things out.
Oh, my 6th grade daughter, she tells me about the world. She's like, yeah, JFK, yep, that one shot. No, that can't be true. I'm like, what the heck?
Nice.
She knows every single YouTube video there is. I've watched every YouTube, Dad, and I said, that's concerning. You need to be back under my care.
Yeah, my sister's like, oh, you're looking at, she's like, Bitcoin. And I could see her going to YouTube. I was like, do not search YouTube for Bitcoin. Like, don't do it.
I told her I trade crypto. She goes, Dad, you need to stop gambling. That's what she said straight to me.
Yeah, well, she, you should just let her do the trading.
I mean, That's the only way they get that. They get that from the other generations that missed out.
She got it from Minecraft chat.
Well, where do
She's
you
like,
think the kids in Minecraft got it from?
yeah.
Like, I know more people today, just my little, bubble, that have lost more money in legacy than I have lost on crypto.
To be honest, she does understand. She loves Doge, and I taught her trading in Pokemon. She's ruthless. I said, you got to be a ruthless trader, and she goes, a ruthless trailer? Why do I want to be a ruthless trailer?
You're like, don't stop until you see blood.
So she started like swapping fake things at school, and then we talked about the ethics of that. I'm like, no, you do not steal people's Pokemon cards. Stop it. Just have to give all these back.
Dude, I like it. I like it. She's a black market Pokemon card dealer.
She hates millennials too. She got all alphas hate millennials. She goes, stupid. I'm like, yep.
They do. They do. They're like, I call them Zoomers. I'm like, oh man, y'all. So you got it all figured out then? They want to tell you like how something is, and you're just like, okay, dude. I remember my first DUI. It's like you sound like someone who's never been to jail.
No, these young ones, you gotta. I don't underestimate them.
No, they can do great things, but they can also just be like so reckless, and
yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah,
it's part of the Wally world. At least they still have their bones. Right. Are we losing steam on Bitcoin, or what is going on?
Maybe not just yet. We had
You
a
think we
hidden
hit
bullish
that?
3 minutes got a hidden bullish div.
Nice. I love bullish div, dude.
I think
Someone.
maybe.
Okay. Go.
Sorry, if we don't break this high that we just made at 82, like 785, then we'll probably have a little bit of a retrace.
Yeah. We do have a vector on that on the 5. So we should definitely feel it. Feel it. Need some fixins.
Yeah, but like 82K? You talking about those ones?
Well, no, like that 82.7, like on Dblocs, you just like when we hit that, we had a vector down. So and we've already halfway filled it. So we're
Are you picking up what market makers putting down? Are you feeling my dog?
I'm feeling that, dude. You heard me? I don't know if they're gonna pick it up, dude. No, but we did leave a bunch of vectors down 81, 81.6, 82, few at 82, few at 82.4, 82.5. So I don't know
Definitely
if they're
got to
gonna
be a
want to go
bullish.
down.
82.5.
Yeah, well, just on like Dblocs. Let me see the numbers. Yeah. There's one at 82. Like, there's one right below us, one right above us, and then there's 4 more down.
down to 81.6. Kind of, they're spread out below us, but
Yeah, I think I think we will pick them up before we fly at some point.
well, we did kind of we broke the W, and then we kind of came back in a little bit, not to invalidate, just to we made another W on the 50. And then when on the second breakout, we retested 82.2, and then now we're about to fill that the rest of that vector up to 82.77. Because he did say, and now on the 15, I don't know if it's telling us a different story, because some of those are, most of those are half full. You know how you said on if we're trending in a direction, or we get a momentum shift, that necessarily they won't always go fill back vectors on the way down, because they'll get, I mean, they're going to get all those probably in the bear market regardless. So he said if the momentum's strong enough, we will usually we might go get half of the vector and then keep going, which is what we did on all of them. The one way down to 81 is the only one you could argue, which we only kind of reclaimed about a fourth of it. But we're breaking that high right now.
Yeah. I mean, look at all those shorts just above us. I mean, you got to think that they want that right now.
Right. Because there's not really. They have to invalidate this, like this W2 to go get the most longs below 81.
Yeah, I still think they'll come for those before we take off, because our low is at like what, 77. So anything to like 79, they can still come catch.
Yeah, I think they'll definitely, if this M2 thing plays out, we know that all of these are getting scooped before the final run. So
yep,
it just depends on how much they hate us before then. It depends on every word that comes out of Powell's mouth tomorrow.
Absolutely. And we also haven't got that 4-hour bullish div. So to take off from here, I don't know. We had the bullish div at the 76K, that bottom on the 4-hour, to confirm that bottom. But we haven't had the higher low bullish div, you know what I mean?
Come on, lasers, don't fail me now. Dang, dude, Pepe is just going for it.
We're in Asia pre-market now, 10 to 9 in Tokyo. 10 to 8 in Hong Kong.
So what? We got 30 mins for the
40 minutes or 38 minutes or something till Tokyo Open, Asia Open. Yep. Start looking for the false move, but we're really gonna have to look for the range, right? If we play it by the rules.
Right. They've been
At
breaking
least
some rules.
that 50% level on Dbloc's chart, 83,100. I mean that looks like we might meet some resistance there.
Yeah, it's right over the 800 too. Like we'll probably, if we get over the 800, we're gonna probably get a pretty tight squeeze in there because you just got two of those stacked right there.
We can guess we found the bottom of the range, but might try and find another bottom. But we started the bottom of the range maybe and working our way up to the top. We'll see.
Question. Hopefully I don't throw anybody off on their trade right now. But question. I was down on a couple of cryptos, and so one crypto I had basically evened out my average on there. So it's shooting right now.
Which one?
So but I'm okay, so on Pepe right now.
Yeah.
On Pepe right now I'm up 5%, right?
Right.
So I'm thinking about selling it, taking the 5% profit that I have on it, buying in on another coin that I'm kind of down on to try to even out my average. Wait for that one to pop up a 5%. Sell that. I'm just basically just trying to get my money back before we take this next kind of dip off a little bit, and then try to buy in at a lower price without really losing any of my money. It's all on spot.
As long as you don't buy a falling knife, like buying into a weaker coin, then you can cause yourself trouble and you go down a bit more. If you're,
I mean,
Yeah, Pepe can go. How about if Pepe go up to 10% today? And when you sell, you lose money.
We'll say Pepe. We're not even to the. I mean, we're pretty separated. Like it just had a nice run, but we're still working towards the daily open, which is also near the psychological high for the week. But if it'll depend on Bitcoin getting over that 800, like everything will. But Pepe's been pretty strong. I'd say. Which one are you down on?
One thing with Pepe that I've noticed, if you watch Ethereum, when Ethereum pumps, Pepe will pump as well. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say pump, but when they get a nice little leg up, then
All right, so hold on. So I'm really down. I'm down on XRP 8%, LTC 13%, ADA 26%, Doge I'm down 8%, Shiba I'm down 4%, Bunk I'm down 9%.
Well, everything like kind of took that dip, like just with Bitcoin last night. But I would say like Pepe's been so strong. I don't know if I would necessarily cut it to
try to stay.
rob Peter to pay Paul, because I think those other ones are going to come up too with when Bitcoin makes it this leg. Because if you're in spot, you're not you don't have a liquidation level like.
You don't want to sell the red.
I'm on spot, so I'm basically trying to. I'm just trying to grab 10% on each of my coins, sell them, then wait for a dip, then buy back in a little bit. If I don't really catch it where I need to catch it, I'll still have the dry powder on the side just to even out my average, just to get it to go to my 5-10% range. You know what I'm saying?
Pepe,
so it's a new strategy I'm trying out.
Pepe give you the best percentage, man.
Yeah, I feel like I'm just like, this isn't
what do they say? This isn't that. You're gonna do what you want, but I'm saying if you're on spot and you're not at risk of being like liquidated, I'd hold them and wait for this move.
Wait for the
on
10%.
Bitcoin, because Bitcoin's gonna go like when Bitcoin, like XRP, for example, just like ADA or ETH is like it's been getting suppressed so much, so it seems like it moves slow, but like the second Bitcoin gets like in this next kind of like the range above this or range above that, those are going to go up probably the percentage that you just lost on. So like you really, and you're in spot, so you didn't lose. Like if you sell something that's down or sell like, I get what
Yeah,
you
did
mean,
I
like sell
lose?
something that's up to put in something that's down, which typically is not a bad play, but I would let everything just kind of go up to like at least give it a day or so, because were you here when he talked about the M2 thing and all that? Like,
Yeah. No. I'm paying attention to that. And on the M2, I see that we do have that other dip that we're probably gonna fall into. So that's why I'm just trying to grab my little percentages right now. So when that dip does come, I have dry powder on the side ready for it.
So for me, like I've been in spot like that where lots in red, and then I'd shuffle, and when I'm shuffling around is when I consolidate losses. You haven't lost any coins
No,
at
I
the moment.
haven't lost any coins.
That's right.
I'm just trying to figure. I guess I'm doing this because I do take a lot of losses on my spot trades at one time. So I'm just trying to see, like, okay, if I go about it like this, could I have saved all of those other ones just to see if I could, like,
I think they're gonna play out like because we got this W, we haven't even made the measured move, and I mean Dbloc's thinking like we're gonna have that dip, but like we still have to make that little kind of double top thing before that dip. So I think like that's probably going to coincide with the end of this week, So if it was I was in the situation, I would just give it a little bit of time and see how the move plays out, because I think this W, we're going to get above the 800 and take out some of these short liquidations.
I definitely think we're gonna get up there. Because I don't know if I'm gonna be able to come back up on the ADA since I'm down 26%. So I was just trying to get that average down, so when certain things do pop off, I'm in the
Do you believe in ADA long term? Do you have conviction in ADA? Because I mean, if you have more conviction in ADA than Pepe, then you can do that. But I just think about it because you'll consolidate losses if you're not careful, and then you'll buy falling knives. And I don't know. I've been there so many times.
I'm sorry, man.
I've been there so many times. That's all. I know exactly how you're feeling, man.
It was over $1 a week ago, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I bought in kind of high. I bought in.
It's gonna come back next week, man. Just be patient.
No, I know it's gonna. No, I understand it's gonna pull back, but that's why I'm saying, like, me just taking a little 5% here, putting it into another coin and evening it out for another coin to possibly come up maybe another 3-4%. I could just take that profit. You know what I'm saying? So when it does come down, I got dry powder and I could just buy in at a lower number.
As long as you're taking it from a coin that went up and you're not consolidating coins that went down.
Yeah, I think he's doing that, and then we're because I think this was just kind of more of the what's today, Tuesday or Wednesday? I can't remember. Say Wednesday, Tuesday. I think that what we just had, like over the last this other W and this down, like if this was our false move, then we should have kind of more of a should trend up for the next 3 days.
If I could get the ADA down from the 25% and only be down 1% by the time it shoots up, I could grab that extra 25% when it shoots up. You understand what I'm saying?
Are you saying putting your Pepe wins into ADA or another coin that's further down?
Well, ADA is the one that's the furthest down, and I probably would have to do like maybe 3 more coins. I probably would have to like cipher into just to get that average down, just so it could come up a little bit, just so I could take the percentage. Because for me to do the ADA, I would have to put like maybe like 500 into that play to bring my average all the way to where it's at now.
If you have conviction in ADA and your other coins in profit, you can't. I mean, you're just buying more ADA, and if you take profit on a coin, you don't lose money taking profit. I'm trying to say it without any kind of financial advice, but
Bitcoin's
No,
making a
I'm
nice
not
blue
asking.
flag.
I'm not really asking for financial advice. I'm just like,
You
if
said
you guys
Bitcoin's
were in
what?
that position, how would you guys kind of play it? Would you guys just, I know the M2 thing is coming.
Well, I'll just like, if my other coins are low and I'm winning on another coin, I'll take the wins from that coin and put it into the low coin. But I try not to add to my position if it's losing, unless my conviction that it's turning around is really high.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
If you're in losing positions, you don't want to add to those positions.
I mean, I added to Pepe. I was losing, but now I'm up on Pepe.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's also your conviction, right? If you know that the thing's going to turn and maybe it just comes a little lower than your price, or there's another support zone that you didn't see and you throw in a bit more, but if you just willy-nilly, the thing keeps dropping and you keep trying to catch knives on a losing position, that's dangerous.
Yeah, and I mean, based on the go ahead.
You're trading?
What was that?
Do you have trading rules for your trading?
I don't really have trading rules yet. I'm working on all of that. Like, I'm working on my trading rules on do's and do nots,
You can Google like Gann's trading rules. I mean, he's one of the original. Like this guy's long dead. He was like started trading and like when it was on paper graphs and like the depression. It just like Google Gann, GANNS, and the only trading rule to ignore is don't use limit orders, because he did it when like you had to call on the telephone and there was no computers. So, obviously use limit orders, but everything else. So I mean it's just like a starting point. I'm a new trader too, and like that it has helped me. It's just like some basic starting off points. And one of the things on there is never add to your losers. And I hear you, like, oh, I added to Pepe. I mean, that could be luck, or maybe like what they were saying, conviction. There's another thing, like other traders have told me, is like, don't add unless it's going back up. And I've made the mistake so many times, like added as it was going down, and I just like got further and further underwater, and then like lost a bunch of money. So it's a good rule to like never add to your losers. I mean, it's one thing if it's like going back up, but I don't know. I wouldn't take from a winning trade and like put it into a loser. Like, don't turn a winning trade into a losing trade. I mean, it's just my 2 cents. I mean, just a.
I mean, so then how do you guys then technically how do you get out of a losing trade then without taking a loss? You know what I'm saying?
Sometimes you cut your losses.
It depends what your how long are you going to stay in? How long can you keep your position? Like if you're planning on holding Cardano for an extended period of time, there's less risk in it. It's just that like if you shuffle stuff around trying to make up for a loss, you're chasing a loss. That's all, and it gets really hairy. But let's play it out, right? So you take your Pepe out, and then Pepe pumps, and then you're like, oh no, that could have made up for your loss on the Cardano. Or you put your Pepe win into Cardano turns around and you make more money. We don't know the future, but there are positions that you can be in spot where you panic. There's no need to freak out right now. Dbloc said we haven't broken.
I mean, no, I'm not freaking out. I'm just basically trying to.
If you're holding spot at the moment in the market and you're willing to hold, you're not going to be losing in general. It's not going to happen.
What kind of trades
I
are
guess
these?
you could just say I'm just trying to get my my buy-in percentage a little bit lower than what it is, so when it does start pumping, at least I'm seeing as much gains that I can see.
What's going on, good
Because
people?
I feel like sometimes my issue is I hold it for too long and then it's just dying, and then I don't have the dry powder to basically buy into it when it's ready to shoot up, to buy into it to get in at a better number, so now I could grab the gains that I would have.
Are these just spot trades?
Yeah, it's all spots.
Oh, maybe. I mean, I feel like maybe you should listen to Fly and just see let it play out. Leave them where they are and let it play out.
What you going through, Puff?
Yeah, because that once we get, say, past this move and we see what happens with Powell and QE, that should coincide with kind of this M2 timeline. And at that point, you're really going to be you're probably going to be cashing out of a lot of things just so you'll have the most dry powder for once we go down to that final dip for the run.
Right.
So I'm just looking at it okay, if Pepe's running really strong, I wouldn't take out of a winner. What you're the concept is good because it's you take your wins from something and not necessarily you don't want to put them in a loser, but you're getting an average down to something else you believe in. But right now, when we're in the middle of a move and you're in its spot, so you're not going to get liquidated, I would let everything kind of just come, because everything took a dip because we had to move down on Bitcoin. But we know if Bitcoin goes up, everything else follows at their own rate. So whatever you're down on those, because those are pretty big. For the most part, they're big market caps. They're pretty well established. So they typically, it's not like there's some meme coin that just is doing its own thing. So they're going to follow suit when Bitcoin goes up. It's 10%. They'll go up
That's what I
20
was talking
another
about
20.
with adding to lower positions as well. As if I see
Yeah.
Bitcoin's making a break, okay, then it makes the break, does a few percent, and some of the altcoins are still about to break out. Then I'll take some of those winners and slot them into the ones that are just about to break out. And for the most part, I find it works, but obviously it's not financial advice.
Right.
Because Pepe's been the play of the week. I don't know. It's somehow outperformed every one of mine. That's just my opinion. I think it's been pretty strong. So I wouldn't necessarily take away from a winner to average down just because we're in the middle of a move right now, and we had that W. We haven't even got to the 200 or that 50% line where all the licks are. So I think I think there's there's more to this to play out. Plus all the meetings with Powell this week, that could take everything, or everything could go up. So I would just have that in mind and kind of what does Dbloc always say? Less something, more reacting. We're reacting right now. We got to respond. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's why I feel like I'm reacting.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, it's a react. It's like respond. I don't know. It's like instead of like your gut reaction, not gut reaction, instead of your
Prediction.
yeah, instead of like, you know, just what happens when you get hit with a baseball in the head, like, you know, you want to respond to it, to talk it out. I don't know. I'm not a doctor, but I do work for 100%realdoctors.com. Go to my website. I can tell you're a fellow librarian, so I try to give you the best advice, the best street advice I can.
Right.
What are you dealing with, Puff?
There we go. He's the man of the hour. He'll give you the deets.
Hello, Puff.
Dbloc.
What are you dealing with?
So I have a couple of coins that I'm down on, right? Percentage wise. And
How many
one of my
coins?
coins is up almost 6%. So I'm wondering
How many coins are you
if
down on?
how many? Or which
Mm-hmm.
ones?
How many?
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 of them. Right? And I'm up on one, but that's because I had some dry powder and I just bought into it to bring that
Mm-hmm.
average down. So now I'm up on that average, and I'm thinking about selling it and taking that and putting it into another coin to bring that percentage down for another 5,
How down are you?
10%. Huh?
How down are you?
Okay, on XRP 8%, LTC 13, ADA 25, Pepe I'm up 5.5%, Doge I'm down 9%, Shiba I'm down 5%, and Bunk I'm down 8%.
You need all of those?
No, I don't.
Make a list right now in order of importance. In order of highest conviction, right? The ones that you believe in the most. Make a list. Bottom two gotta go, bro.
Okay, XRP I would keep, ADA I would keep, Doge I would keep, and I would probably buy back into Pepe once we hit that other dip on the M2.
You're down how much on Bonk?
On Bonk, I'm down 8%. I'm down 8% on Bonk. But I feel like if I sell the Pepe and buy into the Bonk, I could probably grab like 1-2% of profit on the Bonk.
Yeah, but
It'll bring my price all the way even.
When I asked you what coins you cared about, you didn't even put Bonk on the list.
He's very clever though. He did not put Bonk and Sheeb on his list. So Bonk and Sheeb, I think Dbloc said we can consider.
What are the percentages that you're down on Bonk and Shib?
Bonk and Shib. Bonk I'm down 8%. Shib I'm down 4.5%.
And you're down 5 on Doge, right?
And I'm down 9% on Doge.
Okay, so you've got decisions to make. You got 3 shit coins, for lack of a better term, or 3 memes, right? They don't all need to go, right? So the one that you have highest conviction in, if you're down equal percentages on all of them, then it costs you nothing to fold one into the other.
He's actually further down on Doge, so relatively he's up on Doge on those other coins. So if you were to sort of play that out and then think about Bonk and Shib and not keeping those ones that you're not keen on,
That's what
maybe...
That's what I'm saying. I mean, what it does is, one, it's going to bring your average down on the coin that you do choose to keep, and 2, if you're down 10% on 2 different coins, then it's a wash. If you're down 10% on 2 different coins and you believe in one and you don't believe in the other, or you believe that one's going to take off from the bottom quicker, more, you know, give you a better ROI than the other, then why even bother holding the other? All you're doing is you're increasing your risk that one of your coins isn't going to perform. But you have to have conviction. You can only do this when you have conviction. Right? I'd say the same thing for LTC, XRP, and ADA. Right? Between XRP and LTC, I mean, those are two that could feed your ADA position if you didn't really believe in either the LTC. And we're not talking about what's in profit, what's in not. We're talking about how much purchasing power you have left in these projects.
Right.
Screw the negative. The
So
negative's already there. What we're talking about is coins. So we're not talking about using dollars to buy ADA. We're not talking about using dollars to buy XRP. We're talking about using your purchasing power from Bonk to turn it into a coin that you believe in more. And you've lost the same purchasing power on both projects, so you're really not losing anything going across. I think before you think about taking anything from your winners, you've got to get your losers in order.
right, and that's what I'm kind of trying to do. But I'm trying to, if I could take, because I have more money in the Pepe, so I have like $70 in Pepe,
Mm-hmm.
and then I only have like maybe like I have $10 in Bunk. So
That's
what
not
I'm
going to do
saying is
anything,
I
bro.
could, huh?
When you have a small amount of money, you want to have as much weight as you can in each one. Right? If Bonk 100X on you, I mean, it's cool, but you get what I'm saying? Have your weight in less projects. One, it's gonna make it easier for you to manage those projects and have good risk management so that you're not down 24% on one of them.
No,
Because I'm pretty sure you
no,
bought the
but
top on ADA, right?
no, hold on. The reason why I'm even in the profit on Pepe is because
You bought the dip.
I threw the extra $50 at
Yeah,
that 10
I get it.
to bring my average down. So now that I'm in the profit, I'm thinking I could do that on the other two that I'm down on, so I don't take no losses.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is before you take from one of your winners, figure out what you're gonna do with those losers. Because you can't just keep holding them, bro. You got to decide which ones you really believe in and then circle your wagons around the ones that you really believe in. Then once those are straight, then you can see what your averages look like then, and then you can make decisions about taking from your winners. You get what I'm saying?
From taking from a winner to buy a loser just to grab a 2% off of the loser, just so you're not losing any dollar amount on the loser if you put the winner into it just to sell it.
Yeah, but if you're putting it into a loser that you could just be folding into another loser, then it would make you take off from that coin faster when price goes up. Right? Make sure that you're not feeding something that you don't want to keep, in other words. So first of all, you have to go through your portfolio and figure out which one of these do I really want to hold. And then once you've got your starting lineup, then you start worrying about where you want to put shit. But from listening to that, it sounds like you got too many in each narrative, is kind of what I'm saying. You don't need Bonk, Shib, and Doge, and Pepe. Right. Your meme, the meme part of your portfolio is at 70% almost.
Right.
And then even worse than it being 70%, it's all split up. Right. So they literally all have to go. So cut down the chances of all of them not going. Pick the ones that you're the strongest in, that you believe in the most, that have the most conviction in. Feed those. And then see what Pepe's doing at that point. Because, the point is that you want to get into the money faster on those coins that you're underwater in, right? So this is a way to do it without having to dig into one of your winners yet. I haven't looked at Pepe, but it doesn't look like anything's about to turn around just yet, you know?
So basically take one of the losers and put it into the other loser just to grab the 2 little percentage points.
Yeah, bro, just pros and cons, bro. If you got to sit down with a piece of paper, literally write them all down and write a list of pros and cons and make it obvious to yourself which one you believe in and which one you don't believe in, then just do that. Because you're spreading yourself too thin, in my opinion.
Okay, gotcha.
Getting that move on Bitcoin. Trying to
Yeah.
hit that.
Let's go, market maker. Take us home. But yeah, my best non-financial financial advice is everybody has one coin in their portfolio right now that they hate. You don't want to admit it, but there is. There's one that every time you open your portfolio, that's the first one that you check because you're scared it's down a shit ton of percentage. Cut that shit. Just cut it. Fold it into something else that's losing that you don't feel that way about.
Yo, Dbloc, do you mind going a quick check on ETH?
Just waiting to get above this bullish trigger here. 1956. If we break that, we should clear this vector with no problem. The 2133. If it manages to break. But that's it, short term. At that point, you're still putting in a lower high. So we have to look out for that. We have to look out for that downturn that we're watching for. But I think you got a pretty clear shot to 130 if you can break the 50 here in the 4 hour. Yeah. Watch for another rejection off the psychological high. Or the 200. I mean, we haven't tested the 200 since way back here. I'll grab a drink. I'll be right back.
I think we learned all a lot from that. We don't have to be penny stock traders.
Dude, Sui is just on an absolute tear right now. I knew that news was likely to change things.
Nice. Yeah, we got over and the 50% line, but it is a giant vector, so keep that in mind.
What time frame?
Just on Dblocs, the 5 chart.
Oh yeah, that's for Bitcoin though.
Yeah, we've been watching, but I have Sui right now. I got at 228.
Good entry.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Broke out of this smaller downtrend. I'm hoping maybe it can at least get up to like 240, but I don't know. Things have been wacky lately.
Yeah, that's for sure. If we get over that 234, I'll be happy.
Can I share something with Dog with Hat that I'm seeing?
What you got, Big Dog? Let me switch over.
So on the 1 hour chart, we had this descending wedge forming for a long time, and I think this is all putting in the bottom. But I've taken the measured move. The measured move of this symmetrical triangle, or this wedge, measured from the bottom, because it looks like we're actually having a breakout of this wedge, this 1 hour wedge. So that measured move takes us to about 70 cents. Potentially that would also be a lower high, which would coincide with Bitcoin. And you're breaking out of this trend line here, which I'll show you. It's been quite an important resistance for a long time. Kind of support. And then you've got this trend line here, which I'll show you on the daily. So that trend line on the daily, taken from the highs, the first high, the lower high. So we've actually broken out of that downtrend as it stands. So that could potentially signal the bottom there. And now what I would look for is a retest of this wedge and this trend line. That would also coincide with Bitcoin coming back down to test some of the lower levels if that does happen.
It's pretty good. Now we got that. Well, it does look like we've got the volume has been descending, but I mean we've been going down, so that's I guess that makes sense. On the daily, on your chart.
Oh yes, I see.
But I mean that does make sense. So, I mean, everything's been kind of.
But
Especially this
here the
last.
volume's been picking up. You notice how this is all kind of picking up.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, we've got to kind of.
and price hasn't really been dropping. So here you had such big price drops and little volume, had lots of volume and little price drops. So most of these are all buys, and These red ones are probably limit order buys that are disguised as sells, you know, because it's red.
Right.
Like, look at that stopping volume candle.
Probably people getting stopped out and somebody else buying their coin.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot of volume coming in there. We just need one of these daily candles to pop up.
What the hell is that?
Snare drum. There's a soundboard somewhere around. I'm not exactly sure where anymore.
Yo, ETH is somewhat looking strong right now for the first time.
Yo, is Dbloc there?
Yo.
Oh, he must have stepped out.
Yo, I'm here. I just need a second. I'm in the middle of something.
Yeah, I'll catch you in a minute.
What's up, everyone? Peace here. What's everyone doing with their ETH bags? Everyone's so sentiment around ETH is so down right now.
marriages.
What'd you say, bro?
Destroying my marriage.
Yeah, man. I'm getting destroyed too. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm not trying to laugh. I'm sorry. That's just funny that you said that.
But yeah,
My
it's a
wife's
joke.
too. Oh, no, I get you. My wife's on my ass too. She's like, oh, so when it was like 4, I was like, should have, would have, could have.
Yeah.
Boy,
I'm
man,
trying to
I'm
hoping mine
right at,
unstakes in time
I'm right
so I
around
can
cost.
dump it.
So yeah, I'm still around cost basis, so I'm okay. But lost all the gains, so it hurts. I think I don't know, man. I'm having doubts that it's gonna get over 5K now. I think it's gonna all-time highs for right around 4 or 5K. It might not hit the 8 to 12K that people were predicting.
Yeah. I just I hope it unstakes in time so I can. I'm just trying to cash out and buy lower, but we'll see.
Yeah. For me, it's long term, so I just don't want to get killed taxes. So I only trade long term typically.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna definitely just trade it into not into USD, but just into like stable and then back to ETH.
Yeah, but that's still a taxable event. You know that, right?
I have no idea. I mean, I think I have enough losses to cover the gains.
Yeah, honestly,
But
dude,
I don't.
this year and around December, if I'm still like all in the market, I'm gonna try to lock in some capital losses, bro, and then just buy back in. You know what I mean? It's like
Oh, yeah.
because right now there's no wash sale in crypto, bro. You can stack up
Yeah.
on your capital losses and have a shit ton of capital losses. Just buy out like Christmas, buy back in like second or third day in January.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. So it's all a loss on paper, right?
Yeah, there's no wash sales right now as of now, unless they go retroactively and change stuff. But yeah, in 2025, there's no wash sale in crypto. So buy in, sell out, and record those losses, and you buy right back in.
Right. Yeah, that typically be the thing. I didn't really buy or sell much last year, so I didn't do anything for taxes. But
Yeah,
next
I
year,
should.
different story.
Yeah, I should have done it in 2020 bull market, and I was kicking myself. I was like, shit, it was could have locked in a couple 100,000 in losses and came back up. You know.
Yeah.
What's your sentiment for tomorrow's FOMC meeting? Do you think we're gonna go down? You think we're gonna just chop a little bit more, or do you think end of the FOMC meeting we're just gonna start going back up?
Ah, man, it's hard to say in this current environment. It's definitely been a how do you put it, plot twist around every turn. So I don't like. I think just depends on the words that come out of Powell's fat mouth, and hopefully they're the right words. You know,
No, I hear
we
you on that.
should get a little run. You know, I mean, I'm hoping we get that little double top, kind of like with the M2. Then I'm trying to go mostly cash, and then get back in, or I'll be looking for shorts probably, just because everything that's happened lately, it's typically just dumped. So
Yeah, I can see that. But do you think with all this, like, okay, so this is my whole sense right now, like geopolitical tensions are not escalating as much. Like Russia and Ukraine are about to come to some terms, hopefully. Warren Buffett's got a shit ton of cash, which scares me. The U.S. is looking like it's going to turn on the money printer soon.
Oh
So
yeah, I mean if the QE or if QE plays in, we could. That's the thing though. I mean, even with bullish news, we've been getting just huge dumps upon faces. So who knows? Could I'm not the expert. I'm a complete cynic.
No, that's
But
fine. Fair enough. Fair enough. Just getting your opinion.
I do believe we're going, to higher eventually, but I'm like more just defeated.
When you
Coming
say
back from
when you say it's going to go
say
higher
what?
eventually, what's your time frame? Like a couple months, like a year? What's your time frame when you say that?
I think just in the next, like, I'd say couple months, but it all depends on that QE thing. So I mean, I think like typically I'm kind of going off that M2 global money supply ordeal. I mean, it's just the only time frame I think that makes the most sense. But so I think we get maybe a rally up to the 88, 90 place, and then we're gonna get another dip because SPY's doing the same thing. I mean, they were due relief, and then I think we have one more trip down to the 80, 79 or something, and that's just to scare everybody out, and then we're going up. But that could take a month. It could take 3 months because what Meza was saying, we got if they don't cut the Q shit off tomorrow, then it might not be till May till they do it. But I think they're a step ahead of us anyway. So like they're just trying to accumulate everything, so they're going to suppress what they can and get as much as possible. I think we see that with like Ada's price and like Ada, Ondo, XRP's a big, I feel like it gets stuck at 234, 245, but I think that's all just, they're keeping it as low as they can so they can get the most. If they have the most, they can try to control it. So the man upstairs has got some interesting plans, it seems. Or the crypto mafia, as I call them. Until then, we'll just short the bottom and long the top. No, don't do that though. It'll be a bad time. So get this guy out of here. Don't take it from me though. I'm unemployed.
I'm just saying your opinion. Nothing, no harm in that.
just an unemployed gang leader.
I
Hang
heard
the brass.
someone else was trying to say something. I don't know who it was, but someone else was trying to jump in.
No, it wasn't me.
I don't know. We should get a few days of rally though. I think. a day or two, just at least to test that 84.6. That's what I'm looking at. Tight stops, finger on the trigger.
You guys buying in stocks or not?
Nah, just
I
crypto for
got
me.
long. I ain't touched it though since like 2019 or something. Just some Tesla, some Palantir. I had a few of those Kathy Woods ARK investment things, which didn't do as well as I thought they would. But I don't really mess with it that much anymore. I did a bunch of options back in the day, which went well until it didn't.
Oh, oh. Move that up a little bit more. No, there is any way to lock the chart so it doesn't go to the right, like you stay in the middle.
Where's everybody at?
The charts right now is like watching paint dry. Not much happening.
Did
The
everybody
charts
go long?
reflect the voice chat. Everything's in limbo.
Huh? We can't voice chat no more?
No, I'm saying that everything's in limbo because of the charts.
Oh. Everybody holding their breath? Did you get in with?
Yeah, I got me some. I'm still riding that position. I turned. Yeah, I started with $4 and I managed to make $18 with it. So pretty happy with that, just from the bounce. But
Why are you playing with $4?
just for fun. Just for fun.
Okay. You open it. It's only a $20 position at 50x. I think it's close though to a.
For cracking the margin, do you really have to have $10 million?
Oh, I did hear that. I don't know how to do crack.
Wait, what?
Not on the pro version.
Well, I'm on the pro. Just when I clicked it, it said something about regions and blah blah blah.
I couldn't figure out how to deposit my money into the pro part. It might already be there. I don't know. I got busy doing some other shit.
You might have to deposit into your normal accounts and then transfer. You go to your portfolio and then transfer to your futures account from there.
Do you have to get approved for futures over there?
No, I think if you once you're set up, like you're good. Pretty sure if you have the normal one, you can access the futures.
New users on Kraken aren't allowed to do futures.
You trying to use it, Carter?
Anymore?
Or you just looking at it?
I had lost my password and then I found it and I got in. I mean, it let me just deposit with the pro app, but I don't know where futures are. I just something about margin and $10 million.
So on the pro app, you have to download the. You downloaded it to your computer? That's a desktop, huh?
No, I just have it on the phone. I haven't looked at it on the computer yet.
The pro version on the phone is also really easy to use. I like that app. They have platform maintenance every now and again that can screw you up if you don't check yourself, but
I don't see where do you go to the futures at?
are you in the pro version? And are you
Yeah,
on a mobile or are you on
I'm
PC?
on mobile. On the mobile, on the phone.
Hang on a sec, let me check. So you got to go to markets tab on the bottom left, and then click on the search tab at the top. And then once you click search, like there's a little thing that pops up for like favorites, spot, and futures.
Okay, For the margin certification, you just have to. I think I have to do that first. You have to put that you're not a EMP or something like that.
How'd you do it? You went to portfolio?
If you want to find the futures, you just go to the search tab. And then once you click on that, a bunch of other small little things will pop up that say like spot or spot and margin futures.
But when you certify the margin thing, are we supposed to be an ECP or are we not an ECP?
I don't know what an ECP is.
Neither do I, buddy.
Yeah, unfortunately, Kraken's not letting new users have access to the futures. And yeah, they do require the ECP, which would be I think that's where you were talking about having to have $10 million in assets. So Kraken won't let any new people in. But I think if you had an older account, they still let the futures trade.
Yeah, it's eligible contract participants, but I think that's for like partnerships, corporations, brokerage firms.
Well, I've had this account for 2 years, I think. I just never traded it.
If you're going to be trading like large amounts in the millions, you might be considered an ECP, but I don't know, probably not.
What does ECP stand for? Exceptional person?
Eligible contract participants? I'm just going to go with yes.
How'd you get to that?
Examples include, investors with significant assets. So if you have significant, probably in the millions, you probably want to say yes.
I'm just going to consider myself an asset, and I'm probably worth $11 million.
I'd be super curious if they let you in, because I applied and got rejected.
And you probably actually have $10 million.
Not quite.
I mean, you could always start off with something small, and then, once you're on the system, they might be a little bit more lenient when you approach them and say, hey, I want to trade with more funds.
I'm going to be over here turning $100 into $10, so they'll know it's real. Like, this guy's definitely a millionaire.
Hey, I heard them talking last night, dude. They were saying that on the DEX is not exchanges. They don't chase you around as much because they're.
Yeah, but it's just a little bit. It's a little sketchier, as in, and you got to think about fees and.
At the end, they're stealing it from us anyway.
True. Yeah. I mean, I've had some luck, but not too much. I mean, they're just some of them you have to. Almost all of them you need to be in, which you have, so you wouldn't have to worry about. But I don't know. Qui-Gon's got the. He knows a little bit more about the reputable ones. But I don't know if he's on right now.
The guy that was in that doing that short, He was on that one.
No, I don't know who that was. I think that was
He's on that. He's on that liquidity thing. That's a Dex, I think.
No, they were talking about hyper liquidity. That's where the oh yeah, no, the whale guy. Yeah, you're right. Hyper liquidity.
Isn't that a Dex?
Yeah, I think so. That and like radium.
I mean, if they would let that guy do that.
Yeah, I mean it's possible. It's just I feel like it's so many steps, and then you have to go through a bunch of apps. And I mean, you could try it, but I think like weeks is not bad. But
Weeks is what? Not bad. Weeks.
as far as just usability, it's not bad. And
Oh,
I
no,
mean, they
man.
still chase you on all of them, dude. They're not gonna not do that. But it's not really like a personal chase. It's just that's the way it goes.
Or you can even get a perfect entry. They shut down a green candle and turn around. I think once you start the candle, bro, the cat's out of the bag. They should have to finish it.
Like Fly was saying, dude. They can take the thing anywhere they want. You know, it's not really the market makers. It's just the cabal and the exchanges.
Watching Bitcoin today, not being in it, with all y'all in it. And I see what he's talking about, though, man. It goes up a leg and drops a couple of vector candles, and it comes back down and gets his money, you know? That's the pullback. He just wants his money back.
Yeah, it's a game changer because you can really just on a macro level, see where it's or guess where it's going to go. You know, you never know.
I've been waiting for a long time to get that bottom, bro, and I missed it. Which, I mean, I had to do some stuff, but I probably would have done some 200 or 400x and got booted out anyway. That XCN ever going to take back off?
I don't know. I lost all my XCN yesterday.
How'd you lose it?
I cashed it out and just put it in the thing, and it's gone.
What do you mean? Like you sent it to the wrong address or on the wrong network or?
No, I got liquidated in my sleep.
Shit, I feel you on that one, bro. I got liquidated on one of my soul positions a couple days ago.
Yeah, it's an everyday occurrence for me, bud.
So let me ask you this: do you just use your liquidation as a stop loss?
Do I use the what as a stop loss?
You just let your liquidation be your stop loss, or was it by accident?
No, it was totally by accident. I passed out. I had stops on it. I had stopped. Most of them stopped out. Just one of them ran, depleted everything. The only thing I had when I woke up was the beam.
Yeah, the worst one for me was you guys remember the deep Sika crash we had a month or two ago when my stop loss got skipped on the books and it liquidated my full account. I was on cross on an Ethereum long.
Yeah, yeah. No, the cross will kill you.
It's fantastic when the trades were going with you, but as soon as the trade goes against you, cross is very, very nerve wracking.
You're supposed to use cross to hedge. That's the thing. It's like a bunch of people like it's so easy to get wrecked on cross. What it's really supposed to be used for is to hedge against the position that is going against you, so that you don't get liquidated. That's why it's called cross, because you can go across from one position to the other and exchange the dollars that you're earning on one position to save the other one. But if you're just going one way, then I don't really see the point in using cross. You're better off just staying on isolated.
Yeah, well, I do go both ways. Sometimes when I'm scalping, I'll be doing some shorts, but usually with my swing trades, I go with the trend.
Yeah, but you couldn't go on isolated with the trend. Then it's like if you, no matter what you put into the trade, like that's all you're risking. Like if you're on isolated, whatever you put into the trade, that's what you're risking. Not, but if you're on cross, you're exposing your whole account. There's no way around it.
Yeah, no, I feel you on that. I don't have a big account anyways. I just trade small.
No, it's better to learn with small amounts than
Yeah, I was about to
with
say
big amounts.
I'm still quite new, so I'm learning on a small account on the futures. But I literally go. Most of my trades are like 50 cents a dollar, but at like 100x, 125x. And then I usually only risk about 1 to 2% with stop loss.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you have enough money in your margin, it can save you from getting liquidated on a really high leverage trade, like from getting liquidated immediately. Like I'm talking like 1 or 2 minutes after you enter the trade. If you're
Yeah,
on
no,
leverage that high,
I've got
but
$100 account, and I just do like $1 or 50 cents to $1 trades on 100 to 125x.
On which app?
if you're on high leverage, it's like I feel like it's better to just stay on isolated. But if you have an exchange where you can switch from isolated to cross, you can open a position on isolated. Say you open a long, right? And you're above your entry and you want to hold that position, but you see that it might be going lower, it might be rejecting or whatever. You can open up a short and then switch it over to cross, switch both positions over. Like if you're in hedge mode, you can open up a short against it, switch both positions over into cross, and then that will protect you from liquidation. Just as long as you cut one of them at break even and switch back over to isolated. Some exchanges allow that, some don't.
Yeah, some exchanges have some pretty cool features on doing that. It's quite interesting.
Yeah, I mean the whole idea with cross is you can reach from one position across into another that is profitable, and that one will help you. But other than that, other than hedging, I don't see like the real good use case for it, because what happens is I'll get in the habit, like I would get in the habit all the time of being like, okay, I've got $1,000 in my cross margin account, like just with margin, and I'm gonna put $100 on a trade, and the trade would go down. Like enter a long and it goes down. Then you're like, okay, well, I'm underwater, but at least I have enough to where in my margin where I'm safe from getting liquidated. But it goes down so much more that you're just like, okay, well, this trade's not working out. I'm going to try to rescue it. So then you double down and put another $100 in to the position. Now you only have 900 or 800 on cross. So that ends up moving your liquidation closer. And then if it goes down more, then you're like, oh, well, now I have to double down again. So then you put in another, 200 or 400. And then before you know it, the position is larger than what you have in your margin. So then your liquidation becomes really close. And the longer the trade goes against you, the further it goes against you, the less money you will have in your cross until eventually, like, it just hits a breaking point and, like, it'll just go all the way down to get you. So your margin ratio has to be like in tip top shape if you're gonna just go one way. You can't like add to a position recklessly. It's best to just cut a bad trade before it gets to that point, but like having good risk management. But I'm talking about like the bad habits. The bad habits that I fell into was adding to a losing trade and then doing that on cross. Like even if you think you add $600 to the trade, and even though you think you're safe, you're really just still going to end up losing that $600 plus the other 400 that you have on the side because your margin ratio is off. So it's just never a good idea to continue to add to a losing trade on cross. Like, can it work out sometimes? Like, if you get a bounce and then like the position comes to get you at break even or whatever, like, there's been times where I've done that and I've actually made profit just holding on to it longer, but I was sweating the whole time I was holding it, and it's just not worth it. And it doesn't always work out. Like there's no guarantee that it will work out. I mean,
Yeah,
the
no,
only
I
thing
I
you can
totally
do is,
understand that. That's some good info you're giving there. Good knowledge. Appreciate that, bro.
yeah, no problem. I'd hate to see people make the same mistakes that I've made because they were lessons that cost a lot of money. So, like, just be aware of those things because it can get really tricky and you can get in some sticky situations where sometimes you dig yourself so deep in a hole you don't know what to do anymore, and then you're not thinking logically anymore at that point, and that's how your account gets wrecked. So I don't know. I mean, those type of things, like the dynamics of cross margin, like you can use it in a way to where it can be really useful, but if you use it the wrong way, it can be very, very detrimental. Like it can wreck your entire account. I mean, if you're I always told people like if you unless you're already like really effective at trading on spot and you're already consistently profitable on spot, even if it's only 2%, like if your win rate is higher than your loss rate, you know what I mean? Like if your win loss ratio is intact, like you're winning more than you're losing, or even just at least like 30% of the time, until you can do that consistently, then don't even like try leverage. And then if you do become consistently effective trading spot and you become consistently profitable over time, you've got enough practice down and you understand like the rules, like you have a system of rules like for your risk management, then you can try using leverage, but start on low leverage and start on isolated. Like the whole thing with cross is like cross has so many extra dynamics that are just so advanced. Like the actual purpose for cross, most people don't know what it's actually supposed to be used for, and that's why it's so easy for them to get wrecked. And then that causes a lot more volatility in the market, because there's so many people like that are kind of unwittingly using it in the wrong way. You know what I mean? Like it's not that it's not that they're using it improperly on purpose. It's just that they don't even know that they're using it improperly. But you don't want to get wrecked. Do everything you can avoid to get wrecked. take smaller losses that are manageable, because when losses get big, they become unmanageable. I mean, it takes a lot longer and a lot more work to actually claw back. Or sometimes you just give up and quit, or you're forced to quit. And then you never really win it back, you know. So try to avoid putting yourself in that sort of situation. Talk to any of my friends from like the last several years of my trading journey, and they'll tell you how much like how many times I freaked out about some crazy trade that I was stuck in or whatever, that I just barely made my way out of. Been more than once. There was also times that I didn't make it out, and those were the times where like I had a big reset, and it's like I ended up learning something and becoming better for it because I didn't give up. But at the same time, it was like I was kind of forced to take a break because I just didn't have capital to trade. Staying in the game is the most important thing.
Yeah, that's facts right there.
As soon as you get kicked out of the game, it's over. Like all losses can be recovered over time, but like if you have nothing to work with, then you really have no ammo. You know what I mean? Like you have no ammo to fight back if you used up all your ammo already, or if you lost it, or you dropped it in a freaking river or something. You know, so it's it's like I made up this saying. I was like, you can't win anything if you lose everything. And that was like sort of my motto. Like whenever people were talking about like bad risk management or like trades that they lost or whatever, blah blah blah, because it's like you can always win it back as long as you have something to work with, but you can't win anything if you lose everything. It's hard. You gotta like go and find another way to make money and save up enough to the point where you can like take another swing at it and give it another try, and then just hope to God you don't fall back into the same bad habits or make the same stupid mistakes you did before, so you don't have to do the whole thing all over again. So at that point, you start to think like, oh well, this whole thing has just been a waste of time. I've worked my ass off and I've just to lose money, and it's like, what's the point of that? And there kind of is no point. So.
Do you have any good you have any good tips and tricks for like when your position's going good and not to get too greedy and take profit all the way on the way up?
Yeah, if you have a 1 to 2, so all right, so if you have a 1 to 3.5 risk to reward ratio, so like meaning for every $1 that you're risking in a trade, you're aiming to make $3.50 at least. With a 1 to 3.5 risk to reward ratio, you only have to be right like 20% of the time to at least break even. But if you're right, like, anywhere from 20 to 25% of the time, you'll be profitable. So that means you only have to be right at like 1 out of 4 or 1 out of 5 trades. So you could have 3 or 4 losers as long as one of them's a good winner, then you'll be profitable. So you don't have to win every trade. Now, the thing is with the 1 to 3.5, it's hard to like it's hard to say how many of those, what the probability of that sort of setup is going to play out, and like how much you're risking. Like it could be 0.5%, 1%, 5%, whatever. Like, so the more you're risking, the more ambitious your targets need to be in order to meet that ratio. So what I like to do is, if I'm say I have a setup and my invalidation is 1% away, which that's like another thing you really need to know is, like, if I take this trade, where does it get invalidated, and how far away is that invalidation? How much will I lose if I get stopped out there? Well, if you say your invalidation is 1% away, I'll take a trade. Okay, I'll risk 1%. That's my stop loss. So I already know where my stop loss is before I even enter the trade. Now, where is my target going to be? Well, if you do a 1 to 2 risk to reward ratio, which you should always be risking probably at least 1 to 2. Some people risk 1 to 1.5, which is, like you're still, like, you're cutting it close, but like you're still kind of profitable. Like you do need to win more than you lose at that point. Like to be profitable with a 1 to 1.5 risk to reward ratio, you need to be right more than half of the time. So, more than 5 out of 10 trades, at least 6 out of 10, you have to be right. So that's like a little more difficult than just, 2 out of 10 or 3 out of 10, so when you're talking about like being right at like winning at least 6 or 7 trades out of 10, that's a more difficult task to achieve. So 1 to 1.5 is a ratio that's not often super profitable for most traders, especially like beginners. And like if your risk management is really, like a little like if you're not really experienced with risk management or tracking like where an invalidation would happen, and some people risk too much and their targets are too ambitious, whatever. 1 to 1.5 doesn't really cut it. Like, especially like if you're trying to hold on to something for a swing, like it's more of like a high frequency thing. Anyway, having said that, a 1 to 2, at least you're risking, at least your potential gain is twice what you would be losing if you were to lose the trade. So at least you're going to win twice as much as what you could potentially lose. So what I like to do is, say I'm risking 1%. My first target will be at 2% gain, because when you do that, if you take off half of your position at a 1 to 2 ratio, you instantly take off half of your position, then you only have half of the position left. So even if it comes back down and stops you out right after hitting your first target, you haven't lost any money because you've already gained what you were risking. So you don't take the whole position. If you took the whole position at 1 to 2, then you would have made twice what you were risking, right? But then you'd be out of the trade completely. So if it's something you want to hold on to and you can have multiple targets, then, to get the higher 3.5 or like 5 or 10, 1 to 10 risk to reward ratio, even depending on the setup, the way that I like to do it is just taking off half the position, because that way the trade is free and clear. You don't have to worry about losing money at that point as long as you hit your first target, and you still have the other half of the position, and you can let that ride and you can let it be a runner. So the next position, or so if it hits your next target, which I like to put my second target at 1 to 3.5. If you wanted to, you could even, as soon as you hit your first target, you could even put your stop loss at break even, like at your entry. So that way, if it does come back down to your entry and goes below it, and it goes and past your invalidation anyway, then you still made a profit. You didn't break even. You didn't lose money. You didn't break even. You made a profit at that point. So, but if you decide to just leave your predefined risk where it is, and you continue past your 1 to 2 target, then I like to do a 1 to 3.5 as my next target. So risking 1%, whatever you're risking is 1% of your remaining position to gain 3.5 of that. At 1 to 3.5, take off another half. Now you're 75% out of the position. You have 25% left, and you're in profit. I mean, at this point, you're like, it's almost like, all right, might as well move my stop loss up to entry, because what have I got to lose at this point? I already hit a 1 to 3.5 risk to reward ratio, and it's only 25% of the position. But even if you left your predefined risk where it was at a 1% loss, you're only taking a 1% loss on 25% of your original position. So if before you were risking $10, now you're only risking 2.5. And if you have already made $10 on the first one, and then a couple more dollars on the second target, and you're only risking 2.5 at this point. So you made like $13, and you're only risking 2.5 at this point. If you move your stop loss up to break even after your second target, then you're still making $10. So you're still profitable. It's an automatic. You're automatically winning the trade no matter what. And you don't give back any profits that you took. But you could continue up. If you continue up to a 1 to 5 risk to reward ratio, take off another half. So now you only have now you're like 86% out of the position, right? And everything you've taken off, you made a 1 to 5 risk to reward ratio, not technically speaking, you didn't make 5 times what you were initially risking, but you've hit a third target to the point where okay, you're 80% out, 86% out, and you let the other 12% ride and see if you can get to that 1 to 10 target. And if it makes it there, great. You can leave a runner. You can either close the rest of the position there, or you can leave 5 or 6% of the original position open as a moon bag. But either way, when you take off half of your position, or at least part of your position at every target, then you're locking in those gains, and you don't have to worry about losing it in case the trade doesn't work out. You could even, if you hit the targets and it goes past the targets and you don't already have like a limit take profit set, you could even just drag a stop loss up, put an order in for a partial amount of the position as a stop loss, drag it up to that target. If it falls back below it, you take profit there anyway. If it never falls back below it, you still have more of the position to work with as it goes up.
Do you ever use trailing stop losses? What are your thoughts on that? I appreciate all that as well.
Yeah, I hope it wasn't too complicated, but
no, that was some top of the top info right there.
Yeah, well, I've been meaning to do it. I want to at some point share my screen and do a little seminar or something down in one of these other lower rooms for people that want to go through basic stuff. But yeah, as far as the trailing stop losses, I don't personally use them. They can be handy if you're not looking, say you're in a trade and it's ripping and you really don't have time to look at it or manage the position, and you don't already have predetermined take profit targets, but you're in a trade, it's going well, and you have you really always should have a plan. But say you just happen to be in a trade and you took a risk and it's going well, and the thing is ripping, and it's oh, this is up 20% today, yada yada. You can set, if you don't have the time to look at it and manage it because you're doing something else, you could set a trailing stop loss for okay, if you can sort of set the parameters. So if you're okay, well, if it comes down 1% from the high that it made, the previous high that it made, then I'm out. Or you could do 2%. Because if it's if you're up 20%, then giving back 1 or 2%, that's not a big deal. You could do it for 5, so that way it doesn't choke you out of the position. even if you still give back 5%, you're making 15, so it doesn't really matter. You didn't sell the tippity top, but you're still making 15%. So giving back 5 isn't that great of a sacrifice, but it gives you a little bit of extra wiggle room in case it does continue going up. So say it drops 3% off the high and then bounces and continues up. Now it's up 30%. Then you can just delete your trailing stop and do a new one for 5% down from that new high. So now it's like, no matter what, now you're making 25%. So I mean, that's where they're good, where you're not able to really keep an eye on the minute to minute price action. That's where I feel like they can be really useful. Or if you're in like multiple trades at once and you can't keep an eye on everything all at once, it's good to be able to set those trailing stops on those. It's like you sort of don't have to think about it. But I really would typically only use something like that if I was already way in the profit on something, or like just had a trade that just so happened to be like I was lucky enough to just so happen to be way up into the profit. Like some crazy thing happened that I wasn't expecting. Like I enter a position for a certain kind of setup, but then some crazy bullish news comes out and the thing just skyrockets. Well, I'm out doing something already, and all I have is my phone, and you can set stuff like that. So they can be useful at times, but I don't personally use them. When I'm actively trading, I usually have take profit targets already set. Or I'll at least have stop losses. I'll break my stop losses up into like, instead of just having one big stop loss for the whole position, I'll do like 4 of them. And one of them will be for 50% of the full position. The other one will be for 25% of the full position. And then like the other 2 will be for 12.5% of the full position. So that way I have 4 stop losses. So if I ever need to, I can just click and drag them up to, like if the price is ripping, I can just keep dragging them up above the price or below the price. So that if it was to come down, it's like I'll get stopped immediately. Sometimes I take profit that way rather than having limit take profits. But if you have a limit set, if the price goes up there, chances are you're going to get hit, and then that was your plan anyway. It's kind of better to stick to a plan, but you can squeeze a little bit more juice out of it if you do it that way. But the trade has to be going exceptionally well and be in a strong trend already to be able to pull something like that off. And of course, you have to be like at your computer right in front of it, looking at it, watching its every move. So there are ways to squeeze a little bit more juice out of it than just your predefined targets, but I don't know. Aside from that, that's the way I would use, like, I'll manually move my stop losses up and use a trailing stop in that way. I mean, there's a lot of different ways that there's times where I was in a position where I was like in a really wide range, and I was short from the top of the range and long from the bottom of the range. And as soon as the price got into the dead middle of the range, it's in what's called a positive dead zone. Well, I call it a positive dead zone. As soon as the price is in the middle, you're now in profit on both positions. So I'll put like a bunch of stop losses, like for the long position, I'll put a bunch of stop losses below the price, and the short position, I'll put a bunch of stop losses above the price. And no matter what, at that point, if the price goes up or if it goes down, no matter what, you're making money because you're putting all your stop losses in the profit. And it's never like when I did that, it was never for the full position. It was like a small portion of the position spread out over a wide range. But that type of stuff, that's like really much more advanced type of stuff. I would just
I feel like we're talking about the healthiest way to smoke crack cocaine at this point. You want to use a filter. If you can find a filter, just use a filter. Try not to burn your lips.
What I mean?
Liquor leveraging ladies, baby. Liquor leveraging ladies. Be careful.
You mean the thing on the underside of your sink? Of the faucet?
Yeah. We need reverse osmosis up in here. But
Leverage.
yeah, I'd say I'd say just if you're really first getting started, you want to just focus on like having a plan, having targets, and just setting limits at those targets. If they hit, they hit. If they don't, they don't. If you get stopped, you get stopped. Like you only need to be right a few times to be profitable. Like there are strategies where you could be right only like 3 out of 10 trades and still make profit. So I would just focus on your targets and your invalidation.
Yeah, focus on selling in profit. That's it. Most people sell after they round trip in the negative. Don't do that. You'll be fine.
My advice is try to get your win percentage up to better than 3 to 10 so that you can actually swing at leverage if you're going to play it, man. I get that that's a thing. I have this argument with Zusi all the time. He's like, I only have to win 2 out of my 10. And I'm like, yeah, but I don't know.
But when you get down to, your last 3 chances, how are you feeling?
Well, the entries are important. It's like the entry is really important, and then your entry kind of determines your invalidation and your targets. So it's like, I don't know, like work on your entries, your invalidate, like identifying the invalidation, how far away it is, and then finding a realistic targets that are adhere to the rules of your strategy.
You ever tried spot? That's pretty good.
I don't know, man. I think people are just in a lot of hurry to make money and they don't realize they're going to end up losing more money in that period of time instead of just slowing things down and working on your win percentage. Just work on trying to figure out where the next candle is going. And then once you can successfully figure out where the next candle is going, try to figure out where the next 2 candles are going. Just literally focus on your win percentage. All of this other fancy shit is cool once you got everything figured out. If you're just coming into this new, you're going to get spun in circles and rinsed. You can hear the best advice in the world right now. If you're not successful trading spot and you don't have a winning percentage trading spot, you are going to get rinsed in this market trading leverage. That's just my 2 cents.
That was kind of the first thing. I don't know how long you were.
No. I just can't. I have no idea what you guys were talking about. I came in on like the last sentence. Yeah, it's just my normal reaction to leverage talk. That's all.
Well, yeah, he was saying I'm new, but like, literally the first thing I said was, well, my opinion is that you shouldn't even really trade leverage until you're already consistently profitable and have a consistent win rate on spot. Like if you can actually trade spot effectively and you have an effective win rate on spot consistently, I wouldn't even think about leverage. And I was like, then if you go into leverage, start on isolated with smaller amounts, and before you go into like this cross margin stuff, because I'm trying to explain the dangers of cross margin, how it can be really powerful, but most people use it the wrong way. And like
cross margin is for when you already have money.
Actually, yeah.
You want the most powerful? Set it at 1x. And when you get to your target, put up the leverage and take something out for yourself.
Yeah, that's how I started with when I started leverage like a month or 2 ago. I started with low leverage, and as the trade got into profit, I would slowly raise it up. But
how long were you trading before you started leverage?
So that's kind of I've been, I wouldn't call it trading. I would say more investing in crypto for about 2 or 3 years, just buying in spot and then waiting. I wouldn't look at the charts. I'd just wait a couple months.
I'm talking actively. I'm talking actively buying and selling, buying supports and selling resistances. How long were you doing that before you started trading leverage?
About a month.
Too fast, bro.
Yeah,
you're speeding.
That's way too fast.
Yeah, you're
yeah,
speeding.
no. Like I said, with my leverage account, I just put $100 in, and my trades are like 50 cents, $1, but high leverage.
As long as you're keeping it small, bro. Keep it small. If you want to learn that way, that's fine. Keep it under under 1% of the entire portfolio. I mean, even under 0.5% of the entire portfolio, until you can actually.
When my TA is telling me, and I feel real confident,
and you're buying, and you're
like $1.
But you're trading spot on the side, right? Like you're accumulating, and you're You're
Yeah.
still okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Like some guy earlier was saying, he kind of was doing the same thing with the $5 and then pulling out profit and going into spot. Yeah, that's what I do. I try and keep my account at 100, and as soon as it goes above 100, I take it out into spot. But yeah, no, I definitely like all the things that you were saying earlier, and that does clear up some questions I actually had about some of the things I was doing.
Yeah, and also you don't have to get married to a position. Just have a plan for if you want to take profit. If it keeps going, you have some of the position left, great. You have more to sell. Have a plan for where you're going to sell more. But even like you don't have to hold the entire position through all the ups and downs. You don't have to marry it like that. As long as you sell it higher than where you bought it, you're doing it right. You're making profit, you're making gains. Being able to do that consistently. Like all that other stuff like that I was talking about, like dragging your stop loss up below the price and stuff like that. Like that's all kinds of extra stuff. But like it will help increase your win rate. Even if you have to like if your trade's going well and even if you haven't like, hit your first target yet necessarily, you can move your stop loss up to break even, or you can move it to slightly in the profit. That way you don't lose, and you still you still technically take a win. It's just not something that I usually practice because I'm trying to make my wins count. So it's like you can risk taking a loss, but you don't want to do it too much. So you can increase your win rate by moving your stop loss up quicker. Like as soon as you're in the profit, you might not make a lot of money, but you will increase your win rate. I would just focus on targets though, bro. Having like if you buy something, like even if it's on spot, if you bought something, well, why did you buy it and where are you planning on selling it?
Your focus right now should be not losing money. This is your first cycle. Your biggest focus shouldn't be making money. Your biggest focus should be not losing money. Number one, because you're gonna need to take whatever you make at the top of this and compound it at the bottom of the bear to catch up for being late. Just keeping it 100 with you, right? Everybody else has got a head start. Everybody else has got lower entries. Everybody else has got in comfortable position. You know what I mean? You're gonna have to catch up. Make sure you don't lose anything. Like, don't lose it to leverage at the top. You know what I mean? And I know you're saying you're taking it slow, but you're gonna get successful because you're gonna figure it out, and then you're gonna want to change your rules. So I'm just trying to get in front of that and let you know the most important thing is that you get to the top of this bull market with enough money to compound at the bottom of the next bear. That should be everybody's focus.
Yeah, that is very good goals right there. I'm gonna set right now.
Yeah, just defend your money, bro. Just respect your capital, and that goes to everybody. I don't care how much money you're playing with, if it's a lot, if it's a little. Specifically, if it's a little, because what happens is some people say, well, I'm not playing with that much. Yeah, that's why you should cherish it even more. You can't afford to treat it like you're wealthy already. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
you
I
need
take
to defend
the
it.
dollar that I trade. I use it. In my brain, it's like $100. If I
Because
make
it
$2,
is,
like
because that that saying, don't use money that you can afford to lose. I don't like that saying. I hate that saying, bro. Because there's no money that you can afford to lose. What happens is when people have that saying in their head, the money in their account, they already see it as gone. That's not money you can afford to lose. That's money, excuse me. That's money that's meant to make you money. That money's job is to make you money. So when you think of it like that, you don't want to lose a single dollar of it, right? You want to make sure that it's always working and it's always making you more money that's meant to make you more money. That's meant to make you more money, and then that money can buy you the Lambo. Like little employees. They look at every dollar you have as a little tiny little employee that goes out on a mission for you.
Dude, Dbloc, do you ever find that the longer you trade, the less you actually want a Lambo?
I couldn't. You would have to pay me, and you would probably have to pay me monthly to keep a Lambo for you at this point. First, you'd have to give me money up front just to be like, all right, fine, I'll ride around in this shit all day. Then you'd have to pay for the upkeep because I don't give a blow a tire or some shit, or you're paying for that. I don't care. I'll leave it on the side of the road. Is the most, well, Lambos are good for one thing. At the beach with your boys, starting on, spring break, picking up some chicks. Maybe not even, you can't even pull up to a business meeting in a Lambo. You look like a massive douche. So it really is just the stunt. Park in front of the club.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that type of shit. Just go rent one. Rent a Lambo. And then, you know what? Next week when you show up at the club, show up in a Ferrari and really screw their heads up. Like, why? What are we talking about?
Yeah. Like, how much money does this dude
Just
have?
keep them guessing. You know what I mean? If
Like,
that's the game you want to play,
it's
just keep them guessing. But unless you want to go to Publix and pick up your groceries in a Lambo and pick up the kids at soccer practice, and you know what I mean? Because some people really they'll be there. That'll be their daily driver. They don't even think about it. They're like, I got enough for it. I've always wanted it. I'm gonna get it. Cool. Now you got to go to Home Depot in your Lambo.
you gotta pay 10 times for it just in like maintenance and upkeep.
Nah,
and
it's
stuff. Like,
it's ridiculous. Doesn't make any
and
sense.
but
It's one of those
there's
goals.
one of
It's one of those goals that 13, 14-year-old you made that we're still sticking to. That decision to get a Lambo when we get rich, we made that shit when we were kids, bro. Let's keep it 1,000. We're just holding on to it.
If I was gonna get a
it's sort of
Lambo,
like a
sorry, I was just gonna say I'd go for a Lamborghini Countach at least. I think that thing's classy.
it's sort of like the new traders that come in when it's like that old saying, when moon, when Lambo, like with the like Doge days. It's like new people that come in, like they think they're just gonna get rich overnight, and it's like, where is my Lambo? Like I was expecting to invest $100 and make 100 million overnight, and it's just like it's like those kind of like goals, like you see them as more and more ridiculous as time goes on, and like you keep trading and you realize like that's just not what happens. The easiest way to become a millionaire trading is to start with $1 billion.
The actual saying is the easiest way to make $1 million leverage trading is to start with $1 billion.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even if you lose 999
That sounds like that hyper liquid dude.
you
2 billion and
become a
Let's just get that clear.
if you lose 999 million, that's how you start a billionaire and you become a millionaire. But yeah, the whole, I don't know, man. Lambos, it's like you should. I think that there was one use case that you kind of missed out on, and it's making those YouTube videos about gold diggers when they go fishing for gold diggers. But you could just rent the Lambo, go and make a ton of those videos where they're fishing for gold diggers, post the videos on YouTube, return the Lambo, and then if the YouTube video gets 100 million views, you're making money off of that. Bang, passive income. Only made one investment one time.
It's actually a good idea.
You spent some of your time and money and some of your effort on making videos, and you didn't even have to own a Lambo in order to accomplish it. But yeah, as far as like I'm concerned, when it's like when you just talk about making money and making your money make more money for you, it's like that's what a Lambo, like you see like I would see a Lambo as an asset in the sense that like I can use it to make a video and the video will make me money. Actually buying the Lambo isn't going to make me any money. It's just going to cost me money. I don't want one. Now, if I have FU money and I have more money
Well,
to spend than I ever would know what to do
if
with for the rest of my life, then sure, buy a Lambo, I
you're
guess.
if you're a billionaire and you think like a billionaire and you want a Lambo, you open up the Lambo experience. Then you have to buy like 5 of them, and you charge people a shit ton of money to learn how to drive a Lambo on a little circle, and you go take the Lambo you want anytime you freaking want.
Screw that. When I get to where I
You
want
don't
to
got to
be,
be a
just give me
billionaire for that.
one.
My cousin did that with his first Lambo and turned it into like 7 cars now.
When I get to where I want to be, just give me one Aston Martin Vanquish. I'll ride off into the sunset like James Bond, and I'll be happy.
Did you say he already did my idea? He charged people to learn.
He
to
didn't do
ride
the
his
he
Lambo?
didn't do the loop thing, but he bought a Lambo with his first bull run money, and you can already imagine what my reaction was, right? He's like, "Nah, cuz you don't understand." I'm da 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 da. I'm like, "All right, whatever." I just making excuses, but he did it, bro. He rented it out, made enough money from renting it out to get 2 more, grew his fleet to like 7 or 8 cars now. Makes a shit ton of money, bought whatever car he wanted, doesn't even drive the Lambo anymore. It's just in there being rented out. Some people are here to consume and some people are here to produce, man. There's no other way to, you know what I mean? Some
Yeah,
people are
that's
just
awesome.
gonna consume, and some people are gonna take what they have and they're gonna make something of it.
So going back to the safest way to smoke crack.
Feels like harm. It feels like harm prevention, It feels like giving
Rubbing
syringes out
alcohol.
on Skid Row. Yeah, with the little cotton balls and rubbing alcohol. Like, we're not promoting this, but if you're gonna do it, be safe.
You're gonna do it. You just be safe about it. But no, Dbloc's right. Everyone thinks that the most important thing about trading is making money. The most important thing is not losing money. Once you accomplish that, then worry about making money.
Eloquently put, my dude.
One of the biggest lessons that I learned is that success should be the goal, and success isn't a dollar amount. In our terms, it would be valuing win percentage over, final dollar amount. In other words, right? Like focusing on your craft and focusing on getting your win percentage as high as you possibly can, being at the top of your game. The money comes secondary to that. There's no way the money doesn't come if you focus on that. You know what I mean? But think of how many times you've focused on profit, and that hyper focus on the profit has made you make a mistake where you ended up losing it all.
Yeah, there could be a billionaire out there that maybe only wins 3 out of 10 trades, or 1 out of 7, or like 1 out of 10, and he might still have more money. But if you're winning 6, 7, 8 out of 10 trades, you're a more successful trader than he is. So like you're the one that's successful, not him. He's succeeding at losing money. He's succeeding at making it. Doesn't matter how much money it was.
It's a gambler's mindset too. It's the difference between a gambler's mindset and a trader's mindset, and it's the difference between scarcity and like the scarcity mindset too, right? Because if you have an abundance mindset, you trade different, even if you don't have it, right? This is the fake it till you make it part. This is the part that was hard for me because I came from nothing, and that mindset, that scarcity mindset, it wrecked me for my first couple, it wrecked me for my first couple cycles. So really just getting your head around the idea of, okay, look at the industry that we're in, right? Every day we turn around and somebody made $15 million doing something crazy, or you know what I mean? Like, the money's there, right? So just how do I get to the top of this market? Percentage wise, like how do I become, if we know that 85% are gonna, that's the first goal, right? 85% are gonna lose all their money. Okay, we need to be at least better than those guys. Right, so we need to be in the 15%. And then from there, you just go kind of scaling up. And for me, really, I hate to harp on it, but the only way to really judge that is win percentage. And how many trades are you losing? Not how much are you losing? Can you afford to lose? How many trades are you losing?
And that kind of, even in and of itself, like that's kind of a tall order right there. Just being better than 85% of the people that are
It's
participating.
almost impossible. Or else 85% of the people wouldn't be able to, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, if you're actually, and that's another thing, people are so hard on themselves. Like, if you're profitable, you know, the only thing standing between you and them is if you just, you know, stop taking profits. You know, just start round tripping shit. Because it's not like these 85% aren't decent traders. Like, they probably had good positions. They just don't take profits when they're supposed to. Right? They end up round tripping things that they're not supposed to. Or they do great for 6 or 7 months, get overconfident, and then blow everything on a Hail Mary. You know? Happens
I was
a
gonna
lot.
say there could be one person that made 100 trades that were really good, and they built their way up to, you know, let's say like $100,000. Then there's that dude that made 2 trades and made 100 grand, and he thinks he's awesome and a successful trader, but he's not gonna have the same experience. So he'll go in on a trade with overconfidence and lose his whole $100,000, whereas the other person sticks to their system for the next 100 trades and doubles it. Consistency is key. It's like that old tale of the tortoise and the hare, you know. You do have to grind if you want to be successful at trading anyway. But that's, yeah, you really, like, just because you have a lot of money doesn't mean you're a successful trader. You can consistently make profits.
Money
And you're
doesn't mean
consistently
shit.
winning more than you're losing.
Money doesn't
And your
mean
win
shit,
rate.
bro. People come into this game with so much money. Like, that whole billion to a million thing was a joke, but it's a real thing, yo. You know, there's people that have, you know, they're like, oh my God, they got $60 million. And like, yeah, but, you know, at one point they were at $250 million and they screwed it up. That's why that whole, you weren't around for it, but in the other Discord, they had this 50K club where if you had 50K in your trading account, they're giving a little badge. And he's like, oh, I'm gonna send you your badge. I'm like, nah, I'm good, bro. I don't need to be in your 50K. Like, that to me means nothing, bro. You made, okay, how much did you start with? What did you trade? Did you buy Peanut and it 10x and now you've got 50K and you've only taken 2 trades?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
I want a
I
50,000 trade badge. Right?
Yeah.
Win or loss, you've taken 50,000 trades and you're still here to trade tomorrow, you're supposed to get a badge. And people should listen to you over the guy with $50,000 in the trading account, because 1,000% you've got more to teach somebody after taking 50,000 trades than somebody that just happened to hit. You know, whether it's what to do or what not to do, but there's lessons there.
Yeah, if you could take a lot of hits and keep fighting, you're bound to just become a better fighter. If you get knocked out, you're done.
It really is just live to trade another day, bro. At the end of the day, no matter what you do, just make sure that you don't blow all your ammo.
Yeah, staying in the game really important. That was another thing I said earlier. I was like, you can always recover whatever losses you made as long as you have something to work with. But you can't win anything. Like you can always win it back if you're able to stay in the game. But you can't win anything if you lose everything. I say taking losses and like understanding how and when and why is like just as important as like taking profits and making gains and taking winners.
We're just
And
hanging
eventually
out up
you'll
here,
profit
Neve.
maybe something.
We're just hanging out up here, Neve. A little symmetrical on the micro. If we break, you know the rule. If we come down over the 50 with the 13, we lose momentum, then we'll sweep. But we're still above right now. This could just be a 50 retest. We already hit our measured move, right? But I would like to build out a nice little flag here for a continuation. Kelly with the new membership. Appreciate you, Kelly. W member. I can't even imagine at this point risking. I just can't. And it's not even, it has nothing to do with, I mean, maybe it has a little to do with experience, but I can't imagine being all in on one trade. Like, it's so far from something I would do at this point that I can't even fathom it. You know how many times I've seen that go bad, percentage wise, versus go good? Out of the times that somebody's come in and said, hey, I'm all in on this position, I'm talking
I would guess 99% of the time.
Bro, I'm talking 7, 8 out of 10. I've seen completely just get wrecked. Like, literally. Aeon with the big Cypher membership. W member. Big W's. No, being all in is the that's the problem. It's the it's a completely different game psychologically. It's like as soon as you press go, it's like instant anxiety. I mean, especially if you're literally talking about all in, like everything you have. There's desperation or gambling, one of the two.
That's the one thing I don't understand with people going all in on meme coins, putting in their like mortgages and stuff. That's just one thing I can't wrap my head around.
There's been some doozies, man. There's been a couple doozies where you can do nothing but just cringe when you hear it, and you're like, and it's bad when it's somebody that's been trading for a while, and you're like, I can't tell you how to trade. And you know, been doing this for a while. Like, I'm nobody's dad. You'll hear it from me, but I'm not gonna sit there and everybody's an adult here. But you can usually tell how I feel. Somebody will be talking about their position, and then it'll just get quiet, and you hear me go, It's usually not a good thing. Like, okay. But respectfully, there's people that are doing it because they have to, bro. And I was one of those people early on. I said when I came in this game in a lot of debt from making stupid mistakes when I was young, and I owed money to people that you don't owe money to. And there was necessity. And there's a reason why, things ended up the way they did. Luckily everything worked out and everything, but the risks that I was taking, way higher, obviously. The stress levels, anxiety, way through the roof. And that's the same. I don't care if you're trying to get money for an operation, you're trying to get money to buy the house. You try, you know what I mean? Like whatever it is, when you're under that type of pressure, it's really hard to trade.
Speaking of that, Dbloc, I'm gonna need that. I'm gonna need that cash.
Bro, I told you I'm good for it. I got you, yo. Nah, I was stupid when I was a kid, bro. You know, I was trying to live way out of my means, and in New York City, there's more than enough people willing to put you on the rope for some money if you're dumb enough to take it, you know? Mike S with the butt cheek emoji. W butt cheeks. Oh wait, that's a peach. My bad. W peach emoji. Whoops.
Hold on. I gotta talk to
Come on, Dbloc, get your mind out the gutter.
I'm sorry, but on Instagram, that's a butt cheek emoji. I guess on Discord it's a peach, but all right.
What's the aubergine then?
Yo.
Yo, what's going on, bro?
That indicator.
Which one?
The
RK?
one with the moving averages.
Yeah.
What?
RK 10 ribbon. Wait. Yeah, RK10 MA ribbon.
Thank you. I was like on MK10. I was trying to remember.
Let me know if it looks this. If it doesn't look the same, I'll show you my settings.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that I changed the EMAs, but I don't remember. So just let me know.
Bro,
I think Neo has a screen cap of them in the TA room. And,
Okay.
I think they're fractal EMAs.
Okay.
I gotta say, bro, those things are amazing.
Lasers.
They're pretty cool, right? It just gives you a. I think that if after you use them for a while, you don't really need them anymore, but it gives you an idea of what's really happening. Like
So
what
let's
the role that EMAs really play, you know?
Yeah. Let's talk about it real quick. Like sum it up, because so I listened to you talk about it, and I learned a lot. But bro, so if they're pointing up,
Yeah, just like regular EMAs, right? If you're taking let's say you're taking a trade above your EMAs, right, which is typically bullish, but your EMAs are pointing down. You know, that's significantly more bearish than if you take a trade over your EMAs when your EMAs are pointing up, right? The momentum is up. So EMAs are showing you your momentum. This is the momentum of the last 5 candles. This is the momentum of the last 13 candles. This is the momentum of the last 50 candles. Our baseline is the momentum of the last 50 candles. That's our true price, right? Like if we ignore all the fluctuations, this is the price of Bitcoin. When the 5-minute and the 13 start to pass that, then what you're really seeing is that momentum is picking up in shorter time frames, right? To where it's higher. The last 5 average of the last 5 candles is way higher than the last. So the directionality is important, right? How they're facing. When EMAs are going sideways, you tend to trend. When EMAs are going sideways, you tend to range. You see how you had like just in and out, just ranging sort of motion. It's not till they all start to kick up, and right here, your 50 is going sideways, and here you start to kick up on your 50. You see the change in trend on the 50, and then your 5 and your 13, and now everything is going. So what it does for you is that you don't have to have an entire EMA ribbon. You can have an entire EMA ribbon that shows you every EMA from 5 all the way down to 50 if you want. But this will
I
show
got that.
you where they are, what they're how they're facing. And the one thing that you miss from that is by not having the EMAs is not being able to see the gaps between them. But that's what the dots give you. Right? So with the dots, by them adding the dots, now you could see if they're starting to gap between the EMAs or if the EMAs are all starting to cluster up again. And that's it. That's basically it.
So the colors of the dots. What is the significance?
They're just, it depends on how you have it. You can set up to whatever color spectrum you want, but it's just so that you can remember what color is what. Like what length is what. You know what I mean?
So
21,
it's
this is
not
5, this is 3, this is the, you get what I mean?
so it's not that each one is pointing up, it turns green.
No, the lasers will turn green when they all start to point up. They'll all turn green when they start to point up, but the different shades are depending on, look, when you go to style,
I got you.
There's somewhere here where you can change it. Alert character size. One of these is not really important, but let's switch to a different time frame so you can see what I mean.
No, I got the concept. I think, yeah, because I was wondering. I was like, okay, so when they point up, they turn green.
See,
But
look,
you were
see,
saying
they're
that
all green, right? But you see how they're different shades? See how like some are green, some are light green, some are dark green. Like that just depends on the EMA itself. Right, the angle. But I try not to. That's too. That's at that point it doesn't matter. Just you can see where they're facing. The point is when they're all going up like this, what you're looking for is the top couple EMAs to start turning red and coming down, and that's when you know you're starting to roll over on the smaller EMA time frame. Right, when you start to see them flip one by one, going red. Like, look, let's go on the 1 second. This should work on the 1 second.
yeah, show the nitty gritty.
Okay, yeah, it works. Now, obviously, this is exaggerated because it's on the 1 second time frame, but actually, let's go to the 5 second. Nice little vector zone they've got here on the 5 second. Okay, so as this pumps, you see the two lower EMAs start to turn green first. So you know when you're like, oh, is this going to hold? Is this going to hold? Well, that gives you a little bit of x-ray vision into, are you getting the curls up on your lower EMAs, right? For there even to be a chance for this candle to stay green and sort of support itself. But if all your EMAs are facing down, see?
Yeah.
So you
And then
got
as it drops, pay attention to the gap between the EMAs. Because as this gap goes widening, then you've got mean reversion that needs to happen, like we're seeing now. And then all the EMAs will come back and cluster back together.
So there's like what 7 lines there. So which 7 EMAs are there?
I'll pull up the. Hold on a second.
I'm guessing you can adjust them.
It works off a deviation, so you have to start the first length. I started mine at 5, so it starts at my 5 EMA. And then you can step the value to incrementing length, so you can change that to whatever you want. Right, so you can make it do the 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 if you want, or you know, I did mine by 25. And then there's a couple other things that you can adjust. There's a couple things you can play with on here. What you really want is this check right here. This is the lasers, the project moving average line into the future. And then you want to turn off this stupid buy sell alert that it has it, unless you like rocket and skull emojis. Yeah, because if you just want to have random emojis on your screen, I mean, you could do that. It's kind of annoying and it triggers all the time. Like, look at this shit.
Let's see if we get any rocket emojis here. Rockets, rockets.
Rockets, rockets, rockets.
You got rocket skull. Rocket skull, rocket skull, rocket skull. You did get a little rocket here. But it's
That
just
one at the bottom, that's actually not a bad buy right
yeah,
there.
yeah. But this shit will drive you crazy all day chasing it. Like
Yeah.
this thing will drive you absolutely nuts. Look at this. I back
If you're
tested it.
making
I
in
back
and out
tested it once
scalps,
and it's really bad. It's really, really bad.
if you plan on holding, yeah. But if you're making in and out scalps, some of them seem like, just quick in and outs.
They tend to signal too late on both sides, so there's a lot of break evens. Right? Like it'll signal in the middle of the move to sell, and then it'll signal in the middle of the move or to buy, and then it'll signal in the middle of the down move to sell. So it's like it's a lot of breaking even.
Yeah. Bet you the exchanges love that indicator for the public.
It literally might just have something in the script that says, "Hey, if it gets down to the last place you put a rocket, put a skull." You know, as a loss prevention sort of thing. But yeah, that makes for a bunch of misfires. I wish you could adjust it more, because if I could fine tune it, like if I could get the rocket to come out when the 13 crosses the 50 on the 5-minute after one candle, and get the skull to come, you know what I mean? Like that'd be cool. I'm working on something though, in the background, low key for the team. I don't want to say too much because I don't want to jinx it.
Wait, did anyone get a screenshot of the settings for the RK ribbons?
Yes, sir.
Could you send it in the general chat, please?
Yeah, I froze it on YouTube, so let me go ahead and screenshot it.
I appreciate you, like.
Appreciate that, bro.
On the 1 hour, do you think that could be a cup and handle with like a sort of pivot pattern and a cup and handle?
Your cup and handle would have to come from an uptrend. So are you? I'm trying to see where you're talking. Is this your cup or something here?
To the left.
Yeah.
That's a bit bigger. So that's the whole handle from where you are to, let me see the dates, the 15th. So from 18th to the 15th is the entirety of the handle. And then from the 9th to the 14th, 15th is the entirety of the cup.
All right. Hold on. I could tell you, but let me show you, because I can show you, and then everybody else can see where to find it. All right. So if you're in the Discord, we're talking about is a cup and handle here. If you're in the Discord, go to chart patterns and just scroll until you find your cup and handles, which should be somewhere near the top. There we go. All right, so your cup and handle. You see how your cup and handle comes from an uptrend into the cup and then into the handle, because it's a continuation pattern, right? Cup and handles aren't reversal patterns. So for the cup and handle to be valid, it has to come from a downtrend, right? From an uptrend into the cup and then into the handle. That's why everybody calling this entire bull market a huge cup and handle, like everybody's drawing that cup and handle from 69K all the way up to 74. It's like that. We did not come from an uptrend. That double top that we had would have broke the uptrend. But that being said, I'll tell you why it doesn't really matter that much. It's more of like a TA nerd sort of argument. Because if this was a cup and handle, right? If this was a legit cup and handle, then you would have your cup, I know it's messy, but just deal with it. And your handle, right? Now your measured move from all of that would be the depth of the cup up to the rim. Right? Placed at the handle. The reason the argument is sort of like academic is because your handle is always going to be a bull flag. Right? And on a bigger time frame, like a 4 hour, because here you've got a bit of a dip, but on the 4 hour this would all be a pull, or on the 6 hour, your measured move
It'll be one pull.
would be the same thing as if it was a cup and handle. Right? So technically it's not a cup and handle, but it has the same exact measured move as if it was a cup and handle. So like I try not to jump on, there's like people that have YouTube channels that can't get that right, that drive me absolutely crazy. But that's neither here nor there. That's just a personal pet peeve. But yeah, your cup and handle comes from an uptrend into the cup. Just remember that cup and handles are continuations. So if it's coming from a downtrend and it's a cup and handle, you would expect it to spill out of the cup. Like just imagine pouring tea into a cup from high, it just spills out the other side. But go up there when you guys are trading, when you guys are drawing lines on your charts and everything, go into that chart patterns in education and just find the current pattern that you think you're seeing, and keep it up on the side. There's a lot of data there about the expected play out percentage wise, like way more than just me putting a measured move, right? It'll tell you what's the percentage of it hitting half of that measured move, the whole measured move, twice the measured move. Bukowski put in a lot of work, a lot of hours, so that we wouldn't have to. Speaking of little bullish, bull flaggish looking structures. Whoa. We might need another touch. I mean, it'd be cool if we just popped and went. But if we really want to solidify this bull flag, we'd need one more bottom touch. But then again, this wasn't a perfect W either, and it played out. Remember we were talking about how we didn't love this W? Like it's a W because it's a W, it's technically there, but it didn't really have any of the signs of throw your entire bag at this thing, right? But we did get it to play out.
Yo.
Oi.
So
Yo, how long did it take you to realize that oi is just a backwards yo, and they drive on the other side of the street than we do? All right, my bad. Continue.
I don't really want to talk about the word oi.
Uh-oh. There's a story behind it. All right, go ahead.
Oh, bro.
I don't even want to know. I could tell by the tone there's a story behind it.
You want the story or you want what I was going to say?
Whatever order you want to pick, bro. Go ahead.
Oh, my God. All right, so back in the day, back in Southern California, I was at a party, and for some reason, and I'm sure y'all been to a party where they thought putting pornographic films was cool for a party.
Oh my God. Okay. Rave, I'm guessing.
Nah, it's just Southern California.
Gotcha.
Regular business. but the word "oi" came up very many times.
That's hilarious.
Either way, so the original topic.
Yeah.
The original topic was your settings. I posted them in the Free the Voice chat.
All right, cool. But I'm gonna get all of those together and put them somewhere standardized with their own little menu. I'm gonna do like an indicators channel and have them all, because everybody's been posting them. So I'm just gonna snap your shots up, and then if any of them need to be cleaned up, I'll just do it.
And I will say one thing, because I'm a follower of your charts. Your ticker or your the order book and stuff is money, and some of us may not quite understand how it works.
It's pretty simple. It's like really the oldest sort of measure that we have, right, for an asset, like the ticker tape. Like I always tell people, like in New York, that confetti they threw out when things went underneath Wall Street, the big floats, and you saw all the confetti, like that was just miles and miles and miles of receipt. And this is how it would print out, right? The price that was bought, how much was bought, and the time that it was bought. The green is the delta. The black ones are movement neutral, right? Which means delta neutral, which means for the, half a Bitcoin that somebody wanted there was somebody to sell it. Here, price had to move. These people had to hit more than one buyer, which moves price, right? You got your red delta and your green delta. Green deltas move candles up. Red deltas move candles down. Black deltas don't move anything. So you notice sometimes on Sunday we'll get here. It'll be all zero and it'll just be black. Very sporadic, hardly anything. Or even right now the volume is really low. Right? Somebody just bought 6 Bitcoin, 3 Bitcoin, 6 Bitcoin. You can see who's being more aggressive. Right? The bears or the bulls. When you're looking for a breakout, right? You're glued on this because you want to see those aggressive buyers coming in. When you're coming down to a support, you're looking to see if you've got any activity, or when you're coming up to resistance, you're seeing if you've got any aggressive sellers.
So when it's big buys coming in, big buys,
and this is spot, right? Which is important because we talk about moves that come up and clear liquidity and all that, but aren't supported with spot buys, right? So like you see, we're at the top and we're trying to push and we're having super bullish movement, and then you look at the tape and it's dead. And you're like, okay, well, that's not good,
So that's not leverage, and that's against that's across all exchanges.
Nah, this is just for the chart, Binance Perp or Binance. It's for the exchange, and just because they have the most volume. It's even if you're trading on another exchange and you want to chart on that exchange's chart. If you're looking at vectors specifically, try to be on Binance Perp. You're going to get the best, sort of clearest vision of what's going on with liquidity.
So I agree with that. I always try to have a Binance chart in my trading view, but there's been a rare occasion where the chart looks cleaner on a non-Binance chart.
Yeah, but sometimes the messiness tells you something. A messy chart just needs a different time frame. Right? Like if you really want to see what's going on, like the difference between looking at the 5-minute here and looking at the 30-minute. Pretty clear. W breakout, retest, pop, bull flag. But the choppiness on the 5-minute for me tells me something, right? When the candles start to look ugly, like here, you want to see that there's a lot of top wicks and a lot of bottom wicks, and you want to see when the bottom wicks start and the top wicks start to outnumber. Like you kind of want to see all of that. But I've got a million different Bitcoin charts across a million different, probably every exchange. Like I can, because every once in a while I'll go naked chart and start over.
Yeah, because
but I always come back to this is where I chart on the micro, right? 5-minute, 10-minute, 15-minute. This is the chart that I show on YouTube. This is the one where the vectors, matter the most, in my opinion, where they're the most actionable. I even chart on Coinbase, Gloomy, believe it or not. Even though I shouldn't. I should definitely boycott their chart. All right, well, let's see.
Wait, what is?
I appreciate that, by the way.
Yeah, bro, of course.
I got a little bit of background noise, so I don't try to, you know.
You're good, brother. Remember, this bull flag still needs a bottom touch, has not proved itself, but the measured move would take us to my target 1, probably past. Oh no, not yet. Still got a little bit of ground to make up to target 1.
All right. Okay. I want to say something, Dbloc, because I don't know if it's intuition or what, but I see your charts. I see your TA, and then I got that intuition bug. And sometimes I see things where it's like I feel the pressure of the price action. And most of the time you're seeing something that I'm not seeing.
Okay.
So for example, right now I see that little hold on, never mind, hold on. Okay, never mind. I take that back, bro. You just have that the green.
It's like I know, man. I'm just seeing shit.
Yeah, bro. I thought it was a green vector candle.
Was the lasers?
Yeah,
the lasers are screwing you up. Yeah. I mean, I would love a bottom touch here. I would love to come down, clear some of these licks, hit 82.4. But I mean, I don't want to root to break momentum if we don't need to, right? If the momentum isn't done, the momentum isn't done. So as much as I would love for the pattern to be textbook, that 13 doesn't look like it wants to come down, and now they're starting to face up.
Did you take any positions today?
Yeah, we jumped in at the bottom of these W's. I jumped in on the retest. We were down here. I said I wasn't going to jump in until we got a retest. But when we retested the 50 here, I took a position.
So yeah, I took a position around there too. And I will say, like, as far as my trader intuition, and correct me, bro, please correct me. We're double testing, you know what I mean? And we're poking. And it looks like a vector's coming through. What are you thinking?
Here now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a decent push from retail, right? Market maker tested sentiment here, came back down. I mean, retail's pushed most of this. I would assume that if we get above, what is this? We get above 83, we'll get a vector through these liquidations as like a little market maker pat on the back, little attaboy.
Okay, cool. And I'm done here. I just want to say, you know, I appreciate this conversation, but
you're good, brother.
So this trader intuition that I'm trying to dial in, you get a feel. Yeah. So we got the blue vector.
Mm-hmm. Give it some time. Wait till it pops that.
Retest. Confirmation.
No, I mean when it pops. As soon as it pops this high, you'll probably get your green vector.
Cool. So basically, what I'm trying to say is that, like, what I'm seeing here, I would have a lot of confidence behind, just because of the momentum, the moving averages, and yeah, we're poking through, and looks like we tested 3 times. So yeah,
Got a little bit of space on the RSI to go. Not blown out. Reset the RSI back to 50 on that little dip.
Oh, cool. And I think a lot of us struggle with that, man, because like we'll get the first test of it, and
There
we
goes
think,
your green vector.
Yeah, appreciate you, brother.
No problem, man. The more you stare at this thing, bro, there's a reason why I don't have 4 charts up. One, dominance is crazy, and we need to be paying attention to Bitcoin and dominance over everything, no matter what else you're trading. But the main thing is you really get to know Bitcoin's rhythm by just staring at it all day. There's no way to get around that. And the more hours you stare at it, the more sort of in tune you fall with. And it might not even be something you could put into words, but you feel when something's different. You feel when something's not right. You feel when something's familiar. You know when you've seen something before. And that intuition just gets better, you know, with time. The problem is you can't trust it too much. Like, no matter how good your intuition gets, you have to back it up with technicals. Because I know people that'll just trust their intuition over whatever the chart's saying, no matter what. I'll do it at times, right? Like Jasmine's Head and Shoulders, you know, that ended up going 4x and faking out, like those type of things. But I try to have some confluence with something real, you know, that I can back it up. Because ego's a bitch. You got to check your ego. Your ego will have you just trading basically off your feelings and shit. Like I feel like this is gonna break out, right? But if I wasn't in position, I would honestly be waiting for a retest. And the reason I say it is because even though the RSI has some room, where'd you go? Even though the RSI has some room, 3 or 4 more green candles, you're gonna be back up at top. Which means you're gonna expect to ride the rest of that trade for that measured move with the RSI blown out at above 100. Right? When if you just wait for the retest of this bull flag, even if you don't get it, but we're playing the probability here, right? The probability of getting this entire measured move on an RSI blown out like this without a correction is really low. Which means that coming back to retest and then making the move, you saw how much this reset on this retest right here, right? That would bring your RSI all the way down. And then you'd be getting in at a cheaper position than you would have got in there, but with a much lower RSI. And then you just watch your RSI floor, like we were talking on Bitcoin. That's the whole thesis behind confirmation traders, right? Traders that won't get in until, I'm not one of them. Obviously, I'm in this trade. I'll add to my position at that point. Right? That for me is a place to add to your position when you get those retests and it holds. But for me, you lost a big part of that trade. But some people will only trade with that sort of confirmation. And honestly, if you're trading leverage, I think that's probably a good idea. Because what you're doing is you're saying, I don't want to be part of, I don't want to be part of this shit when I'm in a leverage trade. I don't want to be part of this. I want this move, right? I want to see this W play out. The perfect example, actually, and I didn't even plan this.
Well, I'll use me as an example. So
now look, hold on, look. Let me show you real quick what I'm saying though. Instead of coming in and being in that leverage trade through all of that because you want to snipe the bottom and get that dopamine hit of catching the very bottom, you wait till you actually get a play out, a breakout, a retest, and then you take that. Just take that. Take the measured move. Take your X's. Gone. Out of there. Fast move. You're in the trade for a couple minutes. You do that 10 times a day. You're making at least a lawyer salary, depending, if you're using enough size. And then you get back into the trade. Comes back, retest the 50, holds. You see the flag breaking out. You see it popping out. I mean, what happens if you would have took it right there? Right? The breakout, that green vector looked great. We broke over the EMAs. We're bullish on the, but your RSI is getting hot. So just that little bit of waiting for confirmation, that little tiny bit of waiting for setup. And sometimes it's a long wait, bro. You would have been waiting all day. You would have been waiting here a couple hours to get a decent breakout here. Because here, if you were waiting on this W and you were a breakout trader, a confirmation trader, you wouldn't have taken the trade. I took it because we retested the 50. But a confirmation trader would have said, this pattern's broken. I'm out. I'm not playing this. And then you would have built a new pattern, and they would have got in here. And they would have got out there. All right, my bad. Go ahead.
So my testimony, yeah. So I got in those levels that you were talking about in the initial W, and it was so hectic today, bro.
Chopped up, bro. Look at this shit. This is not fun, bro. This is not fun.
I gave myself a nice stop loss, so I was in the trade all day. But like, bro, it was I kept checking it, and it just ate me up. And you're right. Like I sorry about the dog.
No, you're good, bro.
So like, I'm always thinking like I want to get into the trade you just described, and you know. Maybe I'm thinking too far ahead, but I appreciate what you just said, bro. You articulated that in a way that I need to soak in. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, even on spot, honestly, bro, like I'm in it, and this is going to sound crazy, but I'm in it for the pole, not the flag. Right? We're going to flag pole up. We'll go W, whatever. I'm in it for the pole, not the flag. I don't want to be in this. No reason to be in this. If it's a short-term trade, big money, you're just taking the move. Like, take the move. You got the measured move. Take it. Reset. Once you get the confidence of getting in and out of a trade, it becomes a lot easier, though. Because I think, honestly, some people just don't want to close a winning trade.
Yes, bro. That's it. Like, honestly, man, like, so the type of trader you just described is my style, but I'm just not there yet.
You just gotta know, bro. You did it once, you could do it again, bro. You've got all the skills. You did it once. You saw what you needed to see. You got in.
I mean, it's also hard to do that when, I mean, if you're mostly holding longs, for example, during this whole correction, you just would have never had that opportunity, you know.
No, that's when taking profits religiously comes in. That's when, you know, the other one of my rules is the most important one, which is take profits religiously when you're not supposed to. When people think you're crazy for taking it.
Bro, that's
Take it and stash it. Take it and stash it. The time will come where you'll be glad that you took it. Trust me.
All right, let's do this.
Emad said something today that just clicked for me, man. Like, he was like, yo, I'm riding this leverage trade to... Sorry. He's riding this leverage trade to put into his spot bag. And I was just like, yo, sometimes I have an issue with like holding on to the leverage trade. And you're just like, nah, I'm just throwing it into the spot bag. And like what you said just kind of resonated heavy.
That's the point of leverage. The point of leverage is to take the dry powder you have, leverage it, make more dry powder, and then use it for the intention that you had originally for your dry powder, which was to accumulate assets, right? Unless you're coming into this and you say, look, I'm just going to be a leverage trader, screw crypto, I'm here to flip fiat. I'm just trying to stack fiat. It's a risky game. We all, you know, go through all of that for fiat. It's like, ew, but okay.
Right. And so like you said, religiously taking profits. But if you're a leverage trader that's going for a swing, it's not the right mentality all the time. And so, yeah, like, yeah, what you described is the type of trader I aspire to be and what I'm trying to be, but I'm caught up in the weeds.
You can be, bro. It's all psychological. That part of it is 1000% mental. Not saying it makes it any easier. That's some of the hardest shit is psychological, right? But all I'm saying is that you have all the skills you need to do that. You don't need to learn anything. You don't need to read anything. There's no video you have to watch. It's just a battle with you right now.
Yeah, the emotions are almost dead.
You're getting there. So almost a robot.
I'm so close, bro. Like, I'm just like, I don't care.
Hey, Dbloc, quick question. What are your thoughts and opinions on the Wu Manchu, the Cypher bead divergence indicator?
It's good. Yeah. Definitely co-sign Mr. Wu Manchu. It's way better than spending that. Sorry, Crypto Face, if you're listening, brother, but way better than spending all that money on Market Cypher.
Does he update it?
Yeah, for the most part, I've never had an issue with it. The money flow is a little bit off, but it's one of the things that I use the least.
I could have sworn he stopped updating it. Am I wrong?
I have no idea. I have no clue. But it does what it's supposed to do. As far as I'm concerned, it doesn't need any updates. For me, it's a jackknife, right? Like, I don't really use it for the signals. I use it for the divergences. That's never going to change, right? The code that gives you the divergences is never going to change. The code that gives you your momentum waves is never going to change. Right? For me, it really is just like a Swiss Army knife of indicators. Right?
Thank you, because I use it, and I was wondering if because he doesn't update it no more, it's not, you know.
Nah, I mean, if Crypto Face adds some sort of new shit in there, obviously it's probably not going to get added or whatever. But from what I know, and even if he does, honestly, like I said, it does what I need it to do. And it does it well. It really comes in handy when market maker is not in control. Right? When we start going into the bear market or we start going parabolic in the bull market, you'll see us use Market Cypher a lot more often.
All right, my brother, I just want to say thank you for your time.
You're good,
I
bro.
always appreciate it when you answer my questions. And
Sure.
I'm going to fall back to the bushes. Appreciate you.
Take it easy, man.
Thank you too.
Yeah, that's the one we're talking about, Maddie.
When do you take profits?
When the price hits your target? What do you mean?
Like on your, I don't know, like your spot backs?
Depends on if it's like a long-term trade or a short-term trade. But if I got in on a pattern, like I'm gonna take profit when the pattern plays out, and then I'll play the next pattern that pops up. Or if I have a high, like right now, I've got set targets that are a bit higher. Right, target 1 is at 862, target 2 is at 88, but this is a longer swing sort of trade for me. I'm not in it for sort of short-term gains. I'm in it to catch the bottom of our lower high. I mean, of our higher low, sorry. But if you were trading this short term, yeah, like you've got to trade like pattern to pattern. You've got to identify your targets and trade towards your targets, right? Whether your target is a measured move or your target is a vector gap that was uncovered here that still needs to be recovered, whether you're trading towards that, whether you were trading towards the 800 EMA, which we hit and still haven't been able to get over, right? When you get in a trade, you have to know A, where your stop loss is, and B, what's your target. Like, it's dangerous to get in a trade and just be like, well, I'll take profit when it stops going up, you know?
Yeah. So what is your, you are just in Bitcoin, a Bitcoin trade right now at the bottom of the
Yeah,
W?
right now it's just yeah. I bought when we retested the 50 here at
And what's your
819.
target?
Well, now we're looking, if we can get this to break out, we're looking at the top. We're looking at 85, the top of this bull flag. But like I said, if it was a short-term trade, I would have already taken profit at 83.1 when we hit, target 1 here. For me, it's just longer. That's why I think it's important, like when you guys are talking about when you're taking profits or what your targets are, just make sure you like mention if it's a short-term trade, mid-term trade, because I wouldn't excuse me, I wouldn't blame anybody at all for already have taken profits on this, and I haven't, right? Just because my timeline is a bit different.
I'm trying to, I mean, I bought a bunch of spot last year and just like haven't managed it and wrote it down. So I'm like trying to actually spot trade and manage them, and it's challenging.
How many positions are you holding?
Probably too many.
It sounds, just by the way you said that, that's why I asked, because it sounds like it.
Yeah, I bought last year. I bought a lot of spot, a a lot of positions.
20 coins, more, less.
Probably, yeah. I mean,
That's why you're struggling. So when everything goes down, you're scrambling because you can't sell everything fast enough. So you're finding yourself
I have like
underwater
some
on
mods.
things.
I have some mods I just quit looking at because I was like, I don't even want to check it.
That's what
And
happens.
then
You get overwhelmed. There's too much shit to watch, and then you just decide to sort of just, okay, I'll just leave it there, and we'll see what happens. If you have smaller like, if you have a bigger size in a smaller amount of positions, like just imagine if you only had 10 positions, you'd have a lot more weight in each one of those, right? So when they moved, you would see more profit sooner. And then when things went wrong, you know, you could literally juggle everything at once. You're not sort of overwhelmed. But I had 85 positions at the beginning of the bear market. 85.
Wow. That's a lot.
I don't suggest it. It's absolutely impossible to get out of the way when shit goes wrong. That first alt-mageddon dip that we had where the alts lost like 50-60%, I took a bath on a bunch of them. It's just too much to do at once.
Yeah, it sucks. I don't know. Like I just yeah, I mean I pretty much just wrote everything down. So I don't know. I feel like I'm kind of just writing it out. But
As long as you're happy with what you're holding, then it's cool. But like I don't know if you were here earlier when I was telling Hellapuff, you've got to look at those positions that you really don't like. There's some in there that you're holding that you know you probably want to get rid of and you just haven't because you don't want to pull the trigger. But at times like this, when everything is down, right? If you're down 30% on a position that you hate and you're down 30% on a position that you love, what I would do is I would just roll the position I hate into the position I love. Right? Just make sure that there's a reason that you don't like it, right? And you know what it is. You bought it because you saw some shit on Twitter, or you bought the top, you got a horrible entry, or whatever it is. You know, to the one that when you open your portfolio, you usually check that one first. And you're like, oh, because it's the one like you're really worried about. Just roll that into something else. And that's a way to consolidate your positions.
yeah.
And then it's easier to manage and you've got more weight. And when they start going, you're going to be in the money faster because those laggers, you're not, you know, the last thing you want to do is have everything take off and then you're staring at these 2 or 3 positions that aren't doing anything. And you're like, why did I, you know, I could have put this into something I actually liked when everything was cheap.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
No problem.
And with like the dry powder you have, it's hard. I don't know. It's hard to like. Yes, I don't know. Even spot trading. Spot trading is hard. Like watching you, I've like dialed back into trying to focus on spot trading,
Nice.
and it's so much harder to pull the trigger because it's like these bigger chunks of cash.
Yeah, but if you make sure that you're only trading things that you really believe in, like that you have high conviction in, right? Then you don't feel that way because and don't go all in, right? DCA into these things. You see how I set grids, and I'm pretty good at telling like where something's gonna land, and I'll still set a grid where I've just got a little bit of buy sprinkled in at certain levels, and I let the price fill up whatever it wants to fill up. If it takes off without filling up all my buys, then cool. You know, I'm in the money, whatever.
And you use
But
short-term and long-term trade. Oh, sorry.
both. I trade everything. I trade short-term, long-term, intraday, weekly swings. I'm always trading something. So that's a whole nother level too, right? Because some people have trouble when they go from trading long-term to day trading because they can't separate the idea of both of them in their head. Like you might be taking profits on your day trade and you're not even thinking about touching your long-term trade, but then you basically just start day trading everything. Like, well, if I'm taking profits here, I should be taking profits here too. And then you're taking unnecessary risk, and then things get kind of. We're at a good point, in my opinion, to accumulate, or at least I'll tell you what I'm doing. To accumulate things that are higher market cap that aren't so sensitive to Bitcoin dominance until quantitative tightening gets announced that it stopped, where Bitcoin dominance should start to turn down. Traditionally, it turns down at the same time that we stop quantitative tightening. Then I'm going into some of the more riskier things. Right? And risky doesn't mean bad. It just means they freak out when dominance does something crazy. You know the coins, the ones where Bitcoin goes down 5% and they're like 15% down.
Yeah.
I'm avoiding that type of shit for now. And then once we see that, then I'll start scaling into those type of positions. But for the most part, it's accumulation for long term. Like I day trade for a living, so I'm gonna get the daily bread trading here and there. But my main focus right now is catching bottoms, tight stops underneath, and just focusing on, are we gonna get a lower low or not? And if we do get a lower low, it's okay because I didn't gorilla scalp the bottoms. I still got money to go. I still got money to play with.
So is this like a swing trade? Like a
Yeah, this
for
is just for the day. This is just because the setup was there. And I'm already aiming towards, my target one is higher. So like my target one has been here for a while since we were in the weekend trap because it's the old CME gap. So having that drop down just gives me a better entrance, right? It gives me more ROI on hitting the target. So I'm just scaling into the position, assuming that we've already seen the lows for the week. And then riding it to target one, hopefully target two.
Thank you.
No problem.
So, Block, what is your 5 ranking on cryptos?
Oh
The
man,
top 5, yeah.
that's a tough question, bro. For who? Like
For
what kind of
let's see,
portfolio are we talking about?
let's do one for a long trade, and then for a short term.
No, I
day
mean
trade.
what I mean is what size portfolio are we talking about? Because that makes a
Let's
difference.
say 10K or less.
All right, so we're probably not touching Bitcoin.
Okay.
I would keep it in the top 10. What I would do is pick the top narratives that I have conviction in. I can't tell you what my top conviction narratives are because if you don't have conviction in those narratives,
Okay.
when we get a red candle, you're gonna sell everything, But I'll tell you where my mind's at. Decentralized physical infrastructure, right? Deep in. I want to have some render. I want to have some. I've got some Jasmine. Jasmine is my biggest position. So what I try to do is pick 2 coins from each narrative. One that's a higher market cap, that's a safer play. One that has higher ROI potential that might be a little riskier play.
Okay.
Right. So I'm hedging my bets. And, even if, both do good, maybe the higher ROI one still does better than the, whatever. You know how that works. Risk management. AI. So AI is in categories for me. So there's AI sort of infrastructure, right? Where I'm looking at BitTensor, things like based AI is one of my riskier plays for the AI narrative. And then AI agents I have in a separate sort of narrative, right? Because it happens to be one of what I think would be the first narratives to pop when this really starts to go, in my opinion. So in the AI narrative, I'm breaking it up by infrastructure and agents. So I want to have some virtuals because I want to have the provider, right? I want to have the picks and shovels. And then I want to pick a couple agents that I think might do well. That way, if the agents don't do well, I know there's agents on virtuals that will do well. Virtuals will go up just because of, whatever. So it's one of those like hedging your bets sort of things. I'm heavy in gaming. So I have Beam, I have Prime. Nothing too risky. I've cut down most of my risky gaming plays. But Beam for me is a sure go, especially at these prices. Like you almost got rewound to the bottom of the bear market with some of the prices that we're getting. Super undervalued in my opinion. Super is another one. Beam I would pick over Super personally. And then you want to look at some blockchains for gaming, right? Like AVAX is really heavy. A lot of their layer ones are gaming specific. And then the riskier part of that trade would be betting on the actual games themselves, right? Because then that game has to do well. You know what I mean? So it's like you're going down the risk curve. So what I do? The AI, deep in RWA, real world assets. With all the buzz that we have lately with BlackRock and all the big guys getting into, your Ondos and your Pendles, and you've got to hold that. right? Ondos, Pendos, Mantra, OM. What else? You're making me want to spend some money, bro. Because I'm thinking about all these coins and I know how ridiculously low they are, and I still haven't swung because I'm really trying to stick to my rules and wait for, you know, Bitcoin dominance to sort of give me the sign. But oh man, yeah.
Yeah, good stuff. Thank you.
So what did I do? I did RWA, I did AI. Oh, so your ISO 20 compliant coins, right? Your XLMs, HBARs, XRPs, Algo, you know, that whole list of ISO compliant. You can just pick from those. I think all of those will do well. Also the America First narrative, right? The whole rumor of American cryptos maybe not having to pay capital gains tax or being included in this altcoin strategic reserve. That narrative is going to have a lot of legs because that'll be voted on and voted on and voted on. So, you know, that to me, that's just a narrative that's not going away. So those are your American, you know, I've got a list of American coins actually somewhere that I can post the ones that I'm looking. Or I can just look at them on stream real quick. Hold on. We'll go through some of my watch lists. This is my AI agents watch list. This is, I've definitely boiled this down since then, but this was, when was this, guys? Right after Christmas, right? I have a date on it. It's Q4 2024, so it wasn't New Year's yet. This is before all the AI agents went crazy. We were looking at virtuals early, AI 16Z, AI XBT, Human, Zero Bro, Luna, Vader. All of these went absolutely crazy. I'm just mentioning the ones that I think are still viable. Certec.
Can you trade all this with the trading view?
No, this is coin market cap. If anybody wants any of these lists, I can give you the link and it'll just bring you right to the page. So this is the US strategic sort of narrative here. Right? You've got your American coins, you got your XRP, Sol, Cardano, Chainlink, Stellar, AVAX, HBAR, SUI, LTC, Hyperliquid. You notice how all of these coins have been active. Like everything I've mentioned so far has taken these drops pretty well. Been in everybody's mouth. Ondo, Arweave. These are to a lesser degree, right? Cadena, Reserve Rights, XYO, Constellation. But the higher market cap stuff, I think is at the prices that we're at, is a great deal. I mean, if you look at the 90 days on some of these, 60% down on Arweave in the last 90 days, 60% down on Cadena, 56% down on Uniswap, some of the 56% down on Ondo. Like if somebody told you at Christmas that you'd get Ondo half off if you just waited a couple months, right? AVAX down 50%. SUI down 46% still, even with all of this. And that would pretty much wrap it up. Two from each of those narratives gives you 10 coins.
Make sure to reach out to me. Trade_.
The easy size to manage. And there's like high mind share, you know, on those projects. Yeah, I haven't bought my Arweave yet, Kelly. I'm waiting for it to get a little. I'm not waiting for it to get cheaper specifically. I'm just waiting for dominance, like I said. But in the process of me waiting for dominance, it's gotten cheaper. You know, gotten way cheaper.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you, man.
Yeah, no problem, brother.
Hey, Dbloc, it's Fly here.
How you doing, Fly?
Yeah,
You
man.
remember?
Did the roles change? Do I have to subscribe or something? I don't know. Somehow I'm back in here, but
Wait, what do you
nothing
mean?
changed.
No.
Oh, I don't know. I think it might just be my Discord. The
Oh,
channel.
Discord was tripping.
Yeah, something's tripping on my Discord. It's all cool. I thought something changed. All good.
Okay, okay.
I ended up going to a chat and email. I don't know, man. I got back in here somehow. I thought I was locked out on YouTube. I'm like, what did I do?
Nah, you're good, brother. Kilo
Of course,
said no Filecoin or Gala. Well, I was trying to keep it small. I was trying to keep the portfolio small. I have File and I have Arweave for my storage. I do hold Gala. Yeah, so. But trying to keep it concise, trying to keep a nice, concise, safe portfolio that you can put 10K into late in the session, late in the season.
I nearly started building a portfolio a few hours ago on this dip, and it's so hard to pick the coin you want. Oh my gosh, there's too many.
You got to make a list, man. I know it sounds dumb, but you
I
literally
am.
have
I'm
to
working
sit
on
there,
it.
make a list, and then pit them against each other. Even better, go on AI
I am.
and tell it, hey, compare and contrast these two like if you've got two RWA projects, tell it compare and contrast these two projects. Right? Tell me everything you know. Give me a list of pros and cons. Tell me potential ROI. Even if you know you can't trust some of the shit because of the hallucinations, you're gonna get the basic data that comes right off of the website explaining,
I know.
what they do. And
We don't have to go too far down in this list anymore. Like there's so many cheap prices, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for Off the Grid, Maddie. I've got a special bag with Off the Grid's name on it. I'm in a couple of Launchpads that are gonna give me early access, so to pre-sale to Off the Grid. But I'm definitely gonna add to those bags. And I'll tell y'all if I'm gonna sell off my pre-sale. Like, depending on what, I'll tell you from right now. If they launch that thing at like a $2-3 billion valuation, I'm selling all my pre-sale tokens, and then I'll buy the dip. If they sell it, if they drop it at a reasonable valuation, maybe something under 500 mil, and let it cook up naturally, then I'll just buy as soon as it launches and add to my tokens. But you can ask the guys, I've been talking about Off the Grid for 2 years now. They just been teasing us with this token drop. But I'm in I can't remember what the name of the other launchpad is, but I'm in Cedarify, which is gonna give me an allocation. Yeah, but you gotta, I don't know, what's Cedarify at right now? I'll tell you right now if I think it's worth it. So the Cedarify token is S Fund. I need to take a break for a second after this because I gotta research something real quick. Oh my god. Okay, this might actually not be a bad idea at all. That might not be a bad idea.
What's it at? What's it at, Dbloc?
Like 60 cents.
What? What's it? What?
I might actually add.
You can get 2,000 of them and get in like some tier. And
I was about to say I might just up my tier.
well, that was like $3, I reckon, when we were buying it.
Bro,
When I had
I bought
1,000
that
of them.
everywhere from $1.50 to 3 something.
Yep.
All right, I'm
I
not
had
gonna
2,000
connect
of
my
them.
wallet because you guys are nosy and this is being streamed. But this is Cedarify. So if we go to the Launchpad. Where is it? Where they show you? Hold on.
It's literally better to be into all of this stuff now than it was a year and a half ago. It's insane.
So nah, this isn't what I want. I want the page that shows me. Give me 1 second. All right, this isn't it either. Give me a second, because now it's bothering me that I can't find it, and it's become a thing. IDO Launchpad. This is where it should be. IDO Launchpad home. What is? Oh, here it is. Tier system. Oh, that is where I was. Great. So here's the tier system for it. 500 S fund gets you a one pool weight, right? So there'll be a specific amount that you can get. They'll tell you, like, let's say if you're in tier 4 or something, they'll tell you you can only buy $2,000 worth of Cetify on the pre-sale, right? Or if you're in the top one, like maybe the 500, the one only lets you get $250 worth, right? So you've got to just, however much Cetify you have, that'll be your pool weight, and that's where you get your guaranteed allocation from. The most interesting thing about Cetify, though, is, and I used this shit once, but it was a while ago. I wonder if they took it out. They have a money back guarantee. They got a money back guarantee that if never in my life had I heard of some shit like that, to the point where I was like, nah, that's got to be a, where is it? Staking, buying, your tier.
It goes down to less than you paid for it. Oh man,
Bro, there's a money back guarantee. I think it's a certain amount of days that within 7 days of the launch, if you're not satisfied with the launch, they'll give you back what you put into the pre-sale. But the reason they do that is because their success off a launch is insane. Let me see if they've got to show off here somewhere and tell us what their percentage is, because it's probably changed. But when I was there, their average percentage off launch was something crazy like 250%. So nobody ever really asked for the refund, you know what I mean? But yeah, looking at Cetify, back to that question, my bad, I got distracted. Yeah, it's significantly easier to buy yourself into the tiers at these prices than it was. The reason it pumped like this is because all the coins started launching on Cetify that everybody wanted. So what I do at the bottom of the bear markets, and I told everybody this when we were down at the bottom of the bear market, I'm buying exchange tokens and I'm buying Launchpad tokens. So these things, when they're sitting down here at 50 cents, nobody cares, there's no new projects, you can load up on them. And I mean, you're actually getting the second opportunity to do that right now, which is insane in my book. And then what happens is,
allocation when you sorry, Dbloc.
Nah, I mean, my allocation should be way higher than it is now, right? If I would have just waited and bought now, but I did already get in on some of these, and you know, I made my money back on them.
Reason to get more than 2,000 because the allocation was so high. I'm like, I'm not wealthy enough to spend all that money anyway, so you get pretty good allocation for your tiers.
Yeah. Yeah, they're pretty good. They're a really good launchpad. Like they're the launchpads that quality projects go to, right? This is what Curation does. When you're careful about the projects you take in, then only good projects come to you, then your numbers look insane, right? Because everything just goes crazy off the floor. So Solana needs to take a little bit of a cue from that and maybe be a little bit more discerning about what projects they let floating around on the blockchain.
They don't curate anything though. Anything goes right.
Nah, yeah.
You got to get off their back, man. We don't want them to give anyone a.
Nah, I don't. I'm talking shit. I love memes. I mean, it is what it is.
Because we were saying this before, like, how can they just let these offensive words on there? But how can you censor it? Because then we may as well just be a central bank or something. I don't know. It's like,
yeah, the censoring is you don't buy it, and guess what happens if people make coins with offensive words and nobody buys them? Guess what stops happening? But if you put out some offensive shit and people send it to 2 bill market cap, you know, you're going to have a 3-day narrative run of just the wildest shit you've ever seen. Everybody trying to outdo each other. We've got to stop rewarding this type of behavior. I sound like somebody's grandfather right now. But it's true. Right? You encourage what you tolerate.
Just let people speak and educate people. That's the only way.
Yeah, it's just that the problem with launch pads is if there's nothing launching, people aren't going to hold the token, right? So you always get those sort of big drastic sell-offs. If I would have paid more attention to it, I would have done it. But I just bought enough to be able to get the allocation. I literally only, for the most part, joined Cetify to make sure that I was going to get that off the grid allocation. Everything else was just sort of gravy. Some people just buy them to trade the price action too, though, right? They buy them when they're dead. They don't go for the allocation. They don't stake anything. They just hold the token and they wait for it to get popular. And then when it goes parabolic out of everybody trying to, when off the grid drops, Cetify is going to go up. Every launch pad that offers it is going to go up because people who are trying to get in are just going to buy the token at whatever price. They're not going to even worry about what price it is because all that they care about is being able to get that early allocation.
See, Dbloc programmers are wild. We just swear in all our variables, and then the first thing we're taught is not to swear in our variables. And one of our devs was putting swear words like "fu" in the variables, and the business team just grabbed his data and put it into a big demo for this huge mining company, and right in the middle of a massive presentation to the board, right in the middle of the screen on the map, just "fu." It was hilarious. That's why.
I mean, there's a lot of levels to what Pal's going to say tomorrow. You know, it's not as much what he says, but how he says it that's going to be important. If he doesn't announce QT tomorrow, it's fine. It's not the end of the world. If 7 reporters ask him why he didn't announce QT tomorrow and pressure him and he says something crazy, then it can get bad. The market will overreact to any sort of negative comment about QT taking longer than expected. So the very last thing we want to hear him say tomorrow is that we see no reason to stop the reduction of the federal balance sheet.
would that be the same statement as saying we see no reason to reduce the interest rate?
No, you know, a pause, obviously, most people I think are expecting it. I think that the cut would be the surprise. My opinion, just how sentiment is looking and the prediction. Actually, we can look at the predictions. When is this? It's at 2 o'clock. Give me a second. Yeah, it's like 99%, 97%, no change. So yeah, a cut tomorrow would be a shock. A cut tomorrow would also signal that Powell sees something he doesn't like in the market, which he has every reason to. I mean, it has not been a smooth month since the last FOMC meeting.
So that's his two levers, right? The interest rate and then the
Yeah.
quantitative easing tightening. Yeah. So they're separate, but they're kind of correlated often.
Yeah, which is why these banks, why these central banks just lust over that CBDC, because that gives them so many more tools, you know.
His job's going to get a lot harder. I don't think he wants it. He's like, oh, I don't want to have to do all those levers. I got just this fun
He
game.
won't have to. Yeah, he won't have to. He'll that. See, leave that for the next guy.
I got a couple of dots, and that's my job. Dot here, dot there. Then I'm out. See ya.
My opinion, he's gonna right the ship and he's gonna retire.
Oh, that's his plan, right?
I think it's a legacy play, man. I think he realized he screwed up. I think he knows damn well he stood in front of the American people and told them inflation was transitory during COVID. I think he knows what happened because of that. And I think it's a legacy play. I think you're trying to clean up the mess before you leave.
Wasn't he? Who's that guy he was trying to emulate but not make the same mistake as?
Faulkner.
Yeah, Faulkner. And so he stood his ground, didn't reduce rates.
Under all types of pressure.
So what could have he done different? Like, should have he reduced earlier? Then that would have meant that.
Well, no, that was late. Remember, because what happened is he ended up cutting too early. and then
He cut too early after all of that.
he cut too early, and then he waited for a long time, gave into the pressure at the end, at the very end. It shook the confidence of the American people. Inflation became entrenched, and we had 10 years of.
No, but the Powell, what's he? He's stood.
Well, the lessons that he learned from his mentor, what not to do, right, is why he refuses to give, right? Why he hasn't given an inch, why he comes on there every day and says we're fully committed and stands there stone faced.
Because he's already done a cut recently, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Wrong?
No, he has. But he's doing it. He's pacing it, right? He's doing it how he's supposed. They wanted him to cut years ago. They wanted him to cut. You remember?
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to play.
Yeah. So what he's saying is, it is the time to start sort of easing up. But I don't see the metrics that I need to see to really go full board. Like, I know you guys want the money printer to just go burr, but he's not trying to make the same mistake his mentor made. So that's the legacy play for him, in my opinion.
He's not going to want to turn this money printer on now. He wants to slowly.
He's going to wait until it's out. I mean, you heard him. He said when we get to 0%, that's what I'm saying, yo. The press needs to stop asking stupid questions. Don't ask Powell when QE. Don't waste your question by saying when QE, because he's going to say some slick shit. Like, I don't see a need until we get to 0%. And the goal is 2.5. Like.
Well, they just can't print more money. I mean, if they. Anyway.
The sad truth is that you have to.
I know, but
there's only one way out. You have to. We came to the end of the rope on the benefits we're going to get from raising rates.
The Keynesian in economics says he should close some of the dodgy banks and not bail them out too. So it's not exactly.
Good luck.
Just keep bailing them out. Make everyone happy. You got to get running, don't you, Dbloc?
Yeah, in a minute here. I'm just tightening a couple things up, and then I gotta go do some research. I'm already late on the news cycle. They're already 50 minutes buried. All the good shit from yesterday.
Yeah, I want to chat to you about housing supply at some point. I've got a theory.
All right, y'all. I'll be back in a bit. This 800 EMA is really our issue, right? We get above this 800 EMA, we should be good. Psychological range is going to be our magnet. As long as we don't lose the 50, we're still bullish. Pay attention to these liquidations underneath, though, because they are thickening up, right? So if this breaks our 50, remember we haven't put in that bottom test on the bull flag. So we can come all the way down to 824 without freaking out here. I'll be back.
As far as the
What values of EMAs was Dbloc saying that he uses?
$50, $200, $800. The 5, the 13, and the 50 as well. Long road ahead for Trump and Putin, it looks like. So instead of a 1 month ceasefire, Putin's agreed not to attack their energy infrastructure. That's it. Which is technically a war crime anyway. This was from the Wall Street Journal.
Big buys coming in. Big buys. Big buys.
Get another one. Shit. Pause. And again.
So what are we doing? Going for late night pump until tomorrow's news?
That's what I'm thinking.
What time does what time does his data come out? Or what time does he speak?
I'm not actually sure, huh?
2:30 p.m.
Is that what it says online?
I think that's what it is. March 19th, 2:30 p.m. host live FOMC press conference. So I thought it would be in the morning, but I guess apparently it's afternoon. Go figure. Gotta wait all day. Half the day.
Yeah, I think a lot of people will probably be front running, him saying QT's ending. Kind of buy the rumor, and then when it comes out, I think a lot of people will be longing once the price is pumped, and I think there'll be a big retracement that people won't expect.
Unless he says that they're gonna go towards dropping interest rates, then we might just pump.
Yeah, if he says that they're starting QE too, then that'll be extremely bullish. But if they leave that announcement to like the May meeting, then May just get out of hand, super bullish.
Yeah.
Seems like that would be, be a good thing, like end of March, sort of April, the build up, start building some proper bullish momentum on the higher time frames. And then come May, if they do announce QE starting, then, we can really kick things off.
Yeah, that'd be sweet, to be honest with you.
Isn't there also the unemployment meeting tomorrow?
I'm not sure.
God, there's so
Yeah.
many shorts like right above that wick. They just keep getting thicker.
Yeah, so FOMC starts at 2 p.m. tomorrow, and then the press conference at 2:30, or today, I should say, March 19th, Wednesday. And then Thursday, the 20th, at 8:30 in the morning is initial jobless claims. Do you guys usually trade on FOMC meeting days, or do you guys just sit it out?
I've traded them before. Yeah, one time wasn't too long ago. I mean, Powell spoke and was really bullish that day. Actually, you had a nice pump.
They're about to lick all those, dude. It's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, buddy, let's get him.
Simply, yeah. Yo, yo.